pricing is on there, and there's a lot of information on what we do, the boat, and all the fish that we catch and stuff, and what time of year different species move in. And I've got a lot of people that come in to shoot for hammerheads. We catch some it's all catch and release. I don't kill these things, but all these, we catch some enormous hammers. We get big lemons and bulls and tigers early in the year, and then the hammerheads move in. And gosh, we did real well. We got a hammer this year, a little over 1,000 pounds, and then we got a hammer the year before that was a little over 1,000 pounds. So we get some enormous hammerheads that come through here in the summer months. So if somebody's not interested in the great whites, they could definitely come in the summertime and battle something enormous. But like I said, it's all catch and release.
I hear you. All right, that's outcastfishing.com. Chip, thanks for sharing this with us today on America Outdoors Radio. And with that, it's time to wrap things up for the week. If you didn't get a chance to hear the whole show, we will upload it as a podcast in the next few days. Just look for America Outdoors Radio wherever you consume your podcasts. Until next time, be blessed, and do remember this. It is your country and your outdoors, so get out there and enjoy it.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and sometimes, we got set back with the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
My name is Mark Smith, and I am running for Elgin City Council. I am a proud 22-year veteran of the United States Army, former Elgin police officer, past Elgin Image Advisory Commission member, past president of the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association, current commander of the largest local veterans organization, and a newly appointed member of the Elgin Civilian Police Review Board. If you are concerned about the direction of our city or the representation you have been receiving from your current council members, I humbly ask for your vote on April 1st. I will be your council member who asks tough questions, solves problems, protects our finances, and listens to the concerns and needs of the members of our community. My main focus will be economic growth, community development, collaborations, and transparency and accountability. The time for change is now, and I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your partnership as together we can build a strong and vibrant future for Elgin. Please vote Smith for Elgin City Council.
What are you doing down there?
Paid for by Mark Smith for Elgin City Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown.
Is there something that you want to tell me, Mike?
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free, for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
The sound and everything will?
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
Back and forth. A planned news conference.
Minute and a half. The hell was that? Are you gagging on something over there? No. Oh, they tied yesterday?
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career
momento.
change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training
Still hear me?
resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call
15.
847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
Good morning. You are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN, with your host, Mike Napoletano, via Zoom, and yours truly, Derrick Geyer. Before we get into anything, it is a chilly March 1st with 23 degrees in the area of Elgin. I'm not exactly sure where the temperature dropped from, but, you know, I'm not a meteorologist. And Mike, where are you? You are, wait, hold on. Let me take a guess. You are covering the NFL Combine down in Indianapolis.
No.
Okay.
Close,
Hold on. I got another guess. You are out in the warm weather in Arizona covering spring training baseball.
You know, that would be warmer, but if we're playing the hot and cold game, you would be colder. So
I'd be colder. Okay, so where the hell is my co-host at? Where in the world is Mike Napoletano?
Currently, I'm sitting in a hotel room about 30 minutes outside of St. Louis, and I am here for the Trans World, which is the largest Halloween and Christmas trade show in the world. I've never been. I've only been to Midwest Haunters Convention, which is in Rosemont every year. But this is a first for me. So it's fun. So far, so good. One day in the books, and man, was it busy. I mean, I drove down here, immediately went to a seminar, checked into the hotel, went back for like a never before seen private movie viewing of a documentary that they made about the haunt industry that took them about 10 years. So that one's got to stay under wraps. But
talk about a labor of love.
Yeah. So I mean, this is good. That's my haunt side. If you've listened to Out to Lunch with both Sonar and Matt McNeil, you've heard me come on and talk a little bit about the haunting side of things, which of course they touched upon in that documentary and in the seminar last night. Is it's an industry. Many people don't think. Maybe many people I think that it's just October and then you're done, right?
Well,
but it's a year-round thing.
Not only is it an industry, I mean, it's a billion with a B dollar industry.
Yeah, I think
mean,
the totals
really
that they gave last night were $7 billion for Halloween itself, or the haunt attraction holiday.
Okay.
And Halloween, is a big part of that, of course. But the haunt industry itself, which can kind of be separated into its own category these days, is probably about 1/7 of that. Pulls in about 1/7 of that. So
wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of coin right there. And
wish it was in my bank account, you know.
yeah, well, we wouldn't be doing this, or at least I would have a different partner if that were the case. You would be living the Playboy lifestyle, that's for sure.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yeah, but speaking of billionaires, there's this dude that I'm sure you've heard over the last couple of days, or last couple of weeks actually, by the name of Justin Ishbia. Now,
yes.
He is a investment banker turned, potential, hobbyist, if you will. He is, or, still currently is a minority owner, partner, however you want to term it, with the Chicago White Sox. And last week, the Minnesota Twins were supposedly in the running to have Ishbia as the new potential owner for the Minnesota Twins. But that fell apart because now all of a sudden he is putting his money into the Chicago White Sox. He's already got minority shares. He's building, an insanely expensive house here. Well, not here in Elgin, but here in, the Chicagoland area in Winnetka for something like, $80 to $90 million. I forget the exact number. And now he's also looking to invest more money into the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, you bring up the Twins thing. I thought that was interesting because I'm not sure. I need to brush up on my ownership rules, but to be able to own shares of two separate teams, especially two teams in the same league, in the same division, I guess it's allowed. I guess there's no, like a non-compete thing there. But, the fact that the Twins kind of are out of the running and he could be looking to go all in on the White Sox is very interesting. We'll have to see if Jerry decides to actually sell here. Jerry Reinsdorf has been on record as saying that he won't sell because this is all he has. This is all he does. This is his hobby. But, there may come a time where it's too much for him. And, somebody else needs to take the helm in order to see this team back in its winning ways. I mean, they had a downright awful season last year, 121 losses. Anything this year practically will be an improvement unless you get to 122 losses. I don't see that happening. I do see the White Sox winning a few more games this year. So does their GM, Chris Getz, who we talked about on this show. We reamed a little bit because he said, I do see us winning more games this year. I would hope so. You're the GM, and last year you set a record for most losses in an MLB season. So I would hope you're taking steps in the right direction. You're getting more wins. But I mean, this is something interesting to watch. This is coming around the same time that, of course, I know it's mostly Jerry's son, Michael Reinsdorf, that owns and operates the Bulls, but Jerry still has majority ownership there. But you see that they're creating that 1901 project around the United Center, and that is not a
that's like a $7 billion project. Report,
yes, and that's coming out of their pockets. That's not going to be a taxpayer project. So both the Wirtzes and the Reinsdorfs are going in to create that experience around the United Center. Meanwhile, you also have Jerry Reinsdorf, who is pushing the city of Chicago for a brand new stadium for the White Sox. To no avail. We don't even see the Bears getting the opportunity to have a stadium, let alone the White Sox, based on taxpayer dollars. However, I don't know if Justin Ishbia takes over, what will be the future of the White Sox? I mean, we've also heard before his name was even thrown into the ring here that any other owner that would buy the White Sox would most likely move them out of town unless some kind of new stadium deal was done. I believe I should have looked this up for today. I believe the White Sox are in Rate Field up until 2028. I believe is when the contract expires. So, I mean, here we are, 2025. You've only got really this season, 26, 27, 28. So 3 more seasons after that, and you've got to have another home if you're not going to re-up with the location that you're in right now. So it's a good time to start thinking about where the White Sox will play in the future. Of course, many Chicagoans hope that is still in Chicago and in Illinois. I mean, that even as a White Sox fan myself, I think the stadium proposal is beautiful right there on the 78, right there on the Chicago River.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the logistics will have to be worked out if and when that becomes reality. I know they were talking about water taxis being an option to get to games, and they rely on a lot of people to Uber, but you still need some kind of parking. I mean, it can't just be like Wrigley. Wrigley is a special case where it was built so long ago and it was built into the neighborhood, and there's not a way to make parking, and people have always made it work. Basically, it's still a hassle for going to games at Wrigley. But
hold that thought, Mike. We're going to take a quick break. You are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
Yeah, no real way of basically giving you the hand signs because you can't really see me, can you?
To simplify your diabetes care,
oh, you can. Oh, okay.
Care plans, convenient access to
I did not know that, but okay, cool.
Knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance, so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back.
Yeah, kind of the first time doing this with you on Zoom on the other end of it, and I'm not really sure like how all of this works still. You know, the old man thing.
Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673.
Yeah, right.
800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And welcome back to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. I'm your host, Derrick Geyer, along with Mike Napoletano, and we've been talking White Sox baseball. Now, it's kind of funny, Mike, because back in 1981, when Jerry bought the team, when Jerry bought the White Sox, he paid, how much did he pay for the White Sox? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
$19 million. $19 million.
Okay.
As of last week, the evaluation for the Chicago White Sox was $2.05 billion. That's not a bad return on investment, right?
No, not at all. I did look up. The White Sox are in Wright Field. They have a stadium deal that runs through 2029, so I was a year off. They have one extra year, but still, regardless, you're going to be looking at what's next as far as where to play coming up. And I know we were talking stadiums there, and if this new proposal gets approved somehow, I think that would be what's best for the White Sox.
Doubtful. Other
than just staying at their home stadium. There's nothing wrong with Wright Field right now.
No.
So I would just continue playing games there. Would the new pretty shiny city backdrop stadium be welcomed? Of course. But there'd be a lot that has to go into it, and I'm not just talking about taxpayer money. I'm talking about being able to get to games and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if a new owner would be ready to tackle that right away.
And that's
Maybe
even the
that's
thing.
Something that you table.
That's even the thing, because, I mean, Governor Pritzker, he basically said during, the negotiations during the summer, back in September, October or whatever, that the Illinois taxpayers aren't going to be footing the bill for this.
Right.
So
and I agree with that as a taxpayer myself.
Yeah, well, there's your public funding. It's not going to happen. However, if you bring in Ishbia, and Ishbia, who bought, I think it was like $1.2 billion in shares or somewhere along that lines, or he was up to buy those shares because they needed the ownership group of the Chicago White Sox to approve it. And that was supposed to come through yesterday, February 28th of 2025. But we haven't heard any word about that yet. So, and it's not really supposed to diminish any of the partner share to begin with, as reported by John Greenberg in the New York Times and various other outlets, because he's the man for all basically like getting the scoops for Major League Baseball. But I mean, you're talking about that to where he goes from potentially buying the Twins, withdrawing his bid to buy the Twins because the Twins are in a desperate way to sell the franchise to an actual, someone with deeper pockets than whoever's out there right now. And most likely the reason why he is getting a little bit deeper into the White Sox ownership group is because he's going to have the potential ability to become the majority owner when Jerry decides to sell. Now, you had mentioned, what were the two projects that you had mentioned? I'm sorry, I didn't, like the 87th or?
Well, so it's the 1901 project that's going on over at 1901 West Madison at the United Center. And that's for the Bulls and the Blackhawks game day experiences. And that's privately funded by the Wirtz and Reinsdorf families jointly.
Sure.
But then, of course, the Bears also want a new stadium downtown that they wanted.
Not going to happen.
Taxpayer money, not going to happen. And then, of course, the White Sox at the 78, which was supposed to be the 78th, what do you call it? Community.
Okay.
In Chicago, because there's 77 sub.
Right.
Areas,
there's 77
regions,
neighborhoods in the area of Chicago. Yeah. So the reason
would be
why
the 78th.
Right. And the reason why Ishbia, I'm just theorizing here, but I'm trying to listen to all the sports talk, other sports talk shows, the newspaper outlets and all of that, trying to gather the information that I've gleaned off of this. And the reason why Ishbia, I think, is putting his money behind the White Sox is because of that 78th, development. Because not only is he going to be an owner of the Chicago White Sox, speculative owner of the Chicago White Sox, but then you're talking about boosting the area around the ballpark, where you have the hotels, you've got the bars, you've got all the other infrastructures. So you're basically looking at building up that area, being the big, a bigger landlord than what you are. And not only that, but then you also have like the potential of doing it right with the concerts, all the other special events at the new development. Not that they couldn't do that there at Rate Field now, but the issue there is Jerry doesn't own Rate Field. So therefore, he's only getting a split, and I'm not even sure if he's getting a split of whatever it is that goes in there. And not that there's many events going in there.
Well, and also, it's not just the fact that Jerry Reinsdorf doesn't own the stadium. It's the fact that most stadiums are moving towards a full game day experience, or a full, you look at what the Bears actually want. They want a district right outside of the stadium that fans can go to and shop and buy food.
Kind of what the Ricketts has done with Wrigley Field. It's Rickettsville. Right. It's not Wrigleyville. It's Rickettsville.
So, you want that whole entire structure built around the stadium. And, there's a little bit of that at the current Rate Field. But like you said, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for the current ownership of the White Sox to make money, because of the fact that a lot of that would still go to the ownership of the actual stadium and not just the team. So, having their own stadium that they own would be a huge step. But also just getting out of the area that it's in now. It's honestly not in a bad area, but it gets a bad rep. And I think a lot of people are deterred from going to any kind of concerts or events that would be held there because of the, stigmas around that area.
Yeah.
The ballpark area, I've never had a problem with. That whole area is fine by me.
The only reason why I say I have had a bad time, in that area, because it took me 2 hours to find parking that one Cubs-Sox game. But that was the only game that I went to that last year.
Yeah, and that's not a natural occurrence. That was just a big, crosstown game. So, speaking of crosstown games, though, these two teams did play each other in spring training. The White Sox, they fell to the Cubs 7-3. It's Justin Steele getting the win in that one. The White Sox didn't actually get a win in spring training all week, and they played every day until Thursday, when they got a 4-2 win over Cleveland. Before that, a 4-3 loss to KC, an 11-3 loss to Texas, a 14-3 loss to Colorado, and a 3-1 loss to San Diego. However, in that San Diego game, we had a good push from rookies Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz. Noah Schultz was born in Naperville. He went to Oswego East High School. And both pitchers, I have to say, look promising and were as advertised. Yeah, you had Noah Schultz, who went 1 inning, gave up 1 hit. That was it. Zeros across the board everywhere else. And then you had Hagen Smith, 1 inning, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, though. So the 3 outs that he got, all in the forms of Ks. He did have 1 walk, though, as well. So, as I said, a hit and a walk. He didn't exactly strike out the side, but faced 5 batters and did well. Mike Tauchman, the Palatine Pounder, homered in the 6th Started the game at 1, but the White Sox still fell. So I got more White Sox news. I know we are running to break here, but when we get back, we have White Sox to talk about, and then we're going to shift over into Cubs, as well as some of our minor league talk. We've got Boomers, Cougars, Dogs, and then Blackhawks and Steel on the way. Hockey, of course, on the way. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. This is On the Rise. I'm Mike Napoletano, and that is Derrick Geyer. Talk to you in just a second.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Tune in to Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN. Join Eric and his expert guests for a fun and informative journey into the home improvement and healthy living lifestyle. Whether you're tackling a DIY project or thinking about your home's wellness, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to stress and hello to solutions that save you time and money. Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is a fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
And welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN, and we've been talking White Sox baseball. And in that victory for the White Sox this past week over the San Diego Padres, Andrew Benintendi got hit with an 87-mile-an-hour fastball that basically broke his hand. And he will be missing the first, he'll be out for the next 4 to 6 weeks. Quite the blow.
I did see that. That was the victory over the Cleveland Indians.
Oh, that was the Indians.
That was the loss against the Padres. But unfortunately, injuries starting early for this White Sox team. I know White Sox fans are accustomed to that at this point. The last several teams over the years have been basically put together with bubble wrap and duct tape. But unfortunately, you hate to see Benintendi go down early like that. And
the highest paid player on the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, and it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet because it was the one win that the White Sox got this week, and yet, you lose probably one of your best players going into this season, and now it looks like he won't be able to start the season with them. 4 to 6 weeks isn't terrible. I mean, he'll miss maybe the first month or so of games, maybe not even, but you don't want to see that for anybody, and it's definitely not starting out on the right foot for the White Sox.
If he's going to miss a month of games, obviously he's going to miss the rest of spring training. Season starts at the tail end of March, so probably the first couple weeks of April, 14 games or so, assuming that he's able to get back right away and be healthy. But this is when all the major league players are ramping up. This is when they're starting to hit their stride, get their batter's eye right, their swing correct, and their legs under him. He'll still have his legs under him because obviously it's not a lower body injury. So he'll still be able to, keep his wind. I would imagine doing all the cardio and everything. So that's not an issue. But where it will come into play is obviously he's, catching and throwing, or depending on right-hander. One of his hands, and then hitting, because that's obviously a major component of it. So maybe he'll go to an extended spring training, or maybe he'll just say, forget this, I want to play, and hop back in there.
Yeah, it'll just come down to if that timeline is correct and where he's at when we get to the tail end there. If he's ready to just jump in with the pro team, of course, in the regular season, or he's right down in Arizona right now. Does he stay at the Camelback Ranch and get a couple more reps in before being cleared and coming up? So we'll see. The White Sox begin their actual season on Thursday, March 27th. That is at home against the Los Angeles Angels at Wright Field. Just want to remind you that WRMN is your home for the Chicago White Sox. You can hear all of the White Sox games broadcast here on WRMN. So tune in, especially if you're in the Elgin area. And it's going to be a much more local signal for you. You'll get a chance to hear that same broadcast and tune into all of your White Sox news as well there. I know here on the station, we will be getting a chance to also cover the White Sox with a bit of a pre-game and a post-game show with all of us here at WRMN. So, we'll release those schedules as we go. You'll get a chance to hear our takes as well as the typical White Sox insider takes, and just have a great season. I'm excited for baseball, despite Chicago teams being maybe the way that they are, and still struggling to maybe compete or get out the gates hot. But who is out of the gates hot is everybody that the White Sox have traded away, unfortunately. You look at Tim Anderson, who has done pretty well thus far in spring training. Of course, this is just spring training, and same goes for when I say that the White Sox lost all those games. It's still just spring training. However, we said the same thing about preseason with the Blackhawks, and look at how that has turned out. I mean, there are still signs to show that, a team is lacking. It's not like football where, the Bears may have gone undefeated in spring training, or not spring training, for the preseason. However, it didn't really translate into the regular season. So it becomes a different beast, a different animal. And baseball spring training, MLB spring training is the same way. However, I think you're going to see a lot of what you're going to get in the regular season from this White Sox team thus far in spring training. As far as the guys that they've traded away, Tim Anderson, as I said, has done pretty well. Yohan Moncada, both of them with the Los Angeles Angels. So the White Sox will probably get a chance to see them opening day, barring any injuries to those two. And then Jake Berger actually hit a home run on Monday. That was right after his 4-month-old daughter had successful open heart surgery, and he was wearing her hospital band as he hit that home run. So just a little bit of a heartwarming story I wanted to throw in there, and former White Sox. So it was good to kind of see that. You mentioned the injuries. Andrew Benintendi, of course, is on that list, but he is not the only one. White Sox are currently 1-6 as they lost yesterday as well to I believe that was to the Angels. Let me just double check that right there. Yes, that was to the Angels. 3-2, your final score in favor of LA. It's Jonathan Cannon that gets the loss. He goes 2 innings pitched, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, and a strikeout. Not a whole lot to write home about from this pitching staff. There were a number of pitchers in there. Jordan Leisure, Jared Schuster. So some names that the White Sox fans are used to. However, just not a great outing for this team. When you look at the scoring side, the offensive side of things for the White Sox, Brooks Baldwin got an RBI off of his 1 hit. He had 3 at-bats. Nothing's really jumping out to me from this lineup. But then, again, you have a lot of guys in this game that are battling for a roster spot. Mike Tauchman didn't have the greatest outing, 4 at-bats and only 1 strikeout to show for all of that. Everything else was your typical out. And some of that might be because of the fact that, as I said, Andrew Benintendi, not the only name on that injured list. Colson Montgomery is there as well. You also have Drew Thorpe dating back to February 26th. Prelander Baroa on February 24th. Mike Clevenger, the day the White Sox signed him, he is out. It was kind of like a signing saying, when you get healthy, you'll join the team. That's a neck injury. Brian Ramos is day-to-day as well. Kai Bush, Jesse Schultens, and also Braden Montgomery dating back to December 11th. You even had Edgar Navarro dating back. This is in here from April 5th. That's a little weird to me. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm not sure if ESPN just hasn't updated this. I did see this across the board on all of the injured lists, but I think it's because of the fact that ESPN's injured list is copied and pasted to all of the other MLB sites, but it's listed on here, so I'm going to tell you about it. It's worth reporting, I guess. It's also a name, Edgar Navarro, I have not heard of in about a year for this White Sox team. So it was Tommy John surgery, which is why it's dated back to last year, but you would think we're pretty much getting close to maybe him making a return. This says day to day. So at least I think the status has been updated. We'll see if he actually takes the bump in any of these spring training games leading into the season. So I don't know. We'll see. The
one of the big names that you mentioned on there was, Colson Montgomery, because he was scratched from Thursday's game because of back spasms. And as an older fellow with back spasms, my goodness, that is nothing to joke about or sneeze about or whatever, because once you're starting to go down that road, and unfortunately, he's 23 years old. He's supposed to be the starting shortstop for the Chicago White Sox, and that is a very demanding position. That's a little bit worrisome. So you add Colson Montgomery to the mix of being put on the day-to-day list, if you will, or the injury list. That coupled with Benintendi, oh man.
Yeah, those are 2 huge names for this White Sox team, and with how much has gone out the door in recent years and how much this team has had to retool or, basically almost start a whole nother rebuild. They haven't come out and fully said that that's what we're headed towards here yet. But, you saw the White Sox success in 2020 and 2021. Not a whole lot of those names are here anymore. And you mentioned Colson Montgomery being the shortstop. Part of that is because of the fact that Tim Anderson is not here anymore. So there is a glaring hole at that shortstop position. So, I mean, it's going to be worrisome for Sox fans and for the White Sox themselves going into the season to see your left fielder and your shortstop both missing time. But we'll see if that's okay. Colson Montgomery did go 1 for 2 against the Cubs with a home run in that Cactus League loss, but then
off a lefty.
But then of course went to the IL shortly after that. So wishing him well, and hopefully he gets back to it. He's also listed as day-to-day, so hopefully won't be as long of an injury as Andrew Benintendi.
Yeah.
As we look towards this next week, wouldn't you know, there are a lot of 2:05 starts. However, today is a little different. It is a 2:10 start for the White Sox on MLB.com. You can watch it there, or you can listen on AM 1410 WRMN. That is a game against the Seattle Mariners, and the White Sox will be playing the Los Angeles Dodgers tomorrow at 2:05. They are technically the away team, although both the Dodgers and the White Sox share the Camelback Ranch. 2:05 on Monday against the Athletics. Once again, 2:05 on Wednesday against the Milwaukee Brewers, but that's a split squad game with the Brewers. So the away game with the Brewers and the White Sox will be at 2:10. Thursday will be a 2:05 start against the San Francisco Giants. And then Friday, the Sox and Cubs get another chance to face each other in spring training. This time it will be at Camelback Ranch, 2:05 start. And then next Saturday, after another edition of On the Rise and The Truth About Chicago Sports, the White Sox and the Dodgers will face each other once more at, 2:05 p.m. On the north side of things, you heard me mention that the Sox and Cubs will face off next Friday. You also heard me mention that the Cubs got the win over the White Sox last Saturday, just after we jumped off the air. We covered those two games against the Los Angeles Dodgers because the Cubs spring training started a little earlier than the White Sox. The Cubs are the complete opposite of the White Sox. They're on the flip side.
I don't know about that.
Well, at least record-wise, they are undefeated. So the Cubs got those 2 wins against the Dodgers.
Or did they tie twice?
Well, they've tied, but it's still undefeated. So I guess you would put it as 6-0-2. Or no, 6-0-3. Sorry, they tied yesterday as well. It was an 8-8 tie with the Texas Rangers. But they tied against San Francisco on Wednesday and Los Angeles on Thursday. Both of those were 4-4 score lines. But then in between that time, I mentioned the White Sox game. They won 7-3. Then it was a 6-5 win over the Texas Rangers, a 10-5 win over the San Diego Padres, and a 4-2 win over the Arizona Diamondbacks. So 3 ties and 6 wins in this spring training for the Cubs, although they have a couple of notable injuries on their side as well. Nico Horner, their second baseman. So again, a Chicago team with up the middle issues as far as trying to stay healthy.
Yeah, big time issues.
Matt Shaw is their other second baseman listed, although I think they are considering, maybe moving him around the diamond. We have to go to Blake for that. And forgot to even mention, I'm here in St. Louis. Blake is somewhere. Blake is lurking, amongst he lives down here in St. Louis. So I'm going to go find him today, pick his brain about some Cubs stuff, but you'll hear his takes. They were, I believe, on the rise. No, we're on the rise. On The Truth About Chicago Sports. So you'll get a chance to hear him.
You need some coffee? Need some coffee? You need some sort of pick-me-up down there?
Got to remember which show I'm on. Javier Assad is also listed as out. That was back on February 25th. So a couple of notable names here on the injured list for this Cubs team, but they also optioned outfielder Owen Casey. Is it Casey? Casey
Owen
to Iowa. Owen Casey. That was right after he was listed as out completely with a groin injury. So he'll start the season, of course, with the Iowa Cubs, although I think many Cub fans were hoping that he would maybe come up and make his debut at some point this season. Still possible, but it's not going to be for opening day. When you look at those standings, as I mentioned, the Cactus League 2025 standings, if you take that for what it's worth, the Cubs are 6-0-3, although ties aren't listed here, so they're 6-0. They're a perfect record. The White Sox are not exactly in last place, although that could have changed as of yesterday. I have old stats here. Yes, actually, they are in last place. Cleveland did get a win yesterday, so they are 2-5. The White Sox are now 1-6, so they are in the bottom of the Cactus League division. The Cubs have a busy schedule coming up as well. Some 2:05 starts, but some other primetime games in there as well. They will play Cleveland today at 2:05 at home, then go on the road to play Kansas City at 7:05. That is a split squad today. Then Sunday, the Cubs will be home against Cincinnati at 2:05 again. Monday, that will be in Arizona, at 2:10 p.m. Tuesday, March 4th, we'll be back home at Sloan Park against the San Diego Padres.
Really in the last.
And then 2:05 start there. And then a Thursday, they get Wednesday off. Do we have some other audio going on here? Or is that on my end?
I'm sorry, what?
My end. We had some other audio going on in there.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to fiddle around with a clip here, and okay. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was going on over there. I'm not sure if our viewers were able to or our listeners were able to hear that. But
if you were hearing it, I'm sure they were. Sorry about that, everyone.
Thursday, March 6th. So the Cubs get Wednesday off. Thursday, March 6th, will be at home against Kansas City at 7:05. And then Friday, as I mentioned, will be another crosstown out in Cactus League, 2:05. And then Saturday, after another On the Rise and Truth About Chicago Sports, it'll be Cubs versus Seattle at 2:05 p.m. So busy week there as well.
Yeah, and here's the clip with Craig Counsell talking about Nico Horner.
Excited about where Nico's at. I think it's all good. This is a good news situation. It's for Nico, it's not necessarily good news in that just he has to miss 2 games and has to miss the trip. On the other side of it, it's good news because I think we were very much tracking towards opening day, domestic opening day, of him being in good shape, of him being ready for that and prepared for that. So. It stinks in terms of not getting to be part of the trip, but his rehab is really in the last kind of couple weeks we think really taken a step forward. Maybe 3 weeks has taken a big step forward, and he is kind of starting to progress quicker. And so we're in a really good spot, and if we can have him for domestic opening day, I think going back to surgery date, it'd be a really positive result.
And that was Craig Counsell, courtesy of MLB.com. And what he's talking about there is there's opening day, which is March 18th, because the Cubs will be playing in Japan for 2 games, and domestic opening day, which will be a week or so after they get back from Japan, because it'll still be spring training baseball. So Nico Horner is going to be missing the trip out to Japan, but theoretically, he will be making the season start for the domestic day, opening day, which quite honestly, it's, come on. There's only going to be one opening day, and that's in Japan. He's going to miss it. Let's just call it what it is. Because if those 2 games count, then that's opening day. Don't give me the, flash in the pan or this bullshiatsu, explanation with domestic and whatever. I mean, he's just going to miss the couple games in Japan to further his rehab.
Yeah, so I know it's something that the Cubs don't want to see, but hey, at least it's a long season, right? I mean,
yeah,
he'll get time out there eventually. It's just, not how they drew it up to begin with.
Yeah, and he's not 100% right now. And quite honestly, I think he's going to be starting the season on the IL because he's going to be getting, more reps in, extended spring training while meaningful baseball is being played on. And this is one of those things where it's an interesting mix because who's going to be playing second base? Who's going to be playing third base? They acquired some free agents, but I don't know. This is a interesting thing going forward as far as I'm concerned for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep the listeners posted on how that is going to shake out for the Northsiders as we encroach upon the regular season. That also means that independent baseball and minor league baseball is right around the corner as well. The Boomers, a couple of notes here. They signed catcher Satchel Norman back on February 17th, right after they signed right-handed pitcher Derrick Salata. They also signed left-handed pitcher Cole Cook, and then right-handed pitcher Dwayne Matos. Going back to January, the very end of January, the Boomers signed Alec Craig, utility player Tony Livermore, and right-handed pitcher Luis Perez. So a couple of Boomers signings in there. We're hopefully going to get a chance to cover Boomers baseball very soon. But that also means we're covering Kane County Cougars at the same time in the American Association. So Boomers Frontier League, Cougars, the American Association, and the Cougars are the defending Miles Wolf Cup champs. So interested to see what they do this year. They're bringing back some notable players. We mentioned some transactions about a month ago at the end of January. So I think this is going to be leading up to the season, our monthly thing. At the very end of the month, I'll just recap a couple of the moves that they've made. They brought back infielder Todd Lott. He played with them in 2023 and 2024. So coming back.
Yeah, he was fun to watch last year.
Yes, so that'll be interesting. And then also they signed infielder Claudio Final. He was also on the team last year when they won the championship. So another name getting brought back into the fold. Another notable transaction happening in the American Association. The Gary South Shore Railcats signed left-handed pitcher Grant Umberger, and then he signed with the Chicago White Sox. I could not find anything on if he's related to the infamous hockey player R.J. Umberger. I think it's somewhat common of the last name. It sounds weird, though, because I don't know too many Umbergers, but I don't know. Maybe the Sox think that they're getting lucky with another guy who's got Umber in his last name, as Philip Umber threw that one perfect game back in 2011, I believe it was, for the White Sox. So we'll see. The Dogs, on their side of things, Chicago Dogs, they had a couple of signings as well. They signed right-handed pitcher John Baker. They're bringing him back. They also signed left-handed pitchers Zach Davidson and Cal Jurasovic. And then they also signed infielder Zion Pettigrew. He had 55 games with Chicago last year before playing 2 with Joliet. That was in the Frontier League, so both leagues for him. He is a Mount Carmel High School product. The Dogs also signed outfielder Reggie Pruitt Jr., infielder Dusty Stroop is coming back, and also outfielder Johnny Turbo. So Johnny Turbo will be back in the mix. So we have all of that covered as far as baseball. A full hour of the show, right? We're getting ever so close to spring. It felt like spring yesterday, especially down here in St. Louis. It was 75 degrees out here yesterday. I was in jeans. I was dying. I was like, what is going on here?
Rub it in, Mike. Rub it in.
Back to reality, though, with 20-degree weather here. So we're going to go back into our typical winter hockey talk.
All right.
Blackhawks.
You're listening to WRMN on the Rise, AM 1410.
This is Larry Jones. and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. An Oval Office meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky turned into a tense shouting match on Friday.
In a remarkable exchange between world leaders captured in real time by the news media, the two presidents began to argue as Ukraine's leaders sought security guarantees to end the war with Russia.
You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now.
At one point, Vice President Vance told Zelensky he was being disrespectful, and President Trump accused his counterpart of gambling with World War III. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Former Senator Jim Talent says high-level officials at the FBI have a well-earned credibility problem they have to overcome now.
Lying to the Congress, lying to the public. I mean, they have a credibility problem. And the truth, I mean, I'm a big believer that this administration needs to seek the truth and needs to err on the side of transparency regarding the truth it finds.
Senator Talent was interviewed by the Salem Radio Network. More than 5,000 Christian broadcasters from all over the world wrapped up their National Religious Broadcasters Convention in Dallas Friday. Lee Wamsgans, Chief Information Officer for Patriot Mobile, says of the 125 events her company supports, NRB is among the most important.
This conference this week is so important to us because one of our main pillars of support is the First Amendment. And the National Religious Broadcasters Group, they are the largest Christian broadcasting association in the world, and it's a mission field to have Christian radio on the airwaves. That's a way to reach people where you don't have to fly to India or fly to South America. It is important for our First Amendment and retaining our religious freedoms and our freedom of speech.
Patriot Mobile, based in Dallas, bills itself as America's only conservative Christian mobile phone provider. More from townhall.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-497-1109. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-497-1109. 800-497-1109. That's 800-497-1109.
7 planets grace the sky to wind up the month of February.
These planetary hangouts happen when several planets appear to line up in the night sky at once. They're not in a straight line, but they're close together on one side of the sun. The astronomical link-up is fairly common and can happen at least every year depending on the number of planets. A parade of 4 or 5 planets visible to the naked eye happens every few years, according to NASA. This month, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter are visible to the naked eye. A faint Saturn and Mercury are close to the horizon, making them hard to spot. Bernie Bennett reporting.
How are we doing on time?
Games maker Hasbro kicking off the North American International Toy Fair in New York by unveiling the new toy brand Nano Malls. That's where handheld tech play meets nurture and sensory play. These mini electronic companions squeak, giggle, and even purr when you show them love by filling up their digital heart meter. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Doge cuts cutting into the National Weather Service.
Meteorologists that forecast local weather were among hundreds under the axe Thursday as Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency moved to shrink a federal workforce that President Donald Trump has called bloated and sloppy. Firings of probationary employees at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration appear to be happening in 2 rounds, one of 500 and one of 800.
At a rally in Detroit, one former worker, Andrew Lennox, complained about the way the cuts are being carried out.
They found an easy way to terminate people now is by doing it to people that were probationary employees, instead of actually doing a reduction in force where they'd have to give people possibly severances.
Pope Francis had coffee and read the papers after an alarming setback in his 2-week recovery from double pneumonia. The Vatican said doctors had to put him on a non-invasive mechanical ventilation on Friday afternoon. That was following a coughing fit. More on these stories at townhall.com.
And welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wasn't hearing myself for a second in there, but we have some hockey news to get to here. And let me just get my notes back up here for me. The Zoom's a little bit of a
tricky
thing for me here. Yeah, on Saturday morning. But the Blackhawks, they returned from the Four Nations break last Saturday, and it hasn't been a great start. You had the Blackhawks going up against the Columbus Blue Jackets in Columbus. That was Seth Jones's former team. He did have a meal before that game with his old D partner there, Zach Werenski. Could this be a potential team that takes on that Seth Jones contract, as it sounds like he is going to be moved by the trade deadline? The contract itself was an 8-year, $76 million deal. That's an AAV, average annual salary of, or average annual value of $9.5 million. He also had a $40,250,000 signing bonus. He will become a free agent in 2030, so that means this contract runs till 2029. I don't know if any other team will be able to take on all of this salary, but I mean, we'll see. I don't believe Seth Jones is a Blackhawk when we are speaking next, as the trade deadline is March 7th, right before our show on March 8th. So I can't imagine that they won't move him. And if they have to use that third and final retained salary spot to do it, I think that's your best bet. The return for Seth Jones, I just hope isn't more draft picks, because this is a team that has had so many draft picks and are waiting now 3 to 4 years for all of these guys to come up. And it's kind of like, well, you need to give Connor Bedard some help right now. Even if you turn those draft picks around immediately and trade to get a guy that can come here to Chicago and play alongside of him, or even in between the pipes as a goaltender. This team desperately needs some consistent goaltending. So the Blackhawks fall in that game 5-1. Go ahead, Derrick. What were you saying?
Yeah, and these are the comments from Seth Jones after that Columbus game.
What needs to change for this ever to, to right itself? I don't know. I think we're the exact same team right now as we were as game one. And I think it's pretty evident out there. We haven't made any strides to be a better, more simple hockey team. and it shows. We don't get a lot of wins because of that.
This is kind of an opportunity to gauge that since you started here and now 60 games and almost you're back here again.
Well, this has been almost 4 years of, bottom of the league, so it's not just this year, for me at least.
It's also hard, 5 penalties, to stay on the ice.
It doesn't help. But like I said, it puts a ton of pressure on Sodi. It just kills momentum. If you have 1 or 2 good shifts in a row and then you take a penalty, we had 3 in the first, 2 in the second. I don't know if we had 1 in the third. 10 minutes is a long time on the kill. You don't get the flow of the guys going offensively. Now guys have to sit, and then it's tough to get anything going. So definitely staying out of the box is key. But I'll say it again. Sodi was unbelievable, and we have 0 chance of winning if he doesn't stand on his head.
That's pretty damning coming from Seth Jones.
That was courtesy of CHFN, but that was actually after the Utah game. We're not quite there yet. But that's okay. We were on the Seth Jones talk. So, in that game against Columbus, it was all Columbus, as I mentioned, 5-1 win. Craig Smith with the power play goal was the lone tally for the Blackhawks. Zach Werenski had a goal and 2 assists. He was the first star. Kent Johnson with 2 tallies. And Adam Fantilli, Chicago Steel alumni, he had a goal himself. Another cool thing, too, was the Columbus Blue Jackets fans sang happy birthday to Johnny Gaudreau's son. Johnny Gaudreau, Johnny Hockey, was honored at the Four Nations face-off with a jersey being hung in the Team USA stall. As he was there in spirit with the team. So that was something that we hadn't mentioned in this one. I don't really have any other issues other than the fact that the Blackhawks couldn't win this game and couldn't get on the board. I think the biggest thing with this game, though, was that the Blackhawks did not challenge a call. It was a Bedard goal that was taken away, and there was no response from the bench. I think the call was made and the goal was taken away, and the Blackhawks bench was still scrambling to decide whether or not they wanted to challenge. That's when your leadership, whether it's your captain or, more importantly, your coach, needs to pause, take a second, and call the referees over to buy your video crew some time. Get them over to you so that you can decide whether or not you're going to challenge. And that just didn't happen. So a little unfortunate to see that. The Blackhawks, after this game, they had 1 win in their last 6. So they were 1-3-2 after falling to Columbus, 2-4-4 in the past 10 games. And things would not get better as they would come back home on Sunday wearing these beautiful Winter Classic jerseys, but hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs. And, of course, the buzz in the week beforehand was all about Mitch Marner, who could be a future Blackhawk. He could be on the trade block. A lot of Blackhawks fans are hoping that's a name that comes to town soon. But Mitch Marner, an outstanding Four Nations face-off with Canada, had the assist on both the game-tying goal for Canada and also the game-winning goal in that championship game. So he was a huge factor in that one. Wasn't the biggest factor in this one, and neither was Austin Matthews, who had a very quiet Four Nations face-off for Team USA. It was really the Leafs stars being held off the board in this one. However, Toronto still gets the win 5-2. You had former Maple Leafs on the Blackhawks: Tyler Bertuzzi, Ilya Mikheyev, Nick Foligno, TJ Brody, and Peter Mrazek. You could basically field a former Leafs lineup for the Blackhawks. On the other side of things, you had
players from other teams that maybe will do a little bit better. Because
yeah. Okay, so those are a bunch of veterans on this team that are hit or miss. And a lot of the times lately, it's been the veterans that have been lacking for this Blackhawks team. And then you had former Blackhawks on the Toronto side of things: Jake McCabe, David Camp, and Max Domi. And, of course, it was the former Blackhawks lighting it up in this game. Max Domi had 2 assists. Jake McCabe had a goal and an assist, and David Camp had an assist. Tyler Bertuzzi on the Blackhawks side of things, he did have 2 assists, and Teuvo Teravainen with his tally was able to secure his 500th point on the power play. But you did feel the absence of Jason Dickinson in this one. And Arvid Soderblom, he got the start because he's usually pretty good against the Leafs. But, Mrazek had a rough outing the night before, and yet neither goalie could come up with the win. This time, what was a little different was the Blackhawks did challenge an offsides call, and it failed due to a possession ruling. Now, I didn't clip any audio here because for you listeners at home, you're not going to really be able to hear the offsides. You have to actually go back and watch the video, and I encourage you to do so. I don't know how in the world that isn't ruled as possession. You can clearly see as the Leafs are coming over the blue line, you can clearly see the Blackhawks pressuring John Tavares as he takes the puck into the zone, and Nylander is behind him. He can't see Nylander, and Nylander just doesn't tag up. And they ruled that it wasn't offsides because of the fact that Tavares wasn't stick on puck into the zone, but the puck was right in front of him. That to me is possession. Even the broadcast team, both Charlie Roumeliotis as well as John Weideman and Troy Murray on the WGN side of things, they all thought that it was going to get called back in the moment. There was an explanation given as to why it wasn't offsides. And it was a professional explanation. It kind of made sense. But the rule as a whole, the offsides rule, this is very similar to the Colorado Avalanche offsides that we saw in the playoffs a couple of years ago. The rule needs to be adjusted. It needs to be amended because it just makes no sense, especially when it comes to a situation like this. So that just can't happen. And this is a meaningless, somewhat meaningless regular season game. I mean, it means something for Toronto to get 2 points out of this, but for the Blackhawks, they're not going anywhere this year, so it's practically meaningless. But, what happens if this happens in the Stanley Cup final? I mean, what if it's a decisive goal in the Stanley Cup final? I mean, that's just, I don't understand that one either. But then the Blackhawks would head out to Utah to play the Utah Hockey Club Tuesday night, and the Blackhawks once again fell short 2-1 in this one. You had one goal from Seth Jones that was a power play goal, and then you heard those comments from him after the game. That put the Blackhawks in the lead, but that didn't last after basically all of the second period. With just about 45 seconds to go, Clayton Keller
evens that was a backbreaker.
And then Lawson Krause gets the eventual game-winning goal, 12-12 into the third period. And it's
and
Blackhawk, Ole Mata.
Yeah, and Soderblom absolutely had no chance whatsoever because his own defensive guy screened him. Soderblom was looking out, in between the dots or towards the benches or whatever. And by the time that he realized that the goal was, or the puck was in the back of the net, he just turned around, put his head down because he never saw it. He absolutely never saw it. And this is just the same story, different game.
Yeah.
Same story, different game.
Ole Mata, former Blackhawk, gets the assist on that one. So, like you said, same story. It's the former Blackhawks taking it to them. I mean, there's not as many in this game for Utah, but still, once again, the Blackhawks failing to hold the lead, failing to come back, and they gave up 93 shot attempts to the Utah Hockey Club, a non-playoff team. And you're going to hear from CHGO's Jay Zawaski in just a second as he goes into the Blackhawks, and everything he says is valid. I mean, you can't argue with the experts on that one. But also from CHGO Blackhawks, Greg Boyson tweeted out, he said, in the first 57 games of the season, Connor Bedard has had 36 different line combinations. This is a huge problem that must be fixed this summer. And I agree with him as well.
What?
Yeah, I don't know if you have the audio queued up from Jay Zawaski, and CHGO Chicago.
They suck. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Find the analytic you want. You gave up 93 shot attempts to a team that's not in the playoffs. You got waxed by a team without a name. Well, it wasn't the Oilers. It wasn't the Panthers. 93 shot attempts by the Utah Hockey Club? Are you kidding me? That's your identity. You found it. You suck. You are uncoachable and you're losers. Next year, bring it on. I'm ready for it. Can we go home now?
That's some heat. And I don't usually hear Jay Zawaski going in on that. That was Jay Zawaski, CHGO Blackhawks. Oh my goodness! I mean, I really, wow.
I had to clean it up a little bit for radio, but that is courtesy of the CHGO Blackhawks, and love listening to their content and their show. And everything he said in there is correct. I mean, the part about getting waxed to a team that doesn't have a name, I mean, that part, of course, is just straight up funny, but you're giving up 93 shot attempts to a team that's not in the playoffs. And then you go back into the locker room, and when the media asks you what is going on here, you just say, oh, we have to find our identity. You don't. This is the identity of the team at this point. We are 60 games into the season. It is what it is. And, you know, going into the other quote coming out of that show from Greg Boysen, as I mentioned, 57 games into the season, and Connor Bedard had 36 different line combinations. That is a problem. That is huge. You fired a coach because Connor Bedard was having a quote-unquote regression, and you can't have his development stunted. You have another coach in here that's doing the exact same thing. You haven't stopped the leak. This is still an issue. The dam is breaking, and you need to get Connor Bedard some consistent help. One thing that this Blackhawks team was looking forward to all season was having a line of Teuvo Teravainen, Connor Bedard, and Tyler Bertuzzi. They played together in preseason. That line combination has not been on the ice once this whole season. I'm not saying that is the answer. We have seen Connor Bedard and Teuvo Teravainen play well together, but Teuvo has mostly been better with Ilya Mikheyev. You don't pull those two apart. Those two have been pretty solid. But now, I mean, you have Teuvo on another line for depth, and because he works better with Mikheyev, you have to find something else for Bedard. Bedard is your centerpiece. And, you know, a lot of people are worried that Connor Bedard might be walking out of Chicago, or, you saw the frustration on his face as he sat in the box. I believe that was that game against Utah. That's another thing, is this Blackhawks team can't seem to stay out of the box. I mean, you're not going to help yourself if you can't score, on top of the fact that now you have to defend a million penalties.
And they're dumb penalties. They're absolutely joke penalties.
And a lot of it is the veterans. It's not even the young guys. You're not even hearing that. That is the one thing that Blackhawks fans should and could feel comfortable with, is that it's not the young guys. You don't hear me coming up here and criticizing Alex Vlasic or Nolan Allen or Ethan Del Mastro. You're hearing me criticize the Tyler Bertuzzis for inconsistency. Even Teuvo Teravainen, as much as I love Teuvo, inconsistent. You also have TJ Brody, who's blowing coverage twice on one single play, and the third time he blows coverage, he has to hook a guy. I mean, you're just asking for a penalty kill at that point, and you can't go down if you're this team, especially with that goaltending, especially with that defense. And especially with guys on the defense that want out of Chicago. I don't think everybody on this team wants out of Chicago. I think it's mostly just a couple of the guys that have been here for a long time that now want to go out and experience a playoff team, and that's just not going to happen right now. I think everybody needs to take a deep breath. The Blackhawks were not supposed to make the playoffs this year. They are by no means underperforming in that aspect. Are they underperforming in the aspect that they should have taken a step forward? Yes. Yeah. Does that mean Connor Bedard is not going to re-sign here in Chicago? Does that mean Connor Bedard is frustrated and is going to request a trade or request out? No. This was this isn't anything new for Connor Bedard. He knew coming here, being the first overall pick, that he was going to be coming to a bad team, and it was going to take some time. Look at Connor McDavid. Look at how many years it took for that team to become a playoff force. And look at how Connor McDavid has stuck with that team, and they go to the finals. They go to Game 7 last year. So there is time here. This isn't an issue. However, this is a big off season for the Blackhawks. If Kyle Davidson has proven a couple things. He's proven that he can flip players for assets in the form of high draft picks, and then he's proven that he can use those draft picks to then draft guys that are looking very promising. I mean, this pipeline for the Blackhawks looks almost too stacked, which, I mean, nobody says too stacked. I mean, let's get all the Stanley Cups we can, right?
Yeah,
Here
I was going to say, because everything's down in the minors right now. Everything's on the Ice Hogs right now.
Right. And yes, they're not ready for the show just yet. However, what I mean by too stacked is there's a lot of names that you're hearing in this Blackhawks organization that
looking good
maybe become a little too good and have to get flipped for a veteran. But hey, I'm not complaining. That veteran could be your next Marian Hossa, right? Yeah, but that is
don't tease me.
That I was getting.
Don't tease me.
That was the one area that Kyle Davidson that I was getting to needs to prove this year, is that he can attract a veteran free agent that isn't a one and done like these, TJ Brody's or Tyler Bertuzzi's or Alec Martinez's. It's a solidified in their prime, somebody to play with Connor Bedard type veteran, somebody who's been here and done that, somebody who's had playoff experience. No more of these draft picks that are going to take 3 to 4 years to develop, and then even when they do and they come up to the show, yes, they're doing good, like the Frank Nazars and the Alex Vlasics, but they need somebody to learn from because they haven't been to the dance themselves. You also need goaltending in this offseason, and that's a whole nother animal. But 3 areas that need to be addressed. Somebody to play with Connor Bedard consistently. That is your big ticket free agent signing. A little bit more defense and veteran depth, and goaltending.
Those are definitely 3 big points there. What do you think about the possibility of the Hawks maybe trading an Alec Martinez, a Seth Jones, a Teuvo Teravainen? I know Teuvo just got signed here this year, but I mean...
Well, Teuvo has underperformed, I will say. From a lot of it, I think Blackhawks fans were just excited to have a 2015 member back in the fold, 2015 player, Stanley Cup champion. But he hasn't been the same or as advertised. As far as moving Seth Jones, I do believe it happens by the trade deadline. It kind of went quiet for a moment there, but then you heard a lot of these quotes coming out from Seth Jones. We covered a couple of his quotes last week about wanting to get traded to a contender. We had that clip just today, and this is all calculated from Seth Jones.
Oh, without a doubt.
Jones
he got paid.
Saying, get me out of here. He's still getting paid, and he's going to continue getting paid. So that's where it becomes tricky.
Yeah.
Maybe the Blackhawks have to retain a little bit of that. But honestly, you know what? If a team is willing to take on the whole contract and give you a second or a third round pick, you know what? Just go ahead and do it at this point.
Okay.
I'm not saying to throw away any assets that are currently here on the team. I still think Seth Jones can be a very good player. But he's past his prime. He's very much so past his prime.
Now, what about them getting – okay, so they make a trade. They get rid of someone that's actually on the roster. Who would be, in your mind's eye, Mike, someone to bring up from Rockford or, the KHL or one of the other leagues?
Well, immediately my mind goes to Kevin Korchinski.
Okay.
Although I think if you're going to be trading Seth Jones, you're going to be looking for a defenseman. And Kevin Korchinski, I believe, is a forward. So I don't believe that's the case. Although, am I wrong on that one?
Maybe they can mix and match or something, because, I mean, Kevin, we covered him a couple of weeks ago for the...
Korchinski's a defenseman.
Yeah,
My bad.
So
they could pull up Kevin Korchinski. He's been doing great. Samuel Savoie has been having a great year. Sam Rinzel, he's been playing with the Minnesota, the NCAA team, the Golden Gophers. I just think that, it would have to have, you'd have to have his season end before he makes his debut. There's nothing coming from the Chicago Blackhawks right now. They did already make a couple of moves. They brought back up Andreas Athanasiou. I don't know if that's just for trade bait. I did try to reach out to our friend. I did try to reach out to our friend Charlie Meliotis to see if that was the case. But, I mean, there's nothing coming right now for this Blackhawks team. It has to be all at the trade deadline and over the offseason. And by at the trade deadline, I don't mean somebody's coming at the trade deadline, like maybe a Mikko Rantanen. I doubt it. But there is some speculation that he gets moved. However, there's nothing for this Blackhawks team until you get into the offseason, if we're talking in all seriousness.
Yeah, other than more draft picks and, because they definitely – he needs to do – Kyle Davidson needs to do something with this team. They need to get assets. They need to get players. I know it's, with the salary cap and everything, but this is horrible to watch. And for someone languishing like Connor Bedard is right now with no one, seemingly around him, ooh, boy, this is difficult.
Yeah. I've got more Blackhawks news after the break here, so stick around. We got to recap the rest of the week and the upcoming week. But we also have AHL right here on the Rise. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN. I am Mike Napoletano, and that is Derrick Geyer.
Are you suffering with depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues.
30 more minutes.
We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment.
Can you hear me?
So you can recharge yourself.
Yeah, I think the viewers are hearing us too,
You can take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Do you own an annuity? Either fixed rate, indexed, or variable?
Yeah.
Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free.
Oh, no, that's Ethan Del Mastro.
Free.
Sorry.
As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Yeah, when I get into the
Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Gennard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every
skip over a lot of the Bulls stuff, even though they won last night.
I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Sounds like Chicago.
Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what, you're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what, I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
And welcome back to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano, Derrick Geyer on AM 1410 WRMN. And we're going to be continuing the Chicago Blackhawks talk. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so there was one more game we didn't get to. Your last point, though, before we went to break was that something needs to come. I was emphasizing that something needs to not be more draft picks, because then that's another 3 to 4 years you got to wait for those players to develop. But we'll see what the free agent market looks like this summer and who the Blackhawks can get. I mentioned they need goaltending desperately. They need somebody to play with Connor Bedard because they're going to be re-signing him. He is their cash cow. If they let Connor Bedard walk, that is the biggest blunder, I think, possibly in all of sports. I don't know how you, also on Connor Bedard's part, as a young guy, I don't know how you don't give this team a third year and a third chance. I don't think it's in the realm of any of the analysts' minds that Connor Bedard would be out of Chicago, but he was drafted there for a reason. So he's staying. And you looked at the frustration on his face in that game against Utah. There was more frustration on his face in that game against the Golden Knights. The Blackhawks did not get a single power play in that game. And you can't tell me that the Golden Knights played a clean game that entire 60 minutes. There had to have been something in there that just wasn't called. Unfortunately, it doesn't go the Blackhawks' way, but they dug themselves their own hole when they went down 5-1. They were down 1-0, tied it up with a Nick Foligno tally assisted by Vlasic and Teuvo Teravainen. And then you had goals between the 8:57 mark and the 18:57 mark from Nicholas Hague, Ivan Barbashev, Thomas Hertl, and Pavel Dorofeyev. I don't even know who that is. I'll tell you straight up. So, I mean, you're letting the entire team score at that point. It's 5-1 going into the locker room. And I do give the Blackhawks a little bit of credit because they made a push, but there's no confirmed reports. They went into that locker room and something was said. I don't know if it was from the coaching, from the veterans in the room, from the players themselves. Something was said in that locker room because there was no fight in that Blackhawks game. It was 5-1. It's also a combination of the Vegas Golden Knights kind of taking their foot off the gas a little bit in period number 2 because of the fact that they had such a padded lead. But you're talking the Blackhawks came back with Colton Dock's second tally of the season. And then Ethan Del Mastro's very first goal of his NHL career.
He protects the puck, winds his way back towards the line with a play to the front of the goal. It bounces off the boards to Murphy. Ryan Donato cuts off the wall. Here's Del Mastro, scores! Ethan Del Mastro gets his first NHL goal and makes it a 2-goal game in Vegas.
That was courtesy of Chicago Sports Network as Ethan Del Mastro finally finds the back of the net. That makes it 5-3. Vegas makes it 6-3 with a Keegan Colasar goal, but then Ilya Mikheyev and Philip Kurashev with 2 fairly quick tallies in the third period, bringing this to a 1-goal game. It was 6-5. Unfortunately, it's Ivan Barbashev that puts in the 7th goal. This was not an empty netter. And the Golden Knights go on to win 7-6. Blackhawks give up 7 goals in this one. Blackhawks have now lost 5 games in a row, and they've given up 24 goals in that stretch. This was only the 3rd time this year that the Blackhawks did not have a power play goal in the full 60 minutes, as I also mentioned earlier. Nick Foligno went to the locker room and would not return to the game after the first period, so I'm not sure what the timetable is on his injury. But, I mean, when you look at the injured list, it's Nick Foligno, Jason Dickinson, and Laurent Brossoit, who has not played a single game this year. I don't think you take another flyer out on him next year. I think you decide to either let him walk in free agency or, I mean, if you can somehow get him on an ice surface and show teams that he's worth trading for, maybe you flip him and get something. But this isn't, you can't even chalk this up to injuries with this team. This team is just genuinely bad. And when you look at the standings, just don't look at the standings. We're not even going to cover it here. The Blackhawks are sitting 30th in the league. I'm sorry, 31st in the league. The only team worse than them right now is the San Jose Sharks. And, I mean, they're in the same boat as the Blackhawks.
Yeah, that's
their rebuild is just
not
going
a good place to be.
The only difference between them and the Blackhawks is Macklin Celebrini, their first overall pick, looks like he's having fun. Now, there's different ways to take that. I mean, he looks like he's having fun, but the results still aren't coming. The San Jose Sharks are in the same boat as the Blackhawks. So do you consider that, this is such a great thing for this young kid to be excited and, full of life and in the league? Or do you take the Connor Bedard approach where Connor Bedard is addicted to hockey? He loves hockey so much. He loves winning that he is upset and frustrated when they lose. Or do you take the
because he's never experienced this in his career? He's been a winner wherever he's gone. He's been on good teams wherever he's gone.
Right. And I won't say Macklin Celebrini hasn't. I mean, he's been successful in his career too. But, he's much more there seems to be much less pressure out in San Jose. I mean, it's not as big of and magnified of a market with the media as an original 6 team and Chicago is. But also, I mean, I don't know. I would rather a guy live and breathe hockey and die with the team when they're losing in these bad stretches, like Connor Bedard, than a guy that's happy-go-lucky and you're sitting 32nd in the league. That's just me. Macklin, I'm not taking anything away from Macklin Celebrini's skill and him as a player. And I love his attitude. It's good for the game. However, do I want that on my team when things are going bad? I want a guy that can pull the team out of that rut by being serious and playing hockey. I don't, none of this off-ice antics and stuff like that. Not to say that he has the most. I mean, there's other players with more, but I digress. I won't go too far into it. I think Connor Bedard is still the better choice here, and it's going to turn around for this Blackhawks team eventually.
Hopefully.
It wasn't supposed to this year, and it's not supposed to next year.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be this bad this year, that's for sure.
Right, and that's the only thing.
And,
so, it's got to be another step forward, a big step forward next year to make up for the step back taken.
Sure. And, in talking about the cap hit or the Connor Bedard contract, he's making $950,000 this year. He's making $950,000 next year, which is technically speaking at the end of his contract at the end of the 2025-2026 season. However, he will be a restricted free agent in 2026-2027, so which means that if another team were to court him, and I'm pretty sure another team will court him, that he has the Blackhawks have the rights to match that contract. And from what I've seen I believe it was NHL.com or whatever, that he has the potential of making $17 million a season. I'm not exactly sure if now I know that we've had Connor Bedard's back, especially with all of the negative stuff that's been swirling around him from quote-unquote experts. But, I mean, $17 million, that puts him at, like, the top tier of the NHL as far as salary. I mean, how is that how could that possibly be justified?
Yeah, I don't think that's quite accurate. Whoever was reporting that, because I understand that the salary cap for the NHL is going up. I just don't think it goes up enough for them to be able to pay Connor Bedard that kind of money. I mean, you're talking Leon Draisaitl isn't even making that money, and he's a proven veteran on the Edmonton Oilers and just got signed to a big ticket before the salary cap even went up. So, I mean, he'd be making a little bit more had the salary cap gone up before he signed that contract. However, I still don't think it would be in the realm of 17. So I think that's a lot too much for Bedard.
Yeah.
Going back to your point on if another team was to reach out to Bedard and try to bring him in, I think the Blackhawks would come to the table with a deal before it even gets to that point. I'm 99.99% sure that would be the case. I mean, that's how you do business. That's how things are done.
Hope and a prayer, really.
With a star like that, and it's more than just a hope and a prayer. I mean, that's just good business. That's just how you do things these days, especially in the NHL.
Yeah, you keep your young gun, your young superstar, supposed superstar. I mean, that would definitely help out going forward. We are going to take a quick break. You are currently listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer.
Does your car need a shine? At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they make it quick, easy, and spotless every time. And they're open 24/7 for your convenience. Right now, get a free car wash just for...
I'm going to do the rest of the Blackhawks very quickly. Jump right into Steel because I'll just wipe that out. And then AHL. We'll save basketball for next week.
Avenue in Elgin, or at 555 Willow in West Dundee. Britain's, caring for your car while caring for our community.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire.
Wait, let me double check that.
Fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts.
Oh no, today's 210. You're right. Yeah, that's that game against Seattle. 210.
While you're here, Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Tomorrow evening.
Our AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government.
Yeah, there was one last night too, but more so tonight.
Life. We support our nation's military.
Zombie prom.
We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters.
I might not. I probably won't. I have something nicer to wear, but I don't think I'm going to be like a zombie.
America.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level?
Yeah, that's true.
360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Systems run everything. Government, economy, media, justice. They shape your choices, your opportunities, your future. But do they work for you or against you? On Apolitical Talk Show, we break them down. Not to destroy, but to understand. Because if you don't see how the system works, you won't see when it's being manipulated or who's benefiting from it. Power belongs to those who know the rules, challenge the loopholes, and demand accountability. That starts with knowledge. That starts here. Join us weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. as we uncover what's really happening behind the headlines so you can decide for yourself what's fair, what's broken, and what needs to change. A political talk show, breaking down the systems to build them up together. Right here, weekdays 4 to 6 on WRMN, the talk of the town.
You're listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. You are listening to On the Rise with Mike Napoletano and Derrick Geyer, AM 1410 WRMN. Let's wrap this sucker up, shall we, Mike?
Yeah, just a few more Blackhawks notes. Tonight, the Blackhawks will be out on the West Coast, a late game, 9 p.m. start time against the Anaheim Ducks. And then Monday, they will come back home and host the Los Angeles Kings at 7:30. The Kings are actually in town here in St. Louis playing the Blues. I thought I'd give the Blues a little treat with this beautiful logo behind me. But yeah, the Kings will be, the Kings will be in action tonight here in St. Louis, and then Monday, of course, we'll head up to Chicago. Hey, maybe they're on the same road trip as me now. They're probably flying, but they'll be playing at United Center on Monday. Yeah, take me with you, right? At 7:30 on Monday, then the Blackhawks host the Ottawa Senators at 6:30 on Wednesday, and then Friday they will be in these jerseys once more as they host the Utah Hockey Club for the first time ever at 7:30 p.m. And next Saturday, after another edition of On the Rise and the Truth About Chicago Sports, you will get a Blackhawks versus Nashville game down in Nashville at 7 p.m. All of those games are on ESPN+, but you can also find them on CHSN and WGN AM 720. All right, let's switch gears quickly. We're still in the hockey talk, but a couple of Steel notes that... Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Before we jump into Steel, I have one other note. Alex Ovechkin, he has 30 goals in 42 games at the age of 39 years old. That is insane.
He's going to do it this year.
He might do it before, but he is on pace to break Gretzky's goal-scoring record on April 4th, 2025, at home in Washington, D.C., against the Chicago Blackhawks.
Oh, he's going to put up a six-puck burger. It's not going to be a hat trick. It's going to be, what do you call 6 goals? A double hat trick? No, hat trick. Oh, okay. I mean, I was looking for a little bit, something a little bit more spicy than that. But
9 would be an Ovech trick, which doesn't actually exist. But there was that famous commercial of Ovechkin where he pretended to score 9 goals, and they started calling it the Ovech trick, but it didn't happen. It wasn't actually.
I never thought that this would actually happen, and like him or hate him, man, he's a very fun player to watch.
He's going to go down as the greatest goal scorer in NHL history, or at least for now. I mean, Austin Matthews is on an incredible pace too, so who knows if we see the record challenged once again, maybe within the next 10 years, which is even crazy to fathom that, Gretzky's record stood for so long, and then all of a sudden, boom, you have these two guys that are just natural goal scorers, but still a better all-around player is Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of others in the game, Sidney Crosby, but natural goal scorer, Alex Ovechkin. So, and he already had a very big game against the Blackhawks when he got to 800. He scored that hat trick in Chicago. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's 3 short of the record on April 4th going into that game.
Oh, he would be chomping at the bit. He would be like, this is like, circled, starred, glittered, all over the calendar, at home. I mean, and if you already give him enough motivation, he's one of these dogs that doesn't need any extra motivation to whip your arse. He just doesn't. But that will be fun.
Yeah.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Now I'll jump it over into the Steel talk. As I said, last Saturday versus the U.S. NTDP, that's the U.S. National Team Development Program under 17 team. The Steel got the 5-2 win. That was their first win since February 8th. And it was a group effort. Adam Valentini with 2 goals, his 12th and 13th. Colin Sisson tallied his 17th goal, which leads the team in goals. Jackson Crowder scored his 7th. Ashton Schultz had his 12th. Goaltender Jack Parsons stopped 21 of 23, and that was his 5th win in 6 starts. And then that win also marked the 4th consecutive home game in which the Steel recorded a standings point. They've secured at least a point in 8 of their last 9 games. But last Sunday versus the Green Bay Gamblers,
clapping
that 4-game point streak. Yeah, I was going to say that 4-game point streak was snapped as they had a 6-3 loss to the Gamblers. It was Alex Haig that tallied his 4th goal of the season, and Reed Kahn had his 7th. Colin Sisson once again added to that team-leading tally with his 18th goal, and that was his 3rd consecutive game with a goal. Jack Parsons, goaltender, stopped 21 shots, but it was a loss. Last night, the Steel had their teddy bear toss. I had the info pulled up. That was a newer thing that most teams are doing is the teddy bear toss, when you're throwing teddy bears onto the ice in order to donate to kids in need that may need those teddy bears and are fighting their battles respectively.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a look at how they did in that game. I mean, they're fighting for the teddy bears, right? The teddy bears come raining down onto the ice when they score the first goal. Unfortunately, they had an 8-3 loss. So at least they scored. The teddy bears rained down, but the Steel did not score their first goal until the 3rd period. So yikes! Not
a little
great
bit
look.
of regression there.
Yeah. So back to another loss. When you look at the standings, Steel are still 2nd to last in the division and 7th out of 8 teams. So we'll see if they can even fight towards the end of the season here. They have a game tonight in Dubuque to face the Fighting Saints again on their home rink. That's I'm On Arena at 7:05 p.m. And then next weekend, it'll be Referee Appreciation Night on Friday night at 7:05 against the Fargo Force at home at Fox Valley Ice Arena.
Is this where they're going to toss glasses down on the ice arena to make sure that they get the calls correct?
Yeah, I guess so. And then Saturday will be the Wiener Dog races. That is also against Fargo. The Force will be in town at Fox Valley Ice Arena. That's a 6:05 p.m. start. Both of those games are on Flow Hockey. We're running out of time here. The one thing I did want to mention is that the Wolves and the Ice Hogs played each other last Sunday. Artem Levshunov got ejected from the game for a cross-check, and he was suspended 1 game after that. That suspension was served last night after the Wolves and the Ice Hogs had a game last night. That was a 5-1 loss to the Tucson Roadrunners. Jerry Mayhew, the lone goal scorer in the 3rd when it was already 5-0 Tucson. But the Wolves ended up winning that game last Sunday at Allstate Arena. The Wolves have won 7 of the 10 meetings and have officially taken the season series. The Ice Hogs are 3-6-1-0 versus the Wolves. Meanwhile, the Wolves are 7-3-0-0. Those were goals from Jerry Mayhew and Ryan Gagnier for Rockford. On the Chicago side of things, it was Bradley Nadeau with a pair. Morrow added 1, and Nick Swanee, he had 1 as well. The only other game for Rockford was a 5-4 loss last Saturday to the Lehigh Valley Phantoms. Joey Anderson notched a pair. Louis Crevier had 1 as well, and so did Fitzgerald. But not a great night or a great week for the Rockford Ice Hogs. Their future games, tonight they'll be in Tucson again at 8 p.m., and then next Friday, they'll be hosting Iowa at 7 p.m. at the BMO Center, and then hosting the Texas Stars next Saturday at 7 p.m. The Wolves, in the meantime, they had a 4-1 win against the Iowa Wild. Josiah Slavin with a goal. Rod Brindamore's son had a goal as well. We covered that Wolves versus Ice Hogs game, and then a 6-4 loss to the Iowa Wild on Wednesday. They have games tonight in Texas, tomorrow in Texas, and then next Friday against the Admirals on the road before they come back home next Saturday and host Grand Rapids. We didn't get into basketball today, but the Bulls have actually been playing a little bit better. Yeah, Bulls have. Oh, I didn't even switch my screen. I wasn't even fancy. The Bulls have actually been playing a little bit better. We'll get back into them next week. The Windy City Bulls only have a few more home games on the season, so we'll get back into covering that. But I'm going to get back to covering haunt stuff. And
you do that.
Great episode.
I'm going to vacate the studio for Marcus Mack and the Truth About Chicago Sports. You were listening. That was Mike Napoletano. I'm Derrick Geyer for On the Rise.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety tests as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Congressional review to provide the country with more of the 2,000-pound bombs that it has used in the war against Hamas in Gaza. In a series of notifications sent to Congress late Friday, the State Department said it had signed off on the sale of more than 35,500 Mk-84 and Blue 117 bombs and 4,000 Predator warheads worth roughly $2 billion. The State Department said deliveries are set to begin next year. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
Freshman Senator Dave McCormick says the Senate has been working hard on President Trump's agenda, from his cabinet selections to his plans for the U.S. budget.
We've been working hard to get the president's nominees in place and are now turning to this. And I think you'll see a lot of movement over the next few weeks, hopefully in the direction of a good, strong resolution.
Senator McCormick was interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. Senator Tom Cotton among those defending Elon Musk and his demand that federal workers submit a list of the work they've done over the past week.
I've heard reports that some over the last 4 years only required their employees to work 1 day a month, and the employees could stack them to work on the 31st of one month and the 1st of the next month and then be gone for 60 days.
That is Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas. He says accountability, after all, is common in the private sector, something that should be applied to federal workers as well. More from townhall.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-4110. 800-606-4110. Again, that's 800-606-4110.
A bright end to an otherwise dreary month on Wall Street as the major indexes saw a bit of a surge on Friday. The S&P 500 jumped by 1.6% of its value to trim its loss for the month. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 1.4%. A hurricane-battered section of Interstate 40 in North Carolina reopening to traffic this weekend.
Months after Hurricane Helene's historic flooding last fall led to the roadway's closure, a 20-mile section on the North Carolina side of the border will enable a partial restoration of travel with eastern Tennessee. It's not a complete reopening, as large portions will only have one narrowed lane in each direction and a reduced speed limit, which will create delays initially. Repairs to resume full 4-lane flow aren't expected to be completed until well into next year. George Williams reporting.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. An elderly Jewish woman who endured World War II Nazi horrors has passed away.
Rose Giron, believed to be the oldest living Holocaust survivor, as well as a strong advocate for sharing survivors' stories, has died. She was 113. She died Monday in New York. Giron was born January 13th, 1912, in Poland. One of about 245,000 survivors still living across more than 90 countries.
That is correspondent Rich Thomason reporting. Egg producers blame the ongoing bird flu outbreak for driving prices to record highs. Some believe giant companies may be taking advantage of their market dominance to profit handsomely at the expense of egg buyers. It depends who you listen to. Advocacy groups and some Democrat lawmakers are calling for a government investigation after egg prices spiked to a record average high of $4.95 a dozen this past month. More on these stories at townhall.com.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oak Knoll Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Dealmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
And welcome to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack, here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's get it kicked off. I'm now joined in the studio today by longtime Cubs fan and Blackhawks fan, legendary Katrina. Please, Katrina, I did not learn your last name and I don't want to butcher it. So go ahead and tell the fans who you are and what do you bring to this show today.
I'm Katrina Vlasic. As you said, a longtime Blackhawks fan and Cubs fan. I'd pretty much say lifelong.
Yeah.
I'm kind of known more for my Blackhawks fandom as of late because I was named the, December NHL's 4-Star of the Month.
Yes.
I'm known for the Team Murray stuff, the bands and the support and his battle against cancer. Also, I guess, mayor of 318 now that's out there.
Yep.
So season ticket holder. So with the Blackhawks, was going to be a season ticket holder with the Cubs this year. That was my plan.
Yeah.
But I got laid off in October, so
things
that's on
happen.
hold right now.
Yeah.
I got to pay the mortgage.
You got to pay the bills first. Yep. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And so now we're speaking on the Cubs. We were actually just talking about right before we came on, and I think that's a good way for us to start. Well, we know that the teams are getting warmed up. They're both out there in spring training. White Sox and I'm thinking Blackhawks and then I'm getting confused. We got White Sox and Cubs out there right now, spring training. They're getting tuned up. They're getting ready to get this going. This is March now, so it's only going to be a little bit of time for this season's going now. We're going to get through March Madness in this month, and then it's baseball. It's baseball. It's just that simple. March Madness was going to be an exciting time, and then we got baseball. The Cubs, as they sit now, as we were talking, we do believe that this is potential. Well, I'll just ask you this question. Is this a potential playoff team?
I think so. They definitely have, I think they're gelling, as we were talking about just before we went live. I think granted, I know this, spring training doesn't tell all, but the record kind of shows that they're gelling out there. They've got some, questionable trades, but I think also some really good ones. So, we've got PCA, we've got Hap. I mean, he's made some ridiculous catches out there and left during spring training. So they look like they're having fun out there. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping, I don't think we're going to go all the way. We're not there quite yet, but I think that we can make a run for it. I don't know. I'm feeling kind of positive. Yeah. But that's a Cubs fan every year. Right.
You're feeling kind of, right. Where you have to start somewhere, right?
Right. So,
and like I talked with Blake Cowell, who was my co-host last week, we spoke, and this team won 86 games last year. Mm-hmm. The only reason they didn't make the playoffs was because the Brewers just had a better run. That's really what it came down to. It wasn't like the Cubs had a bad season. Yeah, we
had that one
tough stretch.
It was July where it was a bad month.
Exactly, and that was enough. And that was enough to put them out.
They were on.
And so the changes that they've made, I think, have been good. We were talking about Justin Turner coming to the team, and I was kind of wondering, is his best days gone? Are they behind him? As we bring him to the team, and now it looks like he's gonna be playing first base. I thought that they needed a third baseman more. That's why I was kind of like, really?
Because he's just not mobile. So a lot of like what I've read and what I've heard, the analysts speak of is he's just lost his mobility. So he's in there, I think, more for support offensively.
Yeah. This is his 16th season.
Yeah, and he's a verbal guy. So I'm wondering, because that was a lot of the Cubs' issues last year. Granted, we didn't have a very good bullpen, but or it was iffy, right? But I think our biggest thing was when our bats would just go to absolute sleep, like they were in hibernation. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if it's more that they brought him in because he's a very vocal guy, he's a very positive guy, he's
somebody in the locker room maybe,
right? And that he could get the bats going.
And I do know that he's been a part of some winning franchises.
Oh yeah,
he so it's not like they're bringing in a guy that like hasn't had success, been around success. I just question it more because I just really worried, especially with Shaw getting injured and the third base kind of after they didn't Bregman, after they didn't get Bregman, it was kind of like, what are you going to do at third base? That's a hole right now. Yeah. We got right now joining us on the show, too, for the first time out here as well. We got a newcomer to the game. We've got Cowell Long here in the studio with us as well. Cowell, welcome to the show. Cowell, what is your thoughts on this Cubs roster?
Well, talking about Justin Turner, I think of him more like how David Ross was when they went on that World Series run. He brings in that experience, that clubhouse personality that this young team needs. And I feel like bringing him in to nurture those guys, give them those pointers, and then when times are hard to bring them back up, like, hey, I've been through this. I know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I feel like that's his role. And then to give, Michael Busch a break at first, maybe if Shaw's hurt or if they decide to go with Gage Workman and he's not, performing right away, hey, we need you to play a game at third. He'd be like, oh, all right, I'll stretch a little bit more before I get going. But, I think if he could play that role.
Yeah, because you can't expect much out of a 40-year-old.
No.
And I just looked at that and saw, he was 40. I was hoping he was still in his 30s. He's 40.
Yes. So, I feel like, bringing in that experience and bringing in that personality kind of helps bring in this young club that will go through ups and downs,
Yeah.
And especially two guys on the corners who don't have that much experience.
Right. No, I think the Rossi analogy is a good one. That's what I meant about the the whole, kind of that positive attitude. I've been there before, and he's a vocal guy.
Yeah.
Rossi was as well. That's a great analogy.
And obviously he can play DH now because of the how the league has changed, and now he'll fill in for that DH role with the less mobility factor.
Exactly.
And I mean he could probably fill in that role pretty well. He's always been known to be a pretty steady hitter. I don't think he can really launch a lot of bombs right now, but in the terms of a situation of getting a batter in, that's where that old man experience comes in. Yeah. You just know where to place the ball as long as you still got the bat speed. Yeah. And it seems like he still does.
And then you got that 7th, 8th inning. You need a pinch hitter off the bench. I mean, how clutch was he in LA? When you got him coming up, you're like, all right, and then you do a double switch. You put him somewhere else. Hey, you play first for the 8th and 9th. We're good to go.
My biggest concern beyond third base, though, is the starting pitching. I don't see a Cy Young guy on the roster. There was a reason that they went after the kid that went to the Dodgers this summer from Japan. Oh
my gosh.
I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. It's like not Suzuki because we have him, but got Shota.
Yeah, it'll come to me. Give me a second. But I mean, they lost out on that kid. So clearly they wanted pitching. Yeah. They wouldn't have went after him if they didn't want him on their roster. And so when that didn't happen, now you're left with who is their ace? Do they have one?
Well, I mean, if Shota keeps up with what he did last year, if he's able to, and by all intents and purposes, like what he's been able to show his one outing anyway at spring training. I mean, I think he had, I'm going on memory here, 6 strikeouts or whatnot. So I'm hoping, maybe he's not necessarily Cy Young, but I think he's definitely.
He can carry. Yeah.
And then the other one, but now his name's, young guy. He was doing really, really great last year. I'm having a probably early morning fuzz.
It happens to the best of us. The guy from the Dodgers is Yamamoto.
Yeah.
Yamamoto. Yes. They all stood on Yamamoto. But I'm just going through here, and maybe it's a jogging memory.
Yeah, Justin Steele.
Okay,
Justin Steele,
that's the wild card. That's the wild card because he actually had. I'm so glad you brought him up. I felt like he had a pretty good season last year. It wasn't great, but it was good.
But it progressed.
Exactly. I mean, he finished when we looked here. 24 games started. Not bad at all in 2004. His WAR was 1.9. He finished with a 3.07 ERA.
That's not bad.
No. That's not.
He's looking good, at least in spring training. I don't remember how many strikeouts or whatnot, but I know that there's been talk like his ERA is pretty low.
Mm-hmm. He's had a pretty decent, even going to 2023. He was 16. He was 16-5 in 2023. He had a 3.06 ERA. He has a chance to. That could be a 1-2 combo that could really be beneficial for them because you're going to need. Yes, starting pitching, and then I feel like they have enough relief. I'm just worried about the closer, and I think if they got those areas, third base, closer, and you've got 2 starting pitchers, the starting pitchers that can really go out there and get you a win. And people might wonder, like, well, no, yes, you would love that 5 starting pitchers in your rotation, but think about how baseball works. 3-game series, right? Most of them, maybe a 4-game series. So that means most of the time, your 2 guys, they're going to probably get some taste at least every other series. Yep. They're getting some taste. So they're going to be able to affect, not maybe that one series, but the next series, they're going to be able to affect. And that's what you're looking for. And then you're hoping for, in those in-between games, you can just get enough.
Right.
Like you just look at it, just get enough. As long as those 3 pitchers that are left can, if one of those pitchers out of those 3 gets a win, and now my 2 guys get a win, it starts to add up more, right?
Mm-hmm. Especially if your offense starts getting hot, sometimes you can squeak one out, right?
So who do we think the bombs are going to come from this year? That's my real concern. I know Kyle Tucker's going to put some over the fence. Hap's been known to have a little boom.
I know that PCA, he's talked about, other than trying to be a Gold Glove out there, I think he's more focused on his defense, or at least the way he's been talking. But I mean, I think that we might see something out of him, a little bit of a upswing there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been great on the bases and all that, but and the thing is if he's being good on the bases, it means he's getting on base.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a good thing. But I don't know. We might see some bombs from him.
Yeah, I
you
think
know, he's exciting. That's for sure.
I think Michael Bush needs to take a big step.
Oh yeah.
There's been that.
You know-
So what is his deal? I have heard so much about this guy when he came to the organization.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much excitement. Has he lived up to it at all since he's come here? I mean, he's been here. He was 1 year in, right? He's 1 year in, and 248 batting average last year, 21 homers. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. But I mean, living up to, not yet.
Not yet.
Because of the fact that if you're talking about these, like, kind of the names that get mentioned when you talk Cubs, his name's not one of the ones out
Yeah.
there. They're talking PCA, you know, they're talking Kyle Tucker now, you know, and some of the opposite. And of course, oh my God, I am having a morning this because I love the guy, second baseman.
Oh, Nico Horner.
Nico Horner.
But you got to
Right,
worry
the-
about how he's going to be coming
Yeah,
back from that
'cause his
forearm.
surgery, yeah.
You know, is that power gone? Is that, you know, is that
Can he
fielding
get
ability?
production?
Yeah.
But the thing is he's so even keel.
Mhm.
I think that he's gonna, whatever injury he get, he's always gonna bounce back from. I just think that he's like a, I don't want to say that caliber, but like a Ryan Sandberg, right? Where
Yes.
it's just like he just keeps
Mhm.
trucking. He's even keel. He's not very,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
up down.
Yeah, he stays steady, and that's going to be important. That's because, I mean, make no mistake about it. I do know that the Brewers are. I don't think they're going to be what they were last year.
No.
I think they lost some key pieces, and that's going to hurt them. But at the same time, it's always just kind of seems like whenever in this division you say, "Oh, this one," all of a sudden the Cardinals become something again.
Yep.
You know, it's like it's like every time we, you think like, "Oh, the Cubs have got the upper hand finally." you know, like it just seems to go that way in the Central, and it is frustrating, you know, because you're really just kind of like, oh, come on, like can you get a moment out here, please? And it just, but that's my real fear is that, you know, it's like, oh, okay, the Brewers won. But what does that mean? You know, like now the Cardinals all of a sudden find a way to come up. I do think, though, and honestly, this is the one. This season. I feel like the Cubs have the upper hand.
Yeah.
In the division. I mean, we know the Pirates.
You know.
We know who the Pirates are.
Yeah.
Right. So who do they really got to worry about? It's the Cardinals or the Brewers. And I think that the Brewers. I just feel like they just lost too much to be what they were last year. Now you never know, right? Young guys come up, people
Well, and that's the
surprise
thing
you.
about baseball,
Yeah.
right? It's a very long season. And, you know, like last year, Cubs were rolling. And then they hit that month and just kind of like offense went to hibernation. And, you know, Brewers were just unstoppable.
They got hot.
So, you know, and that's the whole thing. And I think that's where it makes baseball so interesting, no matter who you have on your team. And, you know, someone could be creeping up just because of how long the season is. And injuries, right?
You can
Going
even
into
bring
that.
up how the Reds had that explosion for a little bit too.
That's
You know,
They had that little fake move, and
Yeah.
it was enough to throw off.
Yeah.
Right. It was enough to just give a couple losses to people that shouldn't have took losses to that team,
then-
like the Cubs.
and make you think like, what's coming up? And then they went back to being the Reds.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
and then you got to think about everybody that, I don't know, that the GM in St. Louis and that scouting department. I mean, they know how to find players.
just do.
No matter
They do.
what.
Constantly.
And that's one of those
Constantly.
organizations where I'm always like, why isn't anybody picking guys out of that organization to come work for them?
Oh, no, they're tight-lipped with it.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
they don't trade their
That's-
prospects. If
yeah.
you've ever noticed with the Cardinals, you can't get those prospects out of them. It's just like Atlanta. You never hear about them trading prospects.
Yeah.
They're
Ever.
old school to me.
Ever. If you think about it, I can't think of the last time I've heard about a trade with Atlanta trading away prospects.
Yeah.
They
there
don't.
There was the one year where the Cubs were looking to trade Bryant to Atlanta, and what the Cubs wanted in return, and they're like, no,
You're not touching our farm
Yeah.
system. They don't play
on
that.
them because
Yeah.
where's Bryant?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know,
Yeah,
well, then you
I'll
look
tell
at what the Cubs were able to do, moving Baez to the Mets and getting PCA.
Yeah,
you know, and going back to when we were talking about, you know, how you're unfortunately a White Sox fan.
It's punishment right now.
I go back to their, you know, Benintendi, who's injured right now. I wanted them to get him when they traded Chris Sale instead of Moncada.
Yeah.
Because I felt like at that time, that's when Benintendi was good. And I would have been like, give me him.
Yeah.
Give me Benintendi. Why, you know, you take this number one prospect, Moncada, who I kind of have a feeling about the Cubs system and the White Sox system when it comes to like Dominican players, where you look at how they got rid of Eloy, and what's Eloy now? Nothing. The biggest part of that problem was getting rid of Dylan Cease.
Yes.
And then you look at Soler. Soler was all hyped up, and then he kind of flustered. I feel the same way with with Moncada.
Yeah.
That these guys are just like, we could play them up to get rid of them because we know they're going to have the tissue injuries. They're going to be like this. They're going to be pops here and there, but they're not going to be consistent.
That's big facts.
You know?
That's real big facts. Once again, this is WRMN 1410 AM. We're in Studio 14. Here's the truth about Chicago sports. Feel free to call into the line 847-931-1410 as we are bringing you the show here from 10 to 12. We were started out today with On the Rise 8 to 10. Now, I want to ask you guys, because one big move the Cubs made last year that did not seem to pay as much dividend as we hoped was the hiring of Greg Cowell. And I do feel like some of his managerial choices last year cost them some games. Greg Cowell in year 2. Now he knows the roster better. Maybe it was a little bit uncomfortable for him to, Milwaukee was not happy, so he left in some strife. Maybe now more comfortability in year 2, knowing your roster a little bit more. Do you expect more out of Greg Cowell than you saw last year?
Yeah, but I will say, and this might not be a popular opinion, but I wasn't happy with the hire.
So, I know a lot of Cubs fans weren't.
Because they keep talking. The biggest thing was because everybody said, "Oh, he's such a winning coach." I'm like, what has he won? Right? And you gotten rid of Madden, you got rid of Rossi, and Rossi was a players type coach, and of course part of that is also because I was such a fan of Rossi, being a catcher myself. And just what he's done within the organization and for the organization. And I don't think, unfortunately, he was given enough time. Think about the roster that he had, right? So could you have really said he did well or not with what he had? But then to go, all right, well, we're going to get, Cowell because he's got a winning mentality, but he hasn't really won it. Don't tell me that my thing is don't tell me that's the reason, because what has he won?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because they get there and they stall, and that's so what?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So that's the only thing. So to me, he's got a lot to prove.
I agree.
That he was worth doing what he did.
Yes.
Or what we've done to get him. Yeah.
And the paycheck. They paid him the bag too.
Oh, yeah.
And they paid him. So, I have to agree with that there needs to be more. And we'll cut you some slack, because it was your first year. I don't care how long you've been coaching. You come to a new situation, there's going to be an adjustment period. Even Phil Jackson, when he went and coached the Lakers, they didn't win right away. They did win eventually, but they didn't win right away. It took them a second to get to know the roster. I definitely want to see better choices out of that bullpen, his starting lineup. I need that starting lineup to make more sense. Make more sense. Make sure you've got the guys in the right spot. And I felt like sometimes he didn't last year. I felt like sometimes there were guys playing that shouldn't have been playing. Like that one guy, Morrell, I think his name was, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Come on, this guy's not producing for you. He's hurting you right now.
Yeah.
And so we need, yes, it's prove it. It's a prove it year. And obviously he's not going anywhere. If the Cubs, even if they had a bad season, they've paid this guy, a king's ransom.
Yeah, he still has 3 years left on
Yeah,
his deal.
so
They can't get rid of him.
He's not going anywhere. But at the same time, it's like, man, look, dude, they kind of moved mountains for you, brother.
Right. and supposedly you're a winning coach, though he's not won anything in terms of like something serious in the postseason. So prove it to me.
Yeah.
Right. And that's my and then, like I said, last year, Cubs were hot and then they stalled. And that's to where, when your office isn't producing, that's where a coach has to come in and, positive reinforcement, something, because a lot of that is mental.
Yeah.
And it goes down the line. Right. So that's to where it's like, well, why is this lasting so long? He's got to step in.
Yes. And if I'm that GM, if I'm Big Ned, I'm sitting there going, look, dog, my job on the line. If I'm Big Ned, I'm like, look now, man, hey. Yeah. I done did everything for you. It's time now, brother. I need a new contract. If I'm Jed, I'm sitting there like, man, look, you lose another series. Okay? I'm turning casino on them. another series. I like my job.
Right. I mean, I don't know. How do you feel? I mean, that's.
Well, coming off your point where you're talking about, going through those slumps, I'll come back to why I think they brought in Justin Turner to be that how when Joe Madden, when there was things that were going on, who was picking up the clubhouse? David Ross.
Rossi.
Right? He's not doing the things on the field, but he's doing things in the clubhouse. He's doing things, in practice everywhere where we don't see it. And I feel like bringing in somebody like that, hey, we're slumping, dude. I need you to pump up the troops. What is he going to do? He's going to come in and fill that role. And then you look at maybe now this is a way for Justin Turner to be like, hey, coaching is something I like, and kind of use that as to build him up further along.
Stay within the organization, start coaching, and coach or something.
Yeah.
And then I listened to something earlier in the week where they had an interview with Craig Counsell, and he was talking about more accountability and, putting more things that he didn't last year, where he's actually talking to Jed and he's talking with everybody about, like, we need to do this. We need to be this way, and being more vocal about it, to where I think coming in his first year, he's like, all right, I'm going to come in. I'm going to learn the ropes of the organization, see what's going, use year one as a learning curve to then come into year two and be like, hey, this is what we need to do.
This is how it needs to be done.
Yeah, this is what we need to do.
Sometimes to be a leader, you got to sit back and listen and watch and learn.
Learn what's going on.
And then go, this is what needs to change. Because there are a lot of, and this is just outside of baseball or any organization, like where I've worked before, where you see, sometimes these new leaders come in, they come in as a C-level and they go, okay, I got to prove myself.
Yeah.
And they just start change, and you're like, wait, that's not the issue we've been having.
Exactly.
They come in to prove, and they rock the boat.
Too much.
The boat capsizes. So.
Yes.
And you got to think about how young this team actually is. If you take out Hap, you take out a couple little pieces. I'm like, this team is so young, and you can't come in right away trying to instill things from day one. You have to let me see what I got.
Let me know what I'm working with.
And then I could start piecing those puzzles. I think maybe that's what was wrong with some of those lineup decisions. Is that he's just trying to feel out what he has and where to put him.
I will give him last year then.
And once again, when we get back from break, we'll be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn. We'll be talking about some Black Hawks. We also might continue some Cup conversation. We're definitely going to be talking some Bears as well. Once again, here on The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM and Studio 14.
The first shift is the go-to show for movers and shakers of the Fox River Valley.
This is Mayor Mike from Hampshire. People always ask me how I find the time to listen to Marky B on the first shift. And the obvious answer is when I've got nothing better to do. If you've got nothing better to do, try listening in from 6 to 10 a.m. weekdays on the Voice of the Valley, 1410 a.m. WRMN. I can't believe I'm actually recording this. Man, I feel bad for this guy.
Catch it weekday mornings from 6 until 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
As the 2025 tax season unfolds, the Better Business Bureau is warning the public about the various schemes that con artists will employ in the coming weeks to steal your money, personal identity information, and peace of mind. According to the Internal Revenue Service, taxpayers lost $5.5 billion due to tax scams and fraud in 2023. This year, the tax filing deadline is the traditional April 15th. So here are some important tax time tips. Check out businesses before you hire them. The best way to avoid tax ID theft is to file your taxes as early as possible. Check out websites carefully and make sure you access the actual IRS website when filing your taxes electronically. Be wary of tax preparer offering fast refunds or large returns. If you get a written notice from the IRS about a duplicate tax return or any notice that additional taxes are owed, contact the IRS immediately. Don't give out your social security number unless you are 100% sure you are dealing with someone you trust. A message from the Better Business Bureau and your friends here at WRMN. Visit their website at bbb.org.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources change, food assistance program sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank? Or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. You're now listening to your host, Marcus Mack, and let's go. We are now joined, everyone, by the great Sophia Blackburn. Sophia, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello. What is going on? Sophia, we just got to get right into it. I know On the Rise was talking about this earlier, and they were breaking this down as well, but you were the first one to actually break the story yesterday in our group chat when you kicked it off by saying Connor Bedard, when he comes up to the end of his contract, is going to try to leave. And that sparked actually a debate in the group chat that was really good. Go ahead and explain where this is coming from, please.
So I saw something, like Bar Down posted something, and also I watched the game as well, and it was when Connor Bedard got a penalty and he was in the box, and that man looked like he has had enough. And somebody looked up the stat for it, and somebody posted it somewhere, and it went viral, and I just needed to let the group chat know because obviously group chat's group chat, but in the first 57 games of the season, Connor Bedard has had 36 different line combinations. This is a huge problem that must be fixed this summer. That kid has had 36 line changes.
Yeah,
in the first
it's taxing.
Yeah,
very taxing. And the losing, it's not good. I mean, they've lost 4 games in a row. He's, like everyone has lamented, he has been on winning teams his whole young hockey career. Mm-hmm. And he is, and being when you're young and you're taking lumps like this, and there's really no one else on the roster. And I really hate saying that because, man, these guys are professionals. But at the same time, there's really no one else on the roster that's like a bona fide, like all-star level hockey player. And yeah, you need to bring these guys up from the amateur league. There needs to be something. They need to put some talent around this kid, man, and I mean fast because, yeah, you can see he's frustrated. Yeah, he isn't. And you can understand that.
You can see more than frustration. You can see him going through every layer of emotions in that one clip that they clipped of him. I wish this was a video, like, podcast show to show it, but, like, you guys look up Connor Bedard and it's going to be probably like the first thing you see right now. It's because of how devastated this kid looks. It's like, tough. I don't know what's going on. They have a game tonight at 9. Everybody check in with that. Oh, yeah. But, the past couple of games they have been playing pretty hard. Against the Las Vegas Knights. What was it? Was it
7-5, yeah. 7-5 against the Knights and 2-1 against Utah as well. Tough losses.
Good. Yep. But they're close scores, which is what gets me, is that these scores are so close now. They're catching up. They're getting up there. They're close scores. 7-5, that's a really good game.
Yes, it is. That is.
Game.
Now, we are joined by Super Blackhawks fan Katrina. She's in the studio with us. And Katrina has followed this team pretty much the whole season. I know you've been watching them. You watch every game. Mm-hmm. What do you think about Bedard's body language? What have you been seeing? Because you watch literally every game up close.
Well, I think a lot of it is our frustration when we see a certain photo. You're kind of imposing what you're feeling, and the fans are feeling that. Mm-hmm. I think part of it, though, that one photo or that one clip isn't just him being frustrated. I think a lot of that is because it was, a penalty he shouldn't have taken, right? And he's taken a few that are questionable, or he's gotten upset where he didn't think he had a penalty. I think part of that is that, and we're just kind of also putting our feelings of what the season's been like, and then imposing that on that and saying, yeah, look, this is the way he feels. He's frustrated. He doesn't want to be here. I think that might be a little bit of a stretch, because I think he was drafted knowing he's coming to a team that's nowhere near. I mean, it was, you have to go back 2 years ago. We were clearly, everybody was, it's a rebuild. It's going to take time.
Clear rebuild.
It's not going to be 2 years. They said 3 to 5.
And remember, coming off a scandal, too. Remember that. They were coming off of a nasty scandal.
So, and he's a pretty intelligent still young, though, but still a pretty intelligent kid. I think that he knows that, are the frustrations there? But for him, already within the second year, I think it's a bit of a fetch to say that he's getting ready to leave or he's thinking about it. Will he probably talk and say, hey, things need to change? In terms of who is being brought on, like from a veteran, I don't think that they're going to be trying to bring like a patchwork of veterans to come in. They need to find someone that's going to actually support him, like be that A player, and I think that maybe they even want to maybe look at moving him to wing, because he can't win.
I've heard about that. Yeah, I've heard about that. I've heard about that idea, moving him to wing.
Patrick Kane is a winger.
Yeah.
And where does he shoot? He doesn't shoot from the middle. He doesn't go up to the what do you call it? The goal. He doesn't fight for the.
Right.
He's like a caner. Small in stature and such. And so maybe move that and get like a big center. That is able to go in there and win the what do you call it, the draws and
face offs,
and get up in front of the net and stuff like a Taves, right?
Yeah.
That's something to think about, because I think that that's also frustrating when he himself is. I lost another one. He's at what, 35% face off.
Yeah, he's not.
Not good.
He's not doing good.
Center?
He's not doing good He's not doing good at face offs at all.
For a generational center.
And that's some frustration as well. And I also think that those Messier comments really hurt him. I really do. I mean, you're a young kid, and you're from Canada. Mark Messier is very respected Canadian. Very respected hockey Canadian player. And for him to have ripped into him the way he did on national TV for everyone to see it and talk about it and know about it, I think it hurt him.
Well, but that's also, a lot of people took that, I think, also out of context. They were like, oh, why are they bashing him? He's an analyst. That's his job. And he's just reporting what he sees. And we've seen it. I know about it.
I just think it was unexpected because he's Canadian, and so is. But I think that was the shock factor.
Yeah.
Well, also, it was a lot more harsh than it needed to be.
Yes.
Yes, tough love, the truth hurts, but it was a lot more harsh than it needed to be, especially when it just was it wasn't needed, because Connor already in his interview the next day or that game was like, yeah, I know I messed up. You don't need to point it out. But, that's also Mark's job.
He's an analyst.
You got to respect both sides.
Otherwise, they've got nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. And but at the same time, we as, all of us sports pundits out here, we're all giving our takes. We're all giving our opinions. And that's where we do have to be careful, because athletes are human. They are. And your words get out. Your words get out. What you say about an athlete can get out. You never know who's listening, who's passing things along. And so I think that was the part of it where I agree with Sophia. It was a little too harsh, because yes, you are an analyst. Yes, you're doing your job. but you didn't have to make it sound like the kid was complete trash. I mean, he's like, this is year 2 enough. You know, you need to, and it's like, whoa. He's 19. He's 19. Calm down. Now that's how Jed should be talking to counsel. You know, like this kid's 19. Like, whoa.
Like one of the youngest ones. Like you can't. Like I was saying the last time I was on the radio, never put baby in the corner. It's gonna make everybody mad.
That's the facts. That is the facts. I'm actually getting a text from the boss man right now. He's saying we're doing a great show. So, but yeah, you know, I definitely wasn't expecting that to come. I mean, we've all talked about. We thought that this year should be a more productive year for my. I mean,
it was stated it was going to be even, right. So that that was their goal. It was going to be we're going to progress, and in many ways we've regressed to some extent, right? But I think that also again, where us as fans, we're feeling it, right? Where they're looking at it a different way than we do. They've got a plan. We may not know everything. There's some things that they're going to be, keep close to the chest and stuff, and things that they see that we don't. Just because I watch a game doesn't mean I see everything that's going on.
And we have no idea what's going on in that locker room.
Exactly.
We have no idea.
So
hey, because remember the scandal? We didn't know who was going on in the locker room then. So hey,
I'm just saying, it's like, but that's the whole thing is that there's a lot of people who want to insert what they think should be done or question certain trades or whatnot, but that we don't know the whole story. Right?
Well, it's a younger team, and like as you can see with all the goals that they're making in these games, like they're putting points on the board, they're putting points on the record. It is a lot of the younger guys that are scoring, so the rebuild is slowly happening. It's just like a slow burn right now, which I know in the next probably 2 to 3 years, the team's going to be great. It's going to be perfect. People are going to be a little bit more seasoned in. Like, it's just like they're just going at it very slowly, which you can tell because they are progressively getting a little bit better. You can see the fire coming into them. But at the same time, like, I feel like there's just too much pressure on Bedard.
Very much so.
For sure.
Very much so.
So it's like, so when he gets a penalty, and he's like, why did I get this penalty? Like that, like, we all think exactly the same thing of probably what they're thinking when they get penalties, when it's uncalled for. But like, it's just sometimes that like, it kind of sucks for them to be televised with certain emotions that are going to play, because obviously, yes, like Katrina said, everybody's going to take it and run with it in different ways. But at the same time, it's like, at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that body language from your players out there. Anytime, doesn't matter what sport it is. It's concerning. I'm looking at their season. They have not been shut out all season. They've scored in every game. That's something to take note of. I mean, yeah, they're losing, but there hasn't been one game where they didn't find a way to put the puck in the net. That's a positive sign, That is a very positive sign. It kind of seems to me it's more on goaltending than it is really on the players. And I know defense plays into a part of that as well. Goaltender isn't out there by himself. There's a defense in front of the net in the crease area. But, a lot of these games, the Hawks have scored. Just the other teams are just
turning it over. A lot of people want to right away. There was a period there where we were giving up goals and such, but it wasn't actually a defense. If you watch closely enough, it was all the turnovers, right? You get it down, at one point there was a stretch where it was like, do we even know how to pass each other? You'd watch other teams, and they're going tape to tape to tape. Us, we're going there, oh, it's long, oh, it's just this. And those are turnovers.
Yep.
And, of course, then you add 70 whatever percent on just one person of turning it over at the dot, right? That's a turnover. That's them going on offense. It's not defense letting it in. But, I mean, if you're constantly being pressured and the defense can't get off the ice or whatnot, that adds to it, right?
Yeah.
So,
and we saw that in Canada versus USA.
Exactly,
all it took was that one little move, and next thing you know, David McConnor was he's gone.
Oh, he was left.
He was gone.
That was
the defense just moved away from him when they last shot.
And that's all it took.
Yeah.
That's all it took, that one little move. He was gone.
Yep.
But turnovers are a big thing for us.
Mhm.
More than, I mean, our defense hasn't Brody. I don't get how you bench Reichel, but somehow Brody's okay.
Mhm.
I get it. You're paying him, but the thing is, he's awful.
Yeah, he's not producing.
You know, he's just
not
awful. And
producing.
I'm like, I'd rather see Reichel out there and build than Brody. At least I can kind of forgive Reichel, but not Brody so much.
And we know now this season we don't have that much more hockey left. You know, they're getting ready to head pretty soon into the playoffs. But
not us.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not the Hogs. You know, as we're looking here, we've got about a good a month and a half left. The season's going to wrap up on April 15th. I ask you though, as we start to get to the end of the season, who do you see still staying on this? Like, who besides Bedard is a building block?
Oh, Vlasic.
Vlasic.
Vlasic on
Okay.
the defense for sure. That man is proud to have his last name.
Vlasic, I like that. I've always have trouble pronouncing his name. Tavo Teravainen?
Oh, Tavo Teravainen.
Tavo Teravainen.
Lackluster.
Where does he fit in?
I was hoping for more from him. I
thought that there would be more from him.
I don't know. I'm just wondering if he isn't someone that we trade in the offseason.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
I
would have loved for him to have been that person that came in that we were expecting, but it's not been that way. So.
And even at this team, even like I'm looking at this team, the construct of it is weird. You've got 30-year-old nobodies mixed in with like a Frank Nazar that's 21. And then you got a Craig Smith that's 35, clearly over the hill. And, better days of hockey are gone. You got a Nick Foligno.
Oh, Foligno. It's a
37 years old. You know what I'm saying? Pat Maroon, 36 years old. Tyler Bertuzzi, 30 years old. How do you mix that with a 19-year-old? When these guys are at the end of their careers, they're done. And like you said, you got Lucas Reichel. This is a young 22-year-old. Let's get that 22-year-old out there. What about this guy Landon Slaggert? He's 22 years old. Maybe we need to see some more of that. Dmitry Kuzmin, who's 21 years old. Wyatt Kaiser, who's 22 years old as well. Maybe let's start getting, because I don't see like a TJ Brody who's 34 years old. And the season is already done. Let's just be honest.
There's been a lot of fans, like you'll see it through the social media. It's like, let the kids play. At this point,
exactly.
The what do you call it, veterans? They're not helping. I'd say in Brody's case, they're hindering.
Yeah.
So let the kids play. Let them start creating, like gelling together, and quit changing so many damn lines.
Yes, yes.
They're like, oh, we're trying to find a line that gels. I'm like, how do you gel anything if you keep changing it?
Sophia hit the nail on the head with that one when she brought it up in the group chat, and I thought about that, and it was just like, and that's that. In any sport, you have to have continuity. We know that with offensive lines in the NFL.
And it takes time to build.
You can't continually. Oh, this guy's playing left tackle, that guy's playing right guard, this guy's playing center. Don't work that way with the line. And that's the same way with hockey. The lines, they have to gel right.
But it takes time to gel. Because what is gelling? Taking something that's very liquid and kind of making it somewhat solid.
Yes.
But that takes time.
Yes.
Right? So I don't think you just, that didn't go well for one shift, let's change it. Or that didn't go well last game. Well, what if it works well this game? You've got to give them the time. I mean, this has been something for like a month now. We've been, at least in 318 with all the, because I sit right by the media and stuff, and it's something that we're all talking. It's like, why don't they just leave a line that had a little bit of smart? Maybe it didn't work that great. We lost or whatnot, but let them work towards that gelling.
Let them work towards that gelling. I think that would go a long way, and I think that would also help settle maybe some of the frustrations, probably with all of the young players, because I said, these older players, they're not frustrated. They're getting paid, man. They know why they're here. They're here to fill a roster spot. They understand that. They know their role.
They're just lucky enough to be on the team.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you for speaking. This is the truth about Chicago sports. Because we speak the truth. And that they are just lucky to be on a team. And we got to get to the point. You got to clear this out. I'm just looking at this. Come on, man. What 35, 30, 37, 36, 34, 31, 37. What are we doing?
Well, the funny thing is, and maybe this isn't going to be a very, and I still question is they said, okay, we're going to get rid of everybody. And I think that was because of the whole, we don't want anybody around from the 2010 thing. But I mean, they had Kaner. Yeah. Right. And they were like, oh, well, we needed to bring in, some veterans. You had one. He could have been a winger to Bedard's center, or Bedard could have learned something and said, I think I feel better on the other wing from.
But instead, he's in Detroit.
But now he's in Detroit.
You be quiet, young lady. You be quiet.
Playing with DeBrincat.
Yeah.
Doing amazing.
Yeah.
That one is still a head scratcher to me because I'm like, so you get rid of him, but then you bring in veterans. You had one. You had one that everybody loved that had a lot to teach. And still a lot left in the tank.
Yes, indeed.
As we're seeing up in Detroit.
A lot left in the tank. And once again,
amazing things in Detroit.
He is, and he's gonna break. He's gonna be the all-time leading American hockey player, scoring American hockey player.
Hell yeah.
Pretty soon. It's coming up. Trust me.
Sorry.
We're all good. It was HE double hockey sticks.
Double hockey sticks.
And once again, this is WRMN 1410 AM Studio 14 in Elgin, Illinois. I'm sitting here in studio with Katrina Vlasic. I've also got Cowell Long, and we've got the great Sophia Blackburn on the phone. We're sitting here breaking down some Blackhawks. We talked some Cubs earlier. We also don't mind talking a little White Sox because, once again, this is a home of a White Sox station. We are affiliated with the Chicago White Sox. Woo-hoo! So make sure you keep your eyes on that as the season builds. We're getting ready to head into break, but before we get ready to head into break, if this can be changed, Sophia, and I believe that it can, because, here's the one thing, and when she did point out about Connor leaving, I said, and I can't, and maybe you guys could correct me, maybe Katrina, I can't think of any big name hockey players that changed team in the prime except Marian Hossa and Gretzky. Those are the only two I could think of. And Gretzky had already won. Mm-hmm. He had already won when he changed. And actually, and we'll just go quick revisionist history. The reason why he did that was for the game of hockey. Wayne Gretzky coming to America brought hockey way more prominence. Mm-hmm. That's why he did it. That's why he left Canada and came here, and it was the best thing that could have happened to hockey because it put a face to the game.
Well,
so they put a face to the game.
Huge. They did this graph. I can't remember who did it, where you notice like how many hockey players were from, and it was around the Four Nations, right? How many hockey players were in the NHL that were from Canada?
Oh yeah,
Finland, Sweden, right? And then you see U.S. and you're like, what? And it takes a long time until about Gretzky's or where he moved, and then all of a sudden you just start seeing this huge kind of like upswing of the number of actually Americans getting
in the game. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I say it doesn't happen a lot. Sidney Crosby is going to retire in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. Ovechkin has been in Washington and will stay in Washington forever. Lemieux played for Pittsburgh only. The only reason that Kane and Taves left was because of idiocracy. Yeah. Realistically, they should have still. Now Taves got sick. He got sick, and I understand that. That your health, your physical health, you have to take care of that. That's the most important thing.
He's paused.
Exactly.
Right, but Kaner, like that whole thing, like to me, he should have been bringing us 3 cups, all the whatever. He should have been able to some extent have carte blanche and been allowed to retire.
Yes.
As a Blackhawk.
Yes.
And it wasn't like he needed the surgery, but of course, again, that thing of you should have known this in the back screens of things that he was going to be able to come back from that. I mean, with his work ethic and it's not even that. Like he has such deep passion for the game.
He has a hockey pedigree. He has a hockey pedigree.
And, you're just watching him. It's sad, but I'm also happy for him that he's having so much fun in Detroit with DeBrincat. Mm-hmm. So, and he could add that here.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Bedard needs. I think he's a little too serious. I mean, he's not happy in the thing, but he's been breaking sticks since the beginning of this season, or maybe not breaking them, but he's hitting them, and that's not where you want. As a 19-year-old kid, you should be enjoying some of this, and I think he could have with Kaner.
Oh God, yeah. Without a doubt, Kaner would have took him right away and said, "Come on, kid, I'm going to show you Chicago."
There might have been who's got the best selfie. Yeah, all right, let's rate, right?
Because that was the one thing I can say about man. And that's what made him so fun. He enjoyed hockey. He enjoyed this town, and everyone fed off of it, man.
That's hockey, baby.
Yeah, and sometimes he would get in a little too much trouble, a little drunk in the limo, with a shirt off, But hey, we can live with that because he was young. He was a young man.
We never said anything bad. Like we never at least I never frowned down about him. He's a young kid. Let him have his fun.
Yeah, let him have his fun. And so that's what I would love. I want Connor. I'm hoping that he can find that joy again. And I think that he can. And like I said, I do expect him to be here for a long time. I don't think the Blackhawks, because he's not only that, one of our faces in the town. I mean, it's him, Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
That's it right now.
And maybe Kobe White.
We'll see.
Well, compared to everybody else on that team, that's the only one you can. That's the only one you can.
The only one you can say. So when you look at something like that, and the one thing about this town, we always have a star athlete. It's how this town operates. We like to have a star athlete. It goes back from Peyton, Jordan, Kane, Tays, even before that, all the hockey greats that we've had before, Jeremy Roenick, people like that, Savard. We've always had stars. We've always had stars, even in our baseball teams. Mark Grace. We met Sammy Sosa a few weeks back. That was awesome. There's always, from Frank Thomas, there's always been stars in this town. So I don't think that they're going to let this kid go because he's one of the stars here.
I think it'd be, put it this way, one of the biggest failures.
Yes.
How do you look at the first pick, generational player, everything, and you couldn't keep him? Like you couldn't make it work?
No,
and especially with
a disappointment.
Farm system that we have, there's really no reason. If we just it's kind of like having a puzzle and making sure that you know how to get those pieces in.
Yeah, and there's talent in the pipeline.
Those lines, and maybe something will work. That's just insanity to me. I'm sorry, I'm still playing off that, but
no, it's real. It's real.
It's just insane. Okay, yeah, a couple of line changes here and there for the if a player is injured. Got it. Understand. But you're not going to get.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s.
I guess we're already headed to commercial. I thought we were going to get a break. All right, we're headed to commercial, everybody. Thank you, Sophia.
He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Ukraine's president moving on after an Oval Office blowout with President Trump.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky thanking the American people and leadership while voicing hope for strong relations after an explosive Oval Office meeting with President Trump and VP Vance Friday.
You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people.
After that blowout, Zelensky was shown the door. Then on Fox News Channel, special report with Brett Baer.
I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump.
The Ukrainian president is now in London to meet with European and NATO leaders. I'm Julie Walker.
Bernie Bennett reports a majority of voters say they favor an election integrity measure recently advocated by President Trump.
The survey of 1,210 U.S. likely voters was conducted on February 24th and 26th by Rasmussen Reports. The margin of sampling error is plus or minus 3 percentage points with a 95% level of confidence. The Rasmussen Reports daily presidential tracking poll for Friday shows that 50% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Trump's job performance. 48% disapprove. The latest figures include 35% who strongly approve of the job President Trump is doing and 40% who strongly disapprove. That gives him a presidential approval index rating of -5. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Consumer prices inched lower last month, but consumer spending dropped even more.
Government says inflation edged 1/10 of a point lower last month compared to December. 2.5% in January. It's getting closer to the Fed's 2% target. At the same time, consumer spending fell 0.2% last month from December.
That's Rich Thomason reporting. A hurricane-battered section of Interstate 40 in North Carolina reopening to traffic this weekend for the first time, months after Hurricane Helene's historic flooding. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free, no-risk consultation. 800-292-7875. 800-292-7875. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-292-7875.
Freshman Republican Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania says that Senate Republicans need to use their majority to help make sure that President Trump can strengthen the U.S. military.
I think we have a very dangerous world, probably the most dangerous it's been since the end of World War II. We've got not only the challenge of an adversary, a hostile adversary in China, but we also have what's going on with Iran and North Korea, and of course Russia, who's also an aggressor.
Former U.S. Senator Jim Talent says it's going to take a strong commitment to transparency for the Trump administration to rebuild the once stellar reputation of the FBI.
That's the only way we're going to get back. I was always a very strong supporter of the FBI. I began to be very disenchanted when Comey did not prosecute Hillary Clinton.
And former Senator Talent interviewed this week by the Salem Radio Network. A school bus driver safely evacuating 15 students after the vehicle caught fire.
It all happened while they were headed to school in a Cleveland suburb, getting the children out moments before the bus became engulfed in flames in a residential area. No injuries were reported in Thursday morning's fire in Cleveland Heights. It was quickly brought under control by firefighters. The blaze apparently started behind a rear wheel, according to the Cleveland Heights University Heights School District, but the cause remains under investigation. Keith Peters reporting.
An elderly Jewish woman who endured World War II's Nazi horrors has passed away. Rose Giron, believed to be the oldest living Holocaust survivor, as well as a strong advocate for sharing survivor stories, has passed away. She was 113 years old. She died on Monday in New York. She was born on January 13th of 1912. You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 AM in Studio 14. I am joined by Katrina Vlasic and also Cowell Long here in studio today. We had Sophia Blackburn on with us earlier. We got cut off right at the end. The commercial seemed to jump a little bit early, which was fine, but we were wrapping up and just finish up the conversation about where Bedard was sitting in. And I thought that was just a very good conversation just for us talking about just in terms of what his roster is at, what his team is at, and his star power in this town. And I think that that's a great transition to the next star that's been focused on in this town, and that's Caleb Williams. Mm-hmm. And now we know that the Bears are knee deep in the offseason. The combine has come now. You know, you've had players participate. I think it's still going on, actually. It's finishing up this weekend. And everybody's, and let's just call it what it is. You know, it's mostly just a GM's meeting. But the workouts, do they really matter as much? Maybe for guys that are on the bubble, that you know, maybe they're not enough playing time. But for guys that got a ton of tape, not really. It's mostly just about the medicals. It's getting all these guys in one place so that they could be evaluated by the 32 NFL teams' medical staff. That's really it.
And interviews to kind of get to know them, just to get a little bit of
I want to know your mental health and your physical health.
Yeah.
That's it. I already know you can play. Because that's why you got invited to this combine.
Exactly.
You didn't get invited to this combine because you can't play. Like, we already know you can play. And so, you know, but at the same time, I still do enjoy it. I still like seeing guys out there, you know, putting stuff out on the tape, running the 40, hitting the weights. You know, it's still good. I know a lot of the top prospects don't participate at all anymore. They just come in for the interviews and the medicals, which is fine. You know, Caleb did the same thing last year. He didn't throw at the combine, and I totally expected that. I don't think that the quarterbacks in this year's draft are on that level where they could get to say, oh, I'm not going to throw at the combine. But, hey, you know what? Quarterbacks are now treated like big divas, and I get it. I get it. You know, I'm not trying to argue the process anymore. I mean, more than likely, one of these quarterbacks is probably going to go in the top 3 picks. And that, to me, is awesome. I want that. I want Tennessee to draft a quarterback. I want the Browns to draft a quarterback. I want the Giants to reach for some guy that we weren't even thinking of and draft a quarterback, okay? Because when that happens, that gives the Bears more opportunities to get the picks that we really need, and that's either offensive, defensive line. I would love if they got a chance at Abdul Carter. I would also love if they got a chance at the kid Mason Graham from Michigan. And then if that doesn't happen, there's still that opportunity to go get the kid, I believe, Banks from Texas.
Oh, Kelvin Banks,
or you get Will Campbell from LSU.
Even the guy from Missouri's been rising up too.
Yes. So I mean, I'm really hoping on that. Like, that's my hope, man. Like, reach. I'm pumping these quarterbacks up. Shadur Sanders is awesome. Listen to me. He's the best quarterback out there since Peyton Manning, okay?
I hope Jackson Dart has an awesome pro day. And he moves up from the second round up to the first round too.
And then let's not forget the wild card. Travis Hunter, who probably might be the most gifted athlete in this draft, honestly. And it's kind of weird because of how the game is played. The trenches are so important and the quarterback position is so important that an athlete like this kind of gets rolled back some, and realistically, he's probably the best player in the draft.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you think that stress fracture on Abdul Carter moves him off of number 1 to where they're like, you know what, we'll take Travis Hunter then. Take the best player available. But then, you know, or do you take the chance, be like, all right, the stress fracture isn't that big of a deal. We could work through it, and you still draft him number 1.
And the medical staff, you know, they said he didn't require surgery.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a great sign.
I mean, he's not falling to 10. No way.
The Bears want him, they're going to have to go up.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have to go up. That's the only way you're going to get that kid.
And there's too many holes to do that.
Too many. And so I don't see it. I mean, I would, in some crazy world, that'd be awesome, because that would solve a lot of issues. Make no mistake, we sure up that other side of Montez Sweat, and then you can focus all the rest of your picks then on that offensive line, and free agency will also dictate a lot too.
If there was any way that NFL could take on the NBA ways of trading draft picks, like, hey, we'll give you a 2030 first-round pick for this guy. You know, you can only do like 2 years. Back,
it's very restricted. It's very restricted when it comes to the trading of draft picks, and that's just how the NFL's always been. Very stringent when it comes to trade flexibility within teams. It's only been recent where, heading into the trade deadline, NFL teams actually
traded.
There was many years where nothing happened. Like, nobody did anything. So it's been refreshing to see that change in the league. I'm just, like I said, I'm hoping that they just keep on. Let those big guys fall to us. We all know that one of the key things is going to set this up is free agency. And a big domino was dropped when Trey Flowers was franchise tagged by the Chiefs, which
I'm happy about, actually.
I am, and I'm not at the same time, because I don't see teams teams are ridiculous, man. And I don't know if they just do it on purpose. They like to play these mental games just to kind of see what else everybody else is thinking or what they want to do. Yeah, it's, because they said that this whole time they said openly, we're not franchising him.
Yeah.
They said that, we're not franchising him. We're not. And the thing that's so funny is that you could have paid him then.
Mm-hmm.
You could have, if you planned on keeping him in the fold, what were you waiting on? And why would you franchise? So what it was to me was that they saw the butt whooping that Mahomes took in that Super Bowl, and they said, man, look, we can't go lose another piece off the line. Yeah. We got to find a way to make this line stronger, not make it weaker. And so then they went back on their word, and now they're going to regret it. It's going to hurt their pocket big time because that franchise tag is costing them $24 million. That's putting him up as one of the top paid linemen in the league for 1 year.
And it's guaranteed, and they can't move it to a bonus or anything. That's that's right off the top.
That's right off the top. So you like you said, I am happy that they did that because hey, guess what? You backed yourself in that corner now, and I do think that Trey Flowers would have meshed well with Darnell Wright. I think that those two really, because that's what we talked about. It's the continuity between all five guys. The reason why somebody might look at Darnell Wright and say, well, he had a good season, but he didn't have a great season. Who was next to him? Nate Davis that we wrote in, big fat body that couldn't do nothing for him. So
he was never there.
I have so many feelings about Nate Davis. You have no idea.
That's how you really feel.
Like, trust me, I know he could beat me up, and I don't care. I'd still say it to his face. You big waste. Like, seriously, $1 million baby. How dare you come here and fleece money from us like that?
Oh, yeah.
He was and I'm sorry, dude, you know what? I get it. Okay, they did warn Ryan Poles. He was warned, like, hey, this guy might be, and he needed to shore up that guard, and he thought, this guy, if I can get him motivated, he could be something. And the couple times when he was on the field and he was motivated, he did look like a pretty good player.
Yeah.
But the guy wasn't motivated, man. He got paid and he was happy.
Yeah.
He got paid. He just was good. Just, hey, just give me my check. I'm here just to collect this check. And that was sad. So, when you got something going on like that, how good can you really be? Tevin Jenkins can't stay healthy for more than 4 games. How does that help?
That doesn't help.
The center or left tackle.
That's all.
Yep. I think every game that I went to last season, he was walking off hurt. At least one point in the game, he was always hurt. And you always be like, how did that happen?
Chris Bryant of the Bears.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like Chris Bryant, don't get me wrong.
No, but he could never stay healthy.
He can't.
He could not stay healthy to save his life. And it's just like, man, you now you start to see, okay, this team can make vast improvements. We just got to shore up certain pieces.
Yeah.
And so now I think with Trey Flowers off the line, I think that they definitely need to focus on center and free agency. I think that'd be very wise. Get the best center you can in free agency.
Drew Dahlman.
Yep. You get Drew.
You go get him.
You show up that center spot. Now, you turn around, and me personally, I don't think the defensive guys are going to make it to him. I think you go out to the left tackle. I know this has been up in the air. This Braxton Jones thing is a back and forth. And I know some people believe in Braxton. It's not like it's this whole contingent to get rid of Braxton Jones. There's a lot of people that's like, hey, we keep him. That gives us more flexibility to take care of some other spots. But I don't like the way he plays.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry. This is the truth about Chicago sports, and that's the truth. I don't like the way he plays. I don't like to see my left tackle being pushed into my quarterback. Yeah. And I saw that too many times. I want to see my left tackle mauling people, pancaking him and flattening them out. I don't need to see my quarterback getting knocked over because this guy's getting bull rushed all the time.
Yeah.
So, no, I want Braxton gone. He could be bench. He can be swing. I think he'd be a great backup.
No, with that, and I think you keep him for that. You bring in, you try to get Will Campbell, even though his arms are short, where they're talking about putting him at guard.
Which we could still live with.
But then you put him at guard for a year. You switch him over to tackle. Then you bring in, there's plenty of guards in the second and third round that are pretty highly regarded. You got, what's his name? Jova. He's a guard from Arizona. Okay. He has a high ranking for, a second round, third round pick. You bring in those guys. You go after Mekhi Becton from the Eagles. You bring in another guy like that. You have, I would even say you keep Matt Pryor.
I think so.
And you have him, and you just have not necessarily the continuity, but you have familiarity with everybody.
Yep.
But the biggest thing for me is you got to bring in Drew Dahlman, or you draft a center that was at a
Yes.
good program that knew what he was doing.
You have to get that center position correct. It's been a nightmare. It was a nightmare for Justin. It's been a nightmare for Caleb. I'm sorry. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, you know what? Shelton at least was able to snap the ball.
Yeah.
But he was constantly, once again, right in Caleb's face. I saw that guy on his back more times than a wrestler.
Yeah.
All right. I'm like, what is this, the WWE? This dude's always on his back. Like, what the heck's going on here? And so, that's got to be taken care of. Here's my thing where I think that they might have, now with the Trey Flowers move, I think that kind of gives them no choice but to bring Tevin Jenkins back on a prove-it deal.
Yeah.
I think you bring Tevin back on a prove-it deal, and you try to get him a proper backup because he's going to get hurt.
Yeah.
It's almost like a guarantee, but at least I got a guy with some continuity. I know he's a mauler. I know he can play strong when he is healthy, but this is just a prove-it deal, and if he can't prove it, guess what? Well, we did everything we could, right? We gave you that prove-it deal. You showed you couldn't live up to it.
Yeah.
And I think that if you do that now, your line is good again. Because the sad part about it, I don't know how the Bears got here where they needed 4 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
But that's where they're at.
Oh, yeah.
The Bears need 4 offensive linemen. They need right guard, center, left guard, and left tackle. That's just plain and simple. The only guy they got that we know is solid is Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
And that's no good when you're trying to bring in this quarterback that everyone has said is generational, that everybody says he's got the chops and he's got talent. And I think he does.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Everything I've seen from him.
I was skeptical at first when the draft last year came around, and I'm like, man, this guy's a prima donna.
Yeah,
he
he
went from Oklahoma to USC, and they talk about him being this generational talent. But I'm like, all right, what has he done?
Right.
How is he not winning national championships with USC?
Yeah.
You're at USC. People usually would cut off an arm to go play at USC, and you're not proving that. And then making that $4 million in NIL deals, not living on campus, not doing all these things.
It started making you wonder,
but then as soon as
he dedicated?
As soon as he came here, it all changed. Like, I'm like, okay, this kid actually...
He embraced the Bears culture immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it was just like, it was something that eluded Jay Cutler. Like it was a floating butterfly.
Yep.
Like that guy couldn't have caught that if somebody had put it right in his face. That's how you make this town love you, by loving the town, by ingratiating yourself in the fan base, in the fandom. This kid's at the podium, one of his first times. Go Bears.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or the Bears.
The Bears.
Little stuff like that.
On draft night, when him and Rome were sitting next to each other when they got drafted, and they did that. All those little things to show that you're ready to be here. And then even that one little comment that was made during, what was it, like the combine or before the combine, where they were talking about his people didn't want him to go to Chicago, and he had to correct that.
Yeah.
But, and then coming in here, and one thing that really got me and really turned me into a fan of his is during the games when he was getting frustrated with the coaches. Like, we need to go for this. What are you doing? Why are we not out here? Let's go. And he was like, I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to get this.
You could tell that kid wanted to win.
Yeah. And when you have something like that, that's something you unleash. You don't draw back like, hey, this kid is ready to go. He's a rookie. He's going to have mistakes, but he's like, I want to try. I want to do it. And that's the kind of guy you want. You don't want the guy who's coming out, taking his chin strap off and just going and sitting down and getting the iPad. You want the guy who's like, no, let's go get it.
Let's go get it.
And I feel like that was something that didn't really gel well with Eberflus. Like, is on the defensive side of the ball, I trusted Eberflus.
Yes.
Offensive side and the people that he brought in, like the guy, Shane Waldron.
Disaster hire.
That was terrible. Even before him, the guy from Green Bay.
Yeah.
That was
Getsy.
Yeah, Getsy. That was another one. But I mean, going into that regime with Justin Fields, that's a whole nother conversation.
Whole nother conversation.
But bringing in, just having these guys who, one, are bringing in a system that doesn't really gel well with Caleb Williams. And then you bring in Ben Johnson now, who's like, oh, I'm not bringing in Detroit's playbook. Me and him are going to sit down and we're building this from the ground up. And that's how it should be when you have those kind of players. Like, you can't put in, you're not going to run. You're a pocket passer. Well, did you see my stats when I roll out?
Exactly.
Do you
see how effective I am?
Yeah.
Like, let's play to my strengths. How about that?
And if I'm behind, if I have to stay in the pocket, I only have 1.8 seconds to throw the ball.
You're being nice.
I think I need to
nice.
I think I need to roll
1.8. I said there was times when as soon as the kid caught the ball, the kid was already
like you said, the center's on his back.
Man, jailbreak.
I got to be nice to them once in a while. But you see the writing on the wall. Like, you need to roll this guy out. You need to create things. And Shane Waldron was not capable of doing that. And I think even bringing, moving Thomas Brown up as much as they did, they needed to just stick him at OC for the rest of the year.
Moving him to head coach was I just felt like it was a cruel move.
Yeah.
And I do know why he took, why wouldn't he? It's an opportunity. It's on your resume. It's like right now, if somebody told me, hey, Marcus, go over to this big station and do this radio show, and I got no prep, no nothing. I'm probably going to go say yes because, hey, it's still a moment. It's still something that could go on my resume, right? But it also was, it did not help Caleb.
No, not
because
at all.
He was doing good up there in the booth. And when he came down on the field, the head coach, see, the thing that we take for granted is how much a head coach has to do for a team. Everybody thinks that for some reason, like the head coach is sitting in his office and, hey, come sit down with me, Caleb. And no, you got a whole team to run and staff included.
Yep.
Everybody's got family.
Culture.
Everybody's got family issues. Everybody's got money issues. Everybody's got all types of stuff going on. It's not just attached to football, and it all comes to coach. And then if coach can handle it, then he passes it to the GM. But it all comes to coach first, all of it. And so, therefore, how can you mentor this young quarterback and now you're the head coach? That I thought that's where I was like, and I didn't like that. I did not like that move. And then on top of it, it just was a horrible experience for Thomas Brown because he didn't win. He won finally. It's the one game against the Packers.
Yep.
That's not a good resume.
No.
What is that? 1-4? Like, I was 1-4 as the coach. Well, why were you 1-4? That doesn't make you look good.
Yep.
So, I just, I get it. But, I agree 100% with you. You got to have that. And that's what I think we're going to see now, that continuity, the consistency that Caleb needed in his rookie year. And I really liked that Ryan Poles, if people missed his press conference at the Combine, he came out and he said, you know what, we made mistakes. We made mistakes in the process. He said we made mistakes from going from step 1 to step 2 with him, and that shouldn't have been made. We should have made sure that step 1 was understood completely first before you tried to progress to step 2. And I like that for a GM to come out and say that shows me that they're ready for change.
Oh, yeah.
Because he could have easily got up there and been like, well, hey, he didn't listen or, this or that. They're like, no, man, that was on us. Ownership. We made mistakes. We made mistakes with him, and that should be done. And I know what he means by that. And I believe one of the mistakes he's talking about is letting Eberflus stay on as coach.
Yep.
Letting Eberflus hire Waldron as offensive coordinator. They said Waldron wouldn't even go over film with Caleb.
No, they never even talked.
Did you hear about that egregiousness? Rookie. So, Matt, this is you're in the NFL for the first time. I don't give a dang how much college football you played. You are around grown men that get paid to bust people up. And you're this kid coming in that's been talked about being a diva, painted nails and all this stuff. And you think these dudes have got any respect for you? You walk up in that locker room?
Nope.
They ain't got none for you. And so now you're up here trying to get yourself in with the guys. And then when you turn to the people that you think are going to help guide you, the coaches, and they don't?
Yeah.
Dude, talk about a blow to the system.
Oh, yeah. I even remember reading an article that Thomas Brown didn't even talk to him for a while, and he was the passing game coordinator. How was the pass?
No, I did. That was explained.
Okay.
I guess apparently Thomas Brown wasn't allowed to talk to them. They said that they only wanted him to have 2 voices in his head, 2 or 3 voices, and that was Eberflus, Waldron, and I think that was it. That was the only 2 people that were really allowed to, sit and speak with him. Yeah, Thomas Brown wasn't allowed to talk.
How do you not have your passing game coordinator
talking to the quarterback?
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, when he said there was mistakes made, he wasn't lying, okay?
Yep.
Poles wasn't lying, and I got to give him credit for at least coming out and admitting that truth, because a lot of GMs would have ran and hid from it, and he owned it.
Yeah.
And I respect him for that, because you know what, that was horrible. And now I think that we're making the right steps to fix that horrible decision.
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you, there's 3 things I think that a team needs to get to a Super Bowl. You need an offensive, defensive line, but you need a somewhat competent quarterback. And proof of that, when the Bears played Indianapolis in 2006, they had great lines. And Urlacher was a defensive stud, but Rex Grossman was the quarterback.
Okay, here's the thing about that. They needed to have Kyle Orton in that Super Bowl.
Thank you.
He's the one who brought them that whole season.
Even if it's an average quarterback, if he's capable and the trenches are great, or to good to great, you're going to win.
Oh, they had that
You're
game,
going to win. You're going to win.
Yep.
I mean, Jalen Hurts is not a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes, but Jalen Hurts is still a good quarterback with dominant lines.
Yep.
That's all it takes. Jim McMahon wasn't a great quarterback. He was a good quarterback.
But he had a line like.
He had dominant lines. That's all you have to do to make real success in the NFL, but you got to have that. And when you got quarterback that's turning the ball over or can't read a defense or can't, lead you in the fourth quarter or without making a critical mistake.
Can't throw a pass.
Yeah, then that's going to hurt you. And the one thing that we know with Caleb, he's a gamer. We know that he's going to be there in the fourth quarter. So you could count on that. We saw that he does not turn the ball over much. He's going to protect it. Those are very key things right there, okay? Yeah. And he's an accurate passer.
Well, he had the highest, QBR in the fourth quarter out of the whole league, right?
Of the whole league. Yeah. I mean, the kid's a gamer. He's going to go for the win. And so I tell you, give him those lines, and I'm telling you right now, we're going to see some
running game,
yes,
which we've not had, right? And that was the one thing that, Walter Payton in his heyday, I mean, he had an offensive line, but he had holes. That way he can, get it going, and you just couldn't stop him after.
Yeah.
And that's one thing about us where we were always known for running. And I love DeAndre Swift, but he is not an everyday back.
He is a second relief guy. I do like that he can block, and that's good. And that's good because if you put him in the game, teams can't guess. They can't say, they're going to run when he comes in, or they're only going to pass when he comes in. And I do like that. He gives that versatility, but he's not a workhorse.
No.
He's a scat back. He's a reliever. He's a guy that come in on the screen, hit him, let's go down, give me some big chunk plays. But a Derrick Henry?
No.
Christian McCaffrey? No. Not that at all.
That was kind of what I was hoping Roshan was going to be until he got hurt. Once he got hurt, I saw him he's being way too cautious.
Way too cautious.
And wearing that Guardian cap, but
you could just tell he's not playing the same. Yeah. It's not the same. And he is good around the goal line.
Yeah.
But I still want that big body back like a Saquon. This got breakaway speed, man. I want you to be able to put the shoulder down, but still be able to go. And that's, that's also going to be an area. I know Ben Johnson has said he definitely wants a two-prong running attack.
Well, you need it now.
And if they drafted that Alshon kid, I'd kill him, though. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no.
I'm sorry. No. It'd be like, Marcus, what's going on? Why? I'm going to Alice Hall. Marcus, stop. No, I'm going.
Yeah, no. When I was reading articles about that with Ashton Genty, I'm like, no, come on.
No.
You can't. He's not your answer.
No, he is not. When we get back from break, we're going to talk about the Bears. Looks like they're finally moving to Arlington. That's going to be happening as well. When the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Mark Bialek, and I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As both a trustee and as your morning show voice on WRMN, I have always taken pride in connecting with the residents of Elgin and Elgin Township on a one-on-one basis. And it's this connection with the local community and its feelings and thoughts, combined with relationships that I've been able to form with many local leaders, that give me the balance of views that I need to use to help form my opinions, decisions, and votes at our board meetings. I also understand that as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent people of all beliefs and cultures, and I take that responsibility seriously, priding myself on taking on all issues with an open mind. I am also proud to say that over the past 4 years, I've been able to spearhead America's First Responders Fest, an annual local festival that brings local people together with our great first responders. So please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and thank you for taking the time to vote in your important local elections. Paid for by friends for Mark Bialek.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
And welcome back to the show. This is The Truth About Chicago Sports with your host, Marcus Mack. And I am here in Studio 14. This is WRMN 14 a.m. here on Fox Valley Sports Saturday. We had earlier On the Rise, which was 8 to 10. This show's from 10 to 12. Make sure you tune in every Saturday to get the best sports news around town here in the Chicagoland area. We left off before we went into break. We were talking about that the Bears are now looking like they are set for Arlington. Arlington Heights looks like it's going to be the destination for the new Chicago Bears Stadium. They believe the shovels are going to go into the ground this year is what the idea, the plan is supposed to be. Myself, as we were just talking about on break, I am very much on board with this.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I absolutely love it. And I'm a born and raised city guy. I mean, I'm a Southsider, you know. I love the city. Mm-hmm. I absolutely cannot stand the experience of going to a Bears game. Okay. It is one of the most infuriating experiences I've ever been in, even with tailgating. It is just an absolute nightmare. It's such a pain to come or go. And it doesn't matter. I've even done Pace Bus where they can ride up the shoulder and get you in. But even when you still leave the game, it's still parking lot, man. It's still a parking lot. And it's like, and you're not going to hang out downtown. I'm not a Rockefeller. I can't afford that life. Yeah. You know, like, are you kidding me? At least at Arlington, when you get out the game, there's so much stuff around. You can just go venture out and go hang out with your family and your friends and, you know, make a whole day out of it rather than it being a day of a game and sitting in parking. Yeah. Which is pretty much what it is now with the Bears at Soldier Field. Let's just be honest. That's what you deal with now. You deal with a parking nightmare. Hopefully you get the tailgate if you're lucky. If you don't get the tailgate, hopefully you get to make it to the game on time if you're lucky.
Yep. And then you're home at time for dinner or to go to bed.
Depending on what time the game is. Yeah. If it's a 3:00 game, you're probably not getting home till almost 9. I remember like one time, and I did the Pace Bus thing, and it was a 3:00 game or something like that. By the time got to our cars, everything, it was already like 8:00. Mm-hmm. And you were wiped. You were done. Yeah. You just wanted to just come in and just sit down. Now, you shouldn't feel like that coming from a football game.
Yeah.
You shouldn't feel like you got out the Vietnam War, just to go see the Bears play. Like seriously, I'm like on the couch exhausted with an ice pack because just to go see the Bears game.
Yeah, I went to the last game against the Seahawks, that Thursday night game. I mean, I didn't get home until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because it took forever to get there. It took us, by the time we left, 2 hours early to get there.
Think about what you just said. You left 2 hours early.
Yep, to try to make sure we were parking, get into the stadium. Took us those 2.5 hours plus another like 40 minutes to get to parking, get into the stadium, and then to leave, it took about 2.5 hours to get out of the city.
To get out of the city.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is insanity.
And you're thinking it's Thursday night. Right. At 10 o'clock at night. It shouldn't be that big of a problem.
I should be like home right now. Yeah. No, it is an absolute nightmare navigating around there for a game. And then, like we were just talking about, when you get out the game, if you're sitting with family or something, good luck going to find somewhere to eat dinner where you're not spending just as much more than you spent at the game.
Oh yeah,
you're like that's downtown, man. They ain't got nice prices. No, like the prices are not fair.
and they know where they're at too. They're like, oh, people are going to be leaving the game, huh? All right.
Yeah. The prices are not fair, man. So no, I'm really excited. I mean, it's a big property. It's a lot that they could do.
Yep.
You're talking about now that you can build this whole fan experience where now your day involves a Bears game, not parking.
Yeah.
A little bit of Bears game and then more parking.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Yeah. Take a book out of SoFi. Like, that's an experience. That's not just going to a Bear or a Chargers or Rams game.
Right.
That's a whole thing. And you could use it for everything else.
You got the land to build a hotel, build restaurants right there, right around the stadium. I could come in off the train, walk with friends or family, hang out all day dang near, get back on the train, go to my car, and easily go home without sitting in a parking lot. How can you beat that?
Yep. And on a business side, I look at it, it's theirs. They're not renting it from the city. This is everything goes back to the team. And you got to look at, why would you want to stay in Soldier Field where you're paying to be there and you're not getting...
You get nothing. You get no kickbacks. Yeah. When they throw Taylor Swift plays there, the city gets that. Bears get none of that. They ain't getting none of that. And I do get the lore. And I understand, and I do believe wholeheartedly, like if Kevin Warren could build in the city, he would.
Yeah.
Make no doubt about it. He would love to build that stadium right there on the lakefront because it's a great scenery. It is. But the city's politics, I think, are way more than he realized when taking the job. Because he coming from Minnesota, when you negotiate a stadium, and I heard guys talking about this earlier, and it made complete sense. Minnesota's governor and mayor work arm in arm. So the state works with the city. It's not like that here in Illinois.
Well, they couldn't get
the state does not always work with the city.
No.
And so now you've got these two entities fighting each other.
Yeah.
How are you going to get a stadium built when these two can't even get on the same page?
Well, they couldn't even get past the lakefront protection ordinance.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, you can't build that. That's too far into the lakefront. And they're like, well, where else are we supposed to do it if you want to keep it here? And then they put in the other, what was the medical center site?
Michael Reese.
And then that one, they would have to reroute the train because the train runs right through the middle of it.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, you have these other options, but then you own this land that is ready for you to go. And all you have to do is, build there and then have to do a little bit more configuration with the roads because isn't it like a 2-lane road?
Yeah, they would just widen that thing up and you could build the routes to go there. And I think the city also was somewhat of a negotiation ploy as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Arlington was really being kind of hardball about the tax thing.
Yep.
And I just thought that was so stupid. Like, you got a chance to land this franchise, this Hallmark franchise in your town, and you're really going to haggle about some taxes, man?
Yeah.
You're going to make so much money. Your town is about the
businesses.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like a town that doesn't.
Yeah.
And so the residents could get a break by bringing in businesses. Arlington already has a lot of businesses.
Already.
Yeah.
It's only going to enhance that town, not hurt that town. Like, trust me, you know how many people, like, including myself, would definitely think about living closer to Arlington? Like, man, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. I'm out in Woodstock now, but let the Bears end up in Arlington. I work at the airport also.
Yeah.
That ain't a bad move. Oh, I went to work today. Oh, there's a Bears game. I'll just go straight from work. You know, that's not a bad deal. I'm just telling you, I just see so much potential there. And I do think, like I said, I do believe that, his first choice was the city. But I think once he saw that, I think that Kevin Warren used them then as a negotiation ploy, which was very wise, because Arlington Heights is like, we're kind of dumb if we lose this.
Yeah.
I can't see that town not thinking like that. Like, we're kind of dumb if we lose this franchise coming out here. This is going to make our town explode. Like, explode. And not to mention, if it's a dome built, which I'm almost certain that's what we've been promised. Now, guess what we're talking about? Super
I was waiting to say, like, if they dome it, we get Super
That's what
Bowl,
we
then
talking
you've got
about.
out-of-town guests coming.
Yeah.
Right?
That's exactly why you build hotels and stuff right there on that land.
Yeah.
So everybody, hey, if it's cold, don't matter. We're still partying. I got clubs, I got bars, I got everything right here in walking distance. And then guess what? If you want to venture out into the town of Arlington, 5 minutes? Here you go.
And like you
Have some
said,
fun.
you could start bringing in your, Taylor Swifts or whatnot to have
Well, here's
shows there,
here's
which
another
is
thing.
another,
big avenue.
Why is the Big Ten championship not in Chicago?
Woo-wee. Talk about it. Talk about it.
You go to Indy. Okay. Why? Go to Chicago.
Yeah.
Now you have Big Ten, or now here, no football. You got the Big Ten tournament there for basketball.
Exactly.
You have everything, all these opportunities to come here and bring money in your own stadium. And then that's just more. Then everybody's like, man, the Bears really did a great job doing this, bringing this whole fan experience and expanding the Chicago network. And then now you got these teams. I go back and do a little bit with college. Now you got recruiting.
Yeah.
Now you have these teams here to where now Northwestern can come and start doing this. You have, U of I, all these other teams coming here, and then you start holding high school championships. Why are we going down to Springfield?
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? We got everything right here.
Springfield, Champaign.
Champaign.
Why are you going to U of I for the championships for high school? Have it here. I think that makes a bigger boom and everything for the state than University of Illinois.
Yes, it does. And I'm looking here now. Let me see. Can I pull up here and see the lease? And so that's why I want everybody to understand. Make no mistake. Yeah, we're talking Arlington, but if shovels are even going in the ground this year, the Bears lease runs to the end of 2023. So they're paying $6 million a year to play at Soldier Field, and they got that lease is running to that. And I believe if they break that lease, they will be penalized for that if they break that lease early. Now depends.
When does it go to, though? You said 2020.
23. So we're looking at almost 10 years. We're looking at 9 years, 9-year lease.
Because it's 25 now.
No, it's 25. So they got so they've got
2033.
Yeah, 2033.
Okay.
2033. Sorry. 2033.
No, I didn't have breakfast.
So, yes. So we're looking at 8 years now that they got a lease. And I'm almost certain that they have to pay. Yeah, let's see. The Bears could break the lease early by paying a penalty of about $84 million. So now, that's going to come down to when the stadium is ready, and then they're going to have to figure out if it's worth moving early, if it's financially can be recouped, or if you're just going to have to wait it out until that 2033 season. Yeah. But make no mistake, the Bears are at Soldier Field for the next foreseeable years.
Yeah.
Unless, like I said, they're a $1 billion franchise. They could pay that $84 million.
Yeah.
We know that.
Well, and then you got
they probably don't want to, but they could pay that.
But
$84 million.
once that stadium's built and everything's up there, what that team is going to be worth, it's going to be double.
Double. The moment that stadium starts get built, that whole property value increases exponentially. And so, yeah, I don't think that it would be that big of a move if they broke that lease early. But like I say, it's not going to happen until the stadium is built. And I don't think it's going to take 8 years to build that stadium.
No.
I do not. I do not think it's going to take 8 years. I think that stadium will be built by the next 3 years, the next 3 to 4 years tops.
Yeah.
That land is going to be ready, primed to go. And at that point, then the Bears will have only 4 more seasons on the lease. They'll probably break it.
Yeah, because then you're looking at it, it's going to be cut in half. So then you're looking at like 45. Maybe they'll throw in a little bit of interest for like $50 million. And then be like, all right, there you go.
Here you go. Have a nice day.
Like we said earlier, which was if they start holding concerts or whatnot that you couldn't do in the wintertime, you can now. So you could be like, all right, well, if in the middle of the season when this is, we'll just start filling that up with concerts.
Yeah.
Get any kind of, quirks, with like how things are loaded into the stadium, whatever they could use concerts or whatnot to kind of get that smooth out before the Bears actually make.
Oh, they could build a revenue machine with everything else that comes
Revenue
in there
machine.
without just
Exactly.
football, you know.
And I think that's
so where they can make it up for
Yeah.
that.
And I think that's the vision of Kevin Warren. You know, the thing that I like about Kevin Warren is that he came in and he took over from the bean counter, who I like to call him Mr. Ted Phillips. Like, I could wring his neck every day of my life. But because you can't have your accountant run your football team.
Yeah.
What the heck are we talking about?
He even says, I'm not a football guy.
He was their accountant.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to understand Ted Phillips was the McCaskey's accountant. And they put him in charge of football operations. That'd be like me putting my tax guy in charge of mowing my lawn. Like, what are we talking about? That's a totally different world, man. All right? No. His job was to run the numbers. That's what he should have did. He should not have been involved in player and personnel decisions.
No, not at all.
What? So when Warren took over for the bean counter, you know, you see that there's already been a lot of change in how this organization moves and goes about things. And I love that. I love that we're seeing this progression now. We're seeing this new stadium is now finally going to get built. We're seeing that them go out and get one of the best coaches in the free market. We saw them make the decision to let go of Eberflus midseason. Was the first time they'd ever done that in franchise history. You know, there's been so much change for this franchise that. And I've seen it as good. And even with the unfortunate passing of Virginia McCaskey, and rest in peace to the matriarch, it still opens the door for the Bears to operate in a new way.
Yep.
And I think that that's something that they've needed to do for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
And it just hasn't come to fruition. And now we've seen this franchise regress to the point that it has. And now we're starting to see what that low. And now, okay, right? We're starting to see that. I mean, like I was telling somebody one time, and they asked me about the Caleb Williams situation. I said, do you understand one thing? The Bears have never had a franchise quarterback. How do you expect them to know how to treat one? Think about that. They've never had a franchise quarterback. How would they know how to treat one? How would they know how to prepare for one when you've never had it? Jay Cutler was a misanthrope. He was horrible and difficult to deal with. I don't know. I mean, he was close to franchise, but he was such a butthead that he took himself out of franchise status. Yeah. He himself, no one else. And so, you know, the Bears as an organization has not ever had one. They've never had a guy that was like, okay, that dude can go win us a game. Like, so yeah, of course they fumbled it. Of course they did. I've never had a child. And if I did, let me tell you something, I guarantee I know I'm fumbling something. Like, ain't no way I'm going to walk in first time having a kid and I'm like, greatest parent ever known, you know, dad of the year right away. Heck no, I'm going to fumble all over the place, right? Because it's your first time dealing with it. And that was a part of it that nobody thought about.
Yeah.
That the Bears were literally dealing with a franchise quarterback for the first time in franchise history.
A long one.
Yeah.
Think about that. So you're going to make mistakes because you've never been here. Who does Ryan Poles have to lean on and be like, hey, when you were, he doesn't have no other previous GM that was in Chicago that had a franchise quarterback that he could be like, oh, how was, you know, did this? No.
Because we've always put so much emphasis on, I mean, if you think about it, especially like through the Ditka times, it was always defense.
Yeah.
Right? You got
well, that's what we were known for, defense and running the ball.
Right.
You know, and I think, you know, going back to your point about the change in the organization itself, like Ben Johnson, we always talk about him, but the staff that he's putting together, that's another thing. You bring in Dennis Allen, who has head coaching experience, who could run that defense and kind of be that bridge for him to be like, hey, man, I got this. You don't need to worry about that. And then those specialized coaches that he brought in, you know, bringing in, oh, man, why is his name leaving me right now? He was his wide receiver coach in Detroit. Oh, Antoine Randall. Bringing in Antoine Randall to be there and just building that up, and then Declan Boyle to come in and be a new person that is coming up the ranks with, you know, offensive coordinating. I feel like you're bringing in a culture and kind of like one of the best coaching staffs possible to be able to succeed with a young team, with a young quarterback, you know, with a young wide receiving core. I feel like having that with the mind that Ben Johnson is coming with just makes this, you know, a really good situation to bring in those people that the Bears usually always miss out on. Like how Saquon said, oh, I was a step away from going to the Bears. But when you look at what the Bears had, like, well, I don't know, Eberflus is up in the air. I don't know if I want to be this offensive line is
out on him. And we lost out on him.
Now, if you could hit the rewind button, get rid of Eberflus a year early, bring in Ben Johnson, and then kind of tweak those offensive line a little bit. Now does Saquon see that situation?
Exactly.
He's like, hey, you know what? We might not be great this year, but dude, next year we got something going on.
And we still had Caleb. And I'm going to tell you, people do want to play with him.
Yeah.
We got a caller right now on the line. He's got a question. I'm going to let this caller in. Caller, go ahead. What's your question?
Pro Dennis Allen talk? Is that what I'm hearing?
Should we be not pro Dennis Allen?
Yeah. Are you guys in favor of him for the Bears?
I like Dennis Allen as the defensive coordinator.
Yeah, me too.
What's wrong with him?
Obviously not Al Davis or Raider fans out there. He was fired for cause. I thought that the Bears were going to stop going in the back or, with this new coach taking, new people instead of regime people and this and that. I mean, come on, Dennis Allen fired for cause. He's worthless. Worthless.
That's a good point right there. We're going to discuss that, caller. Thank you for the call.
Wait, one more
question. Okay, what do you got? What's the other question?
What about never had a franchise quarterback? Hello, Jim McMahon?
You consider Jim McMahon a franchise quarterback?
Oh, who doesn't? I'd take him today. And what about Vince Evans?
So wait a minute. What's our definition of franchise quarterback? Because mine is Dan Marino, John Elway, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady.
Never.
Those are my definitions of franchise quarterback.
Never won.
And you're telling me Jim McMahon is just as good as them?
You tell me who's better than that as a franchise quarterback from the Bears. Caleb Williams?
I think he might be the best quarterback the Bears have had as of date, other than Jay Cutler.
I think his rookie season has proved a lot that he has a lot of upside.
Yeah, I mean, I like his point. I trust me, I understand the fandom. I mean, Jim won the 85. Man, listen, I was alive for that, okay? I was synced it, all right? I synced it. It was beautiful. It was special. But I'm going to tell you right now, I looked up his stats from that Super Bowl season. Jim McMahon had like 16 interceptions and like 19 touchdowns. I'm not lying. He did not. There's a reason we still haven't had a 4,000-yard passing quarterback yet as a team. That means that how can you say you've had a franchise quarterback when you can't even when you haven't even had a quarterback that's thrown for 4,000 yards once? You know how many quarterbacks have thrown for 4,000 yards? Like multiple. Go look at Matt Stafford's career.
Yeah, exactly.
He closes his eyes and throws 4,000 yards. And that's a franchise quarterback.
He did that with a fractured shoulder, broken ribs, and everything. He was doing it.
The other thing is after that Super Bowl, I mean, if you look at McMahon, how many games did he sit out? He was injury prone.
Injury prone. That's why the run didn't continue. If you remember, he got hurt the next year, 86, and it was an illegal play. He got hit illegally, and he got hurt. But that was it. Franchise quarterbacks are guys that last, and it doesn't mean championships. And it doesn't mean championships because, like he said, Dan Marino didn't. Doesn't matter. Dan Marino, I would have. If you're going to tell me right now, if you could redo a draft and take any quarterback you want, Dan Marino's my top three.
Yeah.
Period.
Marino.
Period.
Young.
Well, if you want to get into quarterbacks that never won,
right?
You got him. You got Phillip Rivers. You wouldn't have wanted Phillip Rivers his career here.
Warren Moon.
Yeah.
I'm taking that guy with my eyes closed. Give me that guy. Yeah. Okay. So franchise quarterback is the guy that can get it done. But guess what? He doesn't play both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Okay? That's the reality of it. Quarterback don't play both sides of the ball.
Yep.
All right? And so we got to remember that. There's games that Brady lost, and it had nothing to do with Tom Brady. He sat there on the sideline watching it, a la football catch on the helmet.
Yep.
Brady watched that.
Yep.
Sitting on the sidelines.
Yep. And, everybody talks about Jim McMahon. All right, no. The 85 Bears was that defense and Walter Payton.
Yes.
You could plug in one of us to be quarterback, I think. And we would have still won some games because that defense killed
destroying
everybody.
people. And Walter was on the top of his games.
What offensive coordinator would be like, all right, throw this pass? What? Walter's having a great game. He's getting the ball, dude. I'm not throwing the ball.
Yeah, this is real simple.
Sweetness. Dan Sweetness could pass.
They know it's coming.
Yes, he could. That guy was a freak athlete. Yeah. Do you know they said he could walk on his hands 100 yards?
He did. He would do that down the field.
He's an excellent drummer.
Yeah.
It's insane, right? Man, he was special.
There was a video of some of his preseason workouts.
Yeah.
running up the hills full speed. Oh my God.
Sick. Yeah, the guy was the truth, man. He was the truth. And, the other thing caller brought up was the Dennis Allen thing. I have no issue with Dennis Allen.
No. How many coaches get fired?
And not only that.
For cause.
Not only that, Ben Johnson is the first-year coach.
Yeah.
He needs someone that had experience dealing in the locker rooms, that's had experience dealing with players on a head coaching level. You have to be able to bounce ideas off of someone that's not sitting there going, well, I've never dealt with this either.
Exactly.
You need to have someone that's got some insight, maybe a little bit of knowledge to help you. Like, I made this mistake when I did this, so maybe you don't do this same mistake. Like you said, man, how many coaches are sitting as coordinators on a team that they were fired? I mean, Steve Spagnuolo with the Reds, with the Chiefs, and he's got fired from the Giants, if I'm correct.
Matt Nagy just,
Matt Nagy's already got a job again with the Chiefs. The Eberflus just got hired. And, you think that team, of course, they're like, why did you hire Eberflus? But they did. He got a job. Yeah. So, I like the Dennis Allen move. I think he's a solid defensive coach.
Yeah, and I think you need to bring in somebody who has head coaching experience with somebody who's never been a head coach.
Yes.
Especially on the opposite side of the ball. It wouldn't have probably made as much sense if he would have hired a former offensive head coach, because then now you got two people butting heads.
Yep.
But if you bring in a defensive head coach, who's like, hey, my focus is on defense, giving you ins and outs of things that I see. You're the one that calls the final shot, but at least you have that bridge that helps out where it's like, all right, I don't have to worry as much. I could focus on these other elements and in-game decisions.
Yes.
Where I feel like that's more important. Yeah, he might have had, a weird pass. I mean, come on, we hired Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, wait a minute. That's actually crazy sneaky move that nobody's really even talking about. And I just find that very strange that here's a guy that was literally the offense when the Chiefs were winning Super Bowls. He was their offensive coordinator. He left, went to Washington to improve himself that he could do it without being next to Mahomes.
Yep.
Then he gets fired from there because that whole thing imploded.
Yes.
He went and became a consultant with the college team last year, and now he's sitting on the Bears. And I just think that that's awesome to have an offensive mind like that as well, a veteran offensive mind like that to have next to you on your staff. I just really love the Ben Johnson staff and how he's put things together, and it's been great.
And I was happy he brought Antoine Randall.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Once again, this has been another week about the truth about Chicago sports. Thank you, Katrina Vlasic. Thank you, Cowell, for joining.
Hey, Tammy,
have a great day, everyone.
Made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House ended early yesterday after a diplomatic breakdown.
An Oval Office meeting between President Trump and Ukraine's leader turned ugly.
You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers.
Vice President Vance also got involved in the explosive back and forth. A planned news conference and ceremony to sign a U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal were canceled, and Zelensky left the White House empty-handed. The president wrote on social media that Zelensky can come back when he is ready for peace. Greg Clugston, Washington.
After that tense sit-down, several Republican senators rallied to show their support for President Trump. We get more on that from correspondent Bernie Bennett.
Speaking with reporters, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham says President Trump reacted properly to Vladimir Zelensky being disrespectful.
Somebody asked me, am I embarrassed about Trump? I have never been more proud of the president.
I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country.
Other GOP senators who voiced clear support for Trump shortly after the interaction on social media included Florida Senator Rick Scott, Kansas Senator Roger Marshall, Missouri Senators Josh Hawley and Eric Schmidt, and West Virginia Senator Jim Justice. Bernie Bennett reporting.
As the hard work continues at Doge, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas is among those applauding Elon Musk's call for federal workers to submit a list of the work they've accomplished over the past week.
This kind of, job performance metrics are very common in the private sector. I understand a lot of government agencies don't have them, but surely most people could reflect on a full week's worth of work and figure out what they contributed.
Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas weighing in on Doge this week in an interview with the Salem Radio Network. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-504-8790. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-504-8790. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-504-8790.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Correspondent George Williams reports that Skype, as you've noted, is about to become a thing of the past.
Microsoft says it's retiring Skype in May, shifting some of its services to Microsoft Teams, its flagship video conferencing platform. Skype users can use existing accounts to log into Teams, which Microsoft has prioritized over Skype. Microsoft bought the video calling service for $8.5 billion in 2011, which was cutting edge at that time. George Williams reporting.
Brighter note on Friday as stocks rallied just a bit.
The S&P 500 jumped 1.6%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite rose 1.6%. Every major index still closed out the month with a loss. Damian Troisi, New York.
Breaking news at townhall.com. Homeless problems in the Motor City.
The mayor of Detroit taking steps to help homeless people following the deaths of 2 children who were in a van during extremely cold weather. Mayor Mike Duggan says this cannot ever happen again, adding that outreach staff will visit families who call to report a loss of housing. Jason Walker reporting.
Morocco's king is urging the country's Muslims to ease up when it comes to sheep sacrifices.
With Morocco's sheep herds dwindling at an alarming rate, King Mohammed VI made a rare break with tradition by urging families to forego buying sheep to sacrifice during the upcoming Eid al-Adha. In a letter read on state television Wednesday, he said the tradition could harm families with limited income because sheep have become so expensive. Keith Peters reporting.
You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fixed Bayonets, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic Radio Show with your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt. Every Saturday, noon to 1 on WRMN 1410 AM, the Fox River Valley Media Network. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Studio number here is 847-931-1410. The text number is 505-926-1410. Or you could hit us up in the comments on the YouTube live channel, WRMN 1410. We also post our show afterwards. It's posted up on our YouTube channel, the Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel. Check us out there. I think I got most of the shows except for the ones that were pre-recorded. Now, I got to get something out of the way. Like I said, this is a Veterans Radio shout-out show. Any veterans organizations want to call in or text in or hit us up in comments, I'll put out your information. Or you could put it, if you call in, you can put it out because you'll be heard over the radio. My buddies at the Dunkin' Donuts Veterans, which meets every Tuesday in Niles over on Dempster, just east of Harlem. There's a Dunkin' Donuts there every Tuesday between 9 and like 10:30. But these guys get there early. Sometimes they get there around 7 and they just sit around and talk and have donuts. We fill a room. I've never seen one organization, not a bunch of sub-organizations gathered together, just one organization where they could put 100 people in a room, 100 veterans in the room. It's really great because with all these guys around, they give a lot of information out. And all you need to join is to show up. If you're a veteran, show up. You know, this was started by there's a lot of Vietnam veterans out there. We have, I think, one World War II veteran. He's still alive. He still shows up. And we got the Korean War veterans. So every Tuesday between like 9 and 11, the meeting starts at 9, but you get there early, grab a donut, grab some coffee, come into the big room. When the weather improves, we will be meeting out at the Miami Woods over on Caldwell. So they have a pavilion there. They have it every Tuesday. Bring a lawn chair and everything, and they put out the same information. It's a good time. We remember fallen. A lot of these guys were firemen or police officers in civilian life. So we remember fallen first responders, fallen soldiers, fallen service members when we're there. So I just told Roger and I told Carlos I would put that out. So I've done it. If you guys want to call in and shout out some other information, let me know. So Paul, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing a little all right, but I think we picked the wrong subject because I started going down the rabbit hole and it really got me depressed, like sadly depressed and paranoid. And my anxiety is off the charts to begin with. My paranoia is off the charts. But to assure you, see, I'm not wearing a tinfoil hat. So, you know, I should be, but not yet. So I'll put that back on. Wait. This is for you guys on YouTube. See, there's no tinfoil in that. That's a hard hat that goes inside baseball hats. It lets them keep their form and it protects your noggin. So, the reason I said we probably went down there because I see an organization, especially a big office like the FBI in Chicago, and I went through where they have their press releases, and it's pretty depressing how much they actually do, especially when counterterrorism.
Well, you know, I told you I've had many experiences with the FBI, and there was one guy, real good guy. I won't mention his name. But, you know, he was a really good guy. But, you know, in dealing with them, you know, a couple of times I had real big cases, securities fraud, and they were working on it. And, you know, it should have been done by them. And I did them on the state level. We did it in DuPage County. One guy got 13 years. And I'm driving home, and it's on the radio already. And when I get to the office, the FBI's calling me to congratulate me, and they're saying, well, you got more time than we would ever get, and we don't waste our time, you know, on stuff under millions of dollars, and this one was several $1 million. So, you know, it's kind of frightening. It's, you know, they're supposed to be there. They're supposed to be our top cops, as it were, you know, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. and Jimmy Stewart in the FBI story. And they're not as stellar as they could be, you know.
No, and the interesting thing about the what is it? Wan Yu Ping. Wan Yu Ping. 38 years old, up at Great Lakes, and this gets released. You know, it's a big release, and his troubles with the FBI started way before. They've been waiting to arrest this guy. And he pled guilty, so he's, I think, been waiting for like 4 years for trial.
Looks like it.
And so this didn't come up under, this isn't under Trump's administration. It's under the next administration. And what I see, and that's why this is just my personal opinion, and any FBI agents or federal agents out there listening, and I know you are, at least. Well, you'll see it on my blogs or my Facebook page. You know, I know you kind of follow that, right? But suddenly after this Doge and everything, and give us 5 things that you did, boom, the FBI comes up with some 38-year-old former Navy guy that kind of sort of wanted to do something terroristic. He did buy 2 uniforms.
And he did give him a cell phone to use as a detonator. So.
Practice detonator.
Yeah.
Practice. See if this one works, you know?
Well, what's even more frightening is, and it makes me wonder when we see all this, one of his other plans allegedly was to use a machine gun on Michigan Avenue, okay? And, you know, whenever there's like a mass casualty event, how come it is we know their name, like, right away? Because even when they have no ID, well, they had paper on. A friend of mine.
They were on the radar. They were on the radar.
We had paper on them. Well, it didn't do you much good when everybody got shot up because, you know, you should have acted on your paper. So, I mean, that's, you know, we know too much about them too fast. And, you know, it's almost like they're either afraid to do something or they're incapable of doing something.
Let me get on even deeper with this one, right? Is that, all right, so to give you to set the stage here, in Chicago, on the west side, when they needed to boost the numbers on drug arrests, this was the most hilarious thing ever. They would go to a major drug corner where they had a lot of junkies coming in to buy their drugs. Right? They would be pushing $50,000 worth of drugs on a corner a day. In one corner, city of Chicago, moving $50,000 worth of product a day, right? And that's a lowball estimate. So what they would do is they would come and they would arrest all the dealers, the likely suspects, right? They would just take them off on some disorderly conduct charge, some charge that really wouldn't stick, but they just wanted them off the street and out of the way for a while. And then they would replace them with undercover officers that weren't really known in the area. So they would have to trade like districts and stuff and bring these guys in. And then every junkie that was either too sick, right, too desperate, you know, to make out that these weren't the regular dealers, because there's a relationship there, they would come up and try to buy drugs off these guys, and they would get locked up for attempt possession of a controlled substance. Attempt possession of a controlled substance, which is a felony. Yay. But these are the stupid, the worst, the most sick and everything of the junkies, right? All the regular people that were like recreational or something buying the stuff that you would want to get some and make kind of like an example out of some suburban rich guy, you know, or some mid-level office bureaucrat that's coming to get some weekend recreational drugs, right? Grab him, you know, charge him with a felony, put him in, but they're only getting the worst of the worst, right? And they're like scooping up the dumbest, you know, let's shake out the tree and see if we get the dumbest people. Right. And okay, yay, look at the numbers, because people don't look down at the actual quality of arrest or the quality of the arrestee. It's not like they're taking, you know, El Chapo off the street, right? It's like poor little Sally who's been hooked on heroin for too long, you know, bam, she's gone, you know, she's charged with a felony. You know, and that's so in my humble opinion here, all right, is I think that the FBI does sort of the same thing. They get the worst, the dumbest characters out there that don't realize they're being played. All right? And they build them up into some sort of they build them up into some sort of big terrorist guy, domestic terrorist guy, right? And then knowing these guys are so dumb, they wait, and when they need a hit, they go out and grab these guys. When they need an arrest, they go out and grab these guys because they're ready-made criminals. You know, it's like I would call it like meal prepping. All right. So on Sunday, before you have to go to work, and you're on a diet and you want to eat healthy, you sit at home and you meal prep, right? You make your lunches, you make little dinners and maybe little breakfast. And then during the week, it's just you get a nice breakfast. It's ready to go. Like oatmeal, it's all ready to go. You throw it in the microwave, boom, you're good, right? You know, you have some sandwiches made, put them in the freezer, or you have stuff made, you meal prep. So these guys are like meal preps. they have them out there and they're like, oh, we need an arrest. We'll go get that guy.
My mom would have a phrase, you know, and it was kind of common years ago. Don't make a federal case out of it. And that's exactly what they do. They make a better federal case out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And what I'm talking about when I said jumping down the rabbit hole on this stuff, I found a thing called assessments. All right. So now, as a Chicago police detective, all right, I had to have probable cause or reasonable suspicion for a body search on the street, like reasonable suspicion for a stop and talk to a guy, right? Like, what are you doing here? But I would need probable cause to go into someone's house to get a search warrant, and go into someone's house, or to place a person under arrest, right? So the FBI has this thing called assessments where they open up a case just to assess if it's possible this guy might want to commit a crime in the future. Like a thought crime. You know, it's like this guy, oh, look, this guy's screaming and yelling on social media. Right? He's a lunatic. Could he possibly be a danger? So they assess this guy. And part of the assessments is that they can go and get permission to do surveillance, right? This is surveillance, and surveillance can include a wiretap. And a wiretap can include checking not only your phone, but your social media accounts and everything else. So they don't even have probable cause yet. They're trying to get reasonable suspicion. And it's not, I don't think a guy out there howling at the moon, right, is reasonable suspicion to me that he's a werewolf. You know, he's nuts. So a lot of these guys are howling at the moon and they're like, oh, well, let's open an assessment on this. And then let's get a wiretap for his stuff. What I'm trying to say is that they are creating their own criminals. You know, and right now, during the Doge era, you know, Department of Government Efficiency, everyone's been asked, what do you actually do for a living? What do you actually do? You know, what did you actually do out there for the last 18 months as a FBI agent? Oh, I came in, I went to the gym, I worked out in the gym, then I went and had lunch, and then, you know, I checked my email. I did miss that 5 things that I did email. Sorry about that. You know, but now it's coming out, okay, these guys are going out and saying, hey, we did something. We prevented this big terrorist act. Well, how come you left the guy on the streets for 4 years? You know, how come suddenly he's pleading guilty? And why is he pleading guilty? It comes back to, am I making sense here, Paul?
You are.
All right.
You are. And we're talking about a potential almost 20-year sentence for this guy from what they're saying. So, you know, it just makes you wonder. It's really kind of frightening. And well, you know, I will say this. they are traditionally, they like to do stuff at the end of statute of limitations.
Yes.
They won't be rushed. And then sometimes they ask you to continue the voluntarily waive the statute of limitations, which is crazy because, why would anybody do that? But they like to do things at the end of the statute, and then they like to ruminate and analyze and stuff like that, and it's a lot different. Even their hardened criminals, they consider them to be gentlemen. They usually give them a recognizance bond or something like that. Whereas in the state, you'd be, years ago before this change in the Neighborhoods Act or whatever, but you'd
Safe
be locked up. You'd be locked up for a long time, in the state. But over here, it's traditionally 5, 6, 7 years from indictment to trial to turning yourself in. All
right. So one of the things I looked up here is between 2009 and 2011. I know that's dated, right? That's that's 12, 13, 14 years ago. But between 2009 and 2011, they had 82,325 assessments. In 2 years, they had assessments opened up, 82,000. Out of those, only 3,315 found any evidence that warranted any continued investigation. So you cast this wide net. If you had 88,000 people living in a village, right? A small town, that's pretty good. 88,000 people is a pretty good sized town, And you went in door to door and kicked in everyone's door and searched their entire house. And then after all that searching, you found suspicious material in 3,315 of those houses. Is that reasonable protection of privacy or protection of the public? It's like the means justify the ends.
That's only like 4.5%, actually.
Yeah.
It's de minimis. It's under 10%.
I got, I would have better odds grabbing a guy off the street, bring him in, fingerprinting him, and hoping he popped a warrant with absolutely no probable cause. Working the West Side, I would have much better odds. I'd probably be 1 in 10.
Well, the other thing is, too, with the money they spend on this, the overtime, the extra, and, I used to say, this was years ago. I used to say, you give me $4 or $5 million, I can prove that you were involved in the Lincoln assassination, because I could do anything I want with that $4 or $5 million. I could get a movie made, even though they didn't have movies back then. I could have you in a picture with Lincoln, and it's just
shaking
incredible.
Hands with John Wilkes Booth afterwards. Passing him a 10-pack.
That's right. It's exactly right.
Here's your fix, John.
You could. And the money they spend is astronomical. I mean, they have.
Well, it's not their money. It's not their money. This is the Doge thing, right? It's not their money. Well,
but it's somebody's money.
Yeah, it's our money.
In my pocket,
It's our money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but they, I got a very good friend who worked for the IRS. Yes. Okay. Yeah. What sort of person am I that I have friends that work for the IRS, right? No, this guy's great, right? But he was so, he wouldn't take a government pen home because he says that is not being a good steward of the people's money. He considered himself a steward of the people's money. So, supplies, pens, paper, he wouldn't take any of that at all. Not even in the military. He wouldn't do anything like that because he was a good steward of the people's money. That was him personally. I haven't seen a lot of people like that. They're like,
you're right.
You go out and spend this. We got this money, so we need to spend it. That's one of the dumbest things. I think there's 3 statements that really get me irked, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Nope. No, not unless they're really your friend, but just because they're, they don't like the same guy you don't like doesn't mean they're going to like you any better. The other thing is that's the way we've always done it. And the other thing is, if we don't spend it this year, we won't get it next year. Well, if you didn't need it this year, you're not going to need it next year. So they just find stuff to spend it on. The Army was ridiculous like that, especially in the reserves. So, we work on a fiscal year, right? Well, they would hoard all the training money. Oh, we can't spend this, we can't spend that. And then in the last quarter of the fiscal year, they'd be trying to send everyone to training here to use up all this money, everything else. But, people weren't, people just started their college. They went back after summer vacation. They don't have that time. And now the the units are trying to get rid of all their money that they hoarded. So, no, I see that, not being a good steward.
Responsible use of the money.
Yeah. So, just spending the money to spend the money. But like I said, any federal investigators out there, any federal employees, anyone that wants to call up and disagree with me, get on. I'm not going to embarrass you. I'm not a shouter or screamer. You have your opinion. I mean, the worst I could do is hang up on you. And you know what sound they hear on the other line when you hang up the phone?
What?
Click. You can slam it as hard as you want. All they're going to hear is click. We're ready for a break?
Not
Almost.
yet.
That's it. So,
a couple more minutes.
That being said, I will say that there are some federal groups and federal agencies that are very, very good. Like I've always had good luck with the postal inspectors, and they have an outstanding forensic lab for handwriting, and the IRS criminal investigators are outstanding. And I've got to know a lot of Secret Service agents. We think of them as the guys that guard the government officials and the foreign dignitaries, but they also provide a function in fraud and money laundering. And I remember once had a friend at work, and he was holding onto a case for a little too long, and the statute was coming up on it, and it involved gas stations, and we knew that an $80,000 check hadn't been negotiated, and I was going in for surgery, but they said, you have to do this case. It had a statute on it. And they go, what do you need? I said, I need the Secret Service to tell me where all these checks were cashed. And, they were guarding Mrs. Obama. And within a few hours, they left the detail. They drove around the State of Illinois building, and they gave me a big packet of checks. And, the check was not that check, but one of them was negotiated in Riyadh. And they know where stuff is immediately. And when they have to, they can find it. And I've had very good luck with them guys. And the men and women of those agencies I found to be very dedicated and very helpful to local law enforcement.
Okay, that's cool. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, dot, November, Echo, Tango.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Moose Heart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel. Fixed Bayonets, comrades, we're back. Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-host Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt. Every Saturday, noon to 1. So if you're just tuning in, you can tune in a half hour earlier and you will still get us. All right, so one of the things, Paul, maybe you can help me with this. I was sitting at my Blue Box Cafe having a sandwich and coffee, and some ladies sat down at the same table because it was kind of crowded. And I wanted to ask them, could you please tell me one reason I should trust the FBI or have faith in them? You know.
Well, the real reason is they take an oath to protect the Constitution. So that would be the fundamental reason. Mm-hmm. But I don't know.
There's a lot of politicians that take oaths out there. There's a lot of people that take oaths, and they have no intention of ever keeping them. You know, it's like,
and that's sad.
And they think that
the first thing I learned in college, if you're like a subversive or anything, and they want you to sign an oath, you'd be the first one to sign it. Because if you didn't sign it, you wouldn't be able to complete your function for the enemy. So that is true. But oaths are supposed to matter. That's why we administer oaths in this country. You know, I've been sworn in several times as different things, and you know, you think that they owe an obligation to the country, but you're right. They don't appear to.
Detective, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? What? And let them go free?
We have a caller.
Hey, let's get the caller up here.
Hello, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi. And this is Cleveland Dennis.
Hi, Cleveland Dennis.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm ruminating, whatever that means, over and over. Okay. And
ruminating.
To answer
Yeah, illuminating.
Thank you. Now, I want to answer your question when you asked earlier if you're making sense. In my mind, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I like the discussion, but I want to go back to something that, and it has to do with thinking stuff over and over or asking a question over and over. When they had that ICE raid in Elgin, never really heard what happened to the guy that they were chasing or looking for, but arrested the owner of the house or the guy that lived there or been in the country 24 years, whatever. What was the disposition?
I don't know that. I didn't look that up.
Nobody knows. See, and it's been like a month or more now.
Well, yeah, because you'd have to get into the federal court records. If he's only arrested a month ago, what the disposition is like, I guess you go to whatever federal court building that he was processed at or under, whatever docket number he's under, and you could do a Freedom of Information Act for that information, unless it's...
Well, my comment is I'm not a reporter. I can't do that, or I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, I know.
I just asked the question because it's in our community, and it's just something that sticks in my mind.
So this happened about a month ago?
Right.
All right, you know what?
It was on the news. It was reported on the station.
It was when the raids first started.
Right, like the first day.
Yeah, it was the only one that they put an information about in Illinois that I remember.
All right, well, we'll look it up. I'll look it up and see if I can find anything on that, Dennis, and have it for you next week.
Fine. Now, I can tell you, I forget which station it was, one of the 3 or 4 majors. It wasn't Fox. It was either ABC or NBC. Had a reporter in Elgin, and they were kind of like on the scene, and they reported it. It's out there. But, again, it just remains as, like what happened. That's all. I'm enjoying the show again. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dennis.
So going back to the assessments which started to scare me, I think everyone knows like their circular logic. And I have seen it a lot in military intelligence. I have seen it in the police department. A lot of people working on circular logic. And one of the things with the assessments is in order to open a full investigation, other than just the assessment investigation, they need to have some sort of allegation. But it doesn't have to be a credible allegation. So you could solicit an allegation out of someone against somebody and say, there, I've got an allegation. Now I can open up a full investigation. And that's what they did for the Russian collusion thing. Right? They were doing an assessment, and then they got an allegation that wasn't credible, and then they opened up a full investigation. And then there's no one's ever came out to say that anything about that was credible. But that was a full-blown FBI investigation, and supposedly these people have supervisors that are supposedly higher qualified or more experienced than the street agent that could say, dude, that's not good. And one of the things is when these are outside agencies, civilian agencies went in and they said some of these FBI agents made, like, I'm an FBI agent and I got this assessment. And I go to my buddy who's working a different assessment. I says, what do you think of this guy? He says, well, I don't think he's a good guy. Oh, I got an allegation. It's another FBI agent making an allegation based on nothing. But I have the allegation. So now I open up a full thing to prove that the guy's that the guy's a bad guy. I don't have any reasonable suspicion. I don't have any evidence. But I think he's a bad guy, so I'm going to prove he's a bad guy. And I'm going to look for evidence on a crime that I don't even know has been committed yet.
Well, it's even worse. What wasn't the basis of the allegation resulting from being paid by the political opponent and looking for something, which was to set the seeds of discontent before that? So it's almost like we paid somebody to say something to then follow up on it and then give it to the FBI to run with it. Wasn't that kind of how it went?
Well, here's the thing. If if you get an allegation, you should check the credibility. If a 2-year-old tells me fire isn't hot, all right, that's an allegation. Fire's not hot. What's the credibility of the 2-year-old? Have they ever stuck their hand in a fire? Can they feel pain? Do they have something, right? And I look at it, it's a 2-year-old. I'm not listening to that. It has no credibility. Go away, 2-year-old. Go away, toddler, right? But see, the FBI got the allegation, and they should know, do a little background check on the guy and go, oh my God, this guy has zero credibility. Zero credibility. So why waste any more money or any more time on a guy with zero credibility? Yes, a broken clock is correct twice a day. All right? But, playing the odds on that, again, you're kicking in 82,000 doors to find 3,000 possibles, right? How many of those are actual? That's what gets me about that is, I think we quoted him yesterday. You give me the man. It was Stalin, right? You give me the man, and I'll show you the crime. Or Beria, one of those guys, right? Yeah. Show me the man, I'll show you his crime. And that's why I think it is devolved to. It's devolved down there. Yes, one of the things the FBI is great at, and they love doing it. And again, like you said, it's a big money thing. Medicare fraud.
Oh,
my God.
There's a phrase that they use in political science. It's from a guy named E.E. Schatzsnyder, and it says, organization is the mobilization of bias. You show me how a system's organized, I'll show you who benefits, where, when, and how. And you just exploit that, and then you get what you want out of it.
Yep. Yeah, no, if you're put in charge of a system, unless you're truly altruistic, right? Truly altruistic, somehow your biases are going to make that system benefit you in some way. That's and that's what but when that okay, like I always say, one of my favorite sayings is, you work in a cookie factory, you're going to take a couple cookies, right? I mean, who wouldn't? Until you got sick and tired of those cookies, or if you had diabetes, or they put cameras on you to prevent you from, or they weighed you in before when you came in, and they weighed you in when you left to make sure you're not taking any cookies with you inside. The thing is, when people take that to an extreme, when people make a law that only benefits them, or that comes strictly to their benefit, and they make more money out of it. And whenever someone makes money, what has to happen? Someone's got to lose money somewhere, or someone's got to pay for it. And they don't care about that. And I think that here's one of the main things. I think it all comes down to ethics, right? And we were taking so many ethics classes as officers coming up, warrant officers coming up. They just give you ethics class whenever you go into a school. And then you see all these generals and senior officers out there that are getting arrested, and they're getting, discharged and everything. And it's because they violated basic ethics. I'm like, didn't these guys take the same classes I took? And then it struck me, even on the police department, because the mayor was violating en masse the ethics rules that we had to sign and take all these classes for, or we were threatened with suspension if we didn't take these classes, right? And it just boldly says, yeah, well, I'm the mayor, so what? And what I learned is, you cannot teach ethics. You can't do it. You could teach an inversion of doing wrong things. I mean, your mother, if she caught you, stealing from her wallet, she'd give you a good beating, right? And now, that's not teaching you ethics. That's teaching you a version of getting caught or stealing, right? Ethics is when you're telling yourself, I don't really want money's out of mama's wallet, But a lot of people, like you said, they are the biggest shouters of ethics. We need ethics, ethics, ethics. And if you open their closet it's chock full of skeletons. You can't fit one more finger bone in that closet. But they're screaming the loudest about it. And
that's a big thing in business now is ethics. And you know, it's a big thing, and it's a major area of study now for universities and the business schools is the, you know, conduct of ethics in business, and it's a really big thing now.
Yeah, but getting back to the FBI stuff, when you create your own demons there and pat yourself on the back because you're throwing this demon you created into prison, right? Could he have done that stuff? Maybe. Could he have done it without your enticement and help? Unlikely. You know, the guy, like the last guy they locked up is because he received 2 phone calls from Colombia. So they're following the guy in Colombia, right? So they know who he calls. It could have been wrong numbers. It could have been anything like that. But now they say, oh, this guy's on the number, so now they get a surveillance thing, and now they open an assessment on this guy, and now they open an investigation, and part of the investigation is going to be, you know, undercover surveillance and then talking to the guy and everything. And it's almost like entrapment to me. You know, like, I've been saying that. No one's calling up. No FBI agents are calling up to disagree with me. Major Kelly. Hey, Major Kelly, thank you. So, they, how to get it? It scares me that these people, maybe there'll be a change, right? But if you put a production on them, you put a production quote on them, I don't think they're good enough investigators to actually find a crime. A lot of them out there, so they create the crimes and lock them up because that's the easy way to do it. Like I said, they'll keep them on a list, and when they need an arrest, they go out and get them. What was it? Not that I ever did it, right? But there was a big thing on the police department way back, and quotas and stuff. And one of the things is they wanted illegal guns off the streets, you know. And if you got a gun off the street, they'd let you go home early because, hey, you did your job, you did it well, right? So guys would get these guns, and then rather than turn them in, they would keep them in their locker. And when they needed to go to their kid's baseball game or something, oh, look, I just got a gun off the street. And they'd inventory it in, oh, Lieutenant, good job, go home early. Like, that's what I see out there, man. You know, I see that. I think I'm seeing that more with the FBI with this stuff. Is we've chummed the waters, or not? We chummed the waters, and we get these little itty bitty sharks in, and when we need one, we throw a net in and we pull one right out because we already chummed the waters. Rather than going in and doing like a real assessment, and let's say. You have a figure now. Great Lakes is a soft target, so it's a soft target for terrorists. And I don't know if I should be saying that in my professional view, right? So when you talk about this guy out there who worked at Great Lakes, who was in the Navy, and he went through basic training at Great Lakes, you know, he's a good one there because it's possibly he has what do you call it? You need method, right? You need opportunity, motive, and motive, opportunity, and intent. All right? And he had motive, supposedly, right? That he didn't like the fact that we blew up a special operations general of the Iranians. That's what they're saying, right? And then he was there, he had opportunity, you know, and where's the intent on it?
Well, you know what bothers me about this also, though? and it was in one of the articles that I read, and it was off of the U.S. Justice Department of Public Affairs. So it's their press release. You know, whenever I did something, they usually put your name on the case, and they list 3 assistant U.S. attorneys, okay, for the Northern District. But it's interesting, they listed 2 National Security Division counterterrorism section prosecuting case from trial attorneys from the National Securities Division. So so there's 5 guys that are the lawyers on this, and only 3 of them are from the local area. So 2 guys are from some National Securities Division, which they put in their own Office of Public Affairs press release. So it really makes you wonder, you know?
Yeah, like I said, there used to be a thing called parachuting on the paper, right?
Yeah.
So we would lock up guys, and you'd have to wrestle with them and everything, and you'd have to drag them into the station, and then you'd have to do all the paperwork while you watched them because you're working by yourself and everything. You'd have to get everything approved, and then you'd have to search them, walk them to the line, lock up, sit in the airlock at the lockup for like 10 minutes while they played. Well, they played foosball or something out back there, right? And then finally they come and they take the guy, right? And after all that aggravation, you come in the next day to check to see if the guy made bond or if he popped a warrant, and you find, yeah, he did pop a warrant, but you didn't have access to the computers to run them, right? So the desk people, when they ran them, they found the warrant, they I-bond them on your charge, and they locked them up on the warrant. So I'm like, what the heck? They get a whole new central booking number, right? And a whole new arrest. And the guy never leaves the lockup. And it's like parachuting on the paper. So I think one of the things, all right, so not just the FBI agents. All right, so one of the things they said is they canned a lot of, or they're in the process of canning a lot of the prosecutors from the previous administrations. There have just been leftovers. And
they always ask for the resignations of the top people. Because you nominate your own people, so that's kind of a common thing in Chicago area. Though we traditionally keep our guys because they go after public corruption at least for a year or 2 into the new administration.
Yeah, that's a usual thing. But there are some people there. I'm just speculating this. All right. Is that if you haven't really done anything, like your Doge question, give me 5 things you did, and you haven't done anything, man, you're going to try parachuting on all sorts of paper. Well, I answered a phone once, and it was a number that it had one of the same numbers that the Colombian number had. It had the number 9 in it. It was a phone number. So I guess I'm related to that case. Put me on. And they call their buddy there and say, hey, I need my name on something to keep my job here. And here, to me, this is Occam's razor, right? I don't have to think of any. I think, what's the simplest thing? Oh, yeah, these guys are jumping the paper. Why? Because I've seen it happen. I know it happens. Oh, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't grab credit where credit isn't due. I'm like,
oh, sure they would.
So one of the a specialist, this disgruntled specialist, he was older. He was at the end of his term. He was getting out. He wasn't going to re-enlist in the military, but I was just a private at the time. And he tells me, here's the secret to making it in the military. And you got to remember, this guy's disgruntled and everything. And he goes, grab all glory, shirk all blame, and kiss all butt, right? And you'll make it far. And I look at these guys since then, right? I look at them through that filter, right? And I've seen even on the police department, they dumped me a garbage case, and I made something out of it. And I got felony charges, and it was a really good case that I made out of it. And the commander in front of me, he didn't even know I'd worked the case. He's talking to a lieutenant and saying, what a great job the commander did by reassigning. I'm like, are you kidding me? And he's grabbing glory because it was actually press it was press-worthy. It was a press-worthy case, but they thought it was garbage, and they weren't. I didn't get any help from them. They obstructed. They wouldn't give me any help at all. But when I made the case, all of a sudden it's great. And I've seen a lot of that. So if these guys are going to save their jobs or to save their position, like you said, Chicago, New York, Boston, the big cities, that's where you want to go as a federal investigator. One, there's more things to do, all right? There's better cases, there's better offices and everything, higher level cases, and more prestige, right? It's easier to move up in a big office than it is in a small office, because small office, you got to be kind of like Klingons. The guy's got to die atop of you for anyone to move up, right? So these guys are going to be out there trying to sell themselves to Doge, and especially the new head of the FBI, Kash Patel, and his soon-to-be sidekick there, Dan Bongino, one of the few psycho radio guys that I listen to. And by the way, I know you already picked someone, but consider me to take over your time slot. No, honestly, I wouldn't want it. That's a lot of work. This once a week is good for me. How about you, Paul?
It's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to move to DC. I wouldn't want to. Well, if they did offer us the time slot, let's say out of nowhere, right? They said, hey, let's try these two guys here. We could film it right out of here, out of WRMN. We could do it, true. And then we could be on we carry all those channels, and all of a sudden Matt's going to be the main producer.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I think you're going to see a lot more press releases of these I don't want to use the bad word, these challenged children, that are challenged people that are running around out there with targets on their head, not realizing that they're just being kept alive by the FBI in case the FBI needs a press release. Yeah. All right, see you next week, same time, same bat channel. And thank you, Major Kelly, for listening in on here. Most people you run into on a daily basis have very little integrity due to personal inability to reflect on their own inappropriate behavior. Yes, that is true. Thank you, Major Kelly.
Have a good week.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, dot, November, Echo, Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. A FedEx plane makes an emergency landing following an engine fire thanks to a bird strike.
Video on social media shows a FedEx plane with its right engine on fire flying into New Jersey's Newark Airport Saturday morning and landing safely just after it took off.
Probably about 700-800 feet is when the birds took out the right engine.
Audio of the pilot calling in a bird strike captured by liveatc.net. Air traffic control quickly clearing the runway.
Bird strike, number 2 engine was impacted. There were flames.
I'm Julie Walker.
And on Friday, an Oval Office meeting between President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky turned into a tense shouting match.
In a remarkable exchange between world leaders captured in real time by the news media, the two presidents began to argue as Ukraine's leaders sought security guarantees to end the war with Russia.
You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now.
At one point, Vice President Vance told Zelensky he was being disrespectful, and President Trump accused his counterpart of gambling with World War III. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Former U.S. Senator Jim Talent says high-level officials at the FBI have a well-earned credibility problem, and it's something the Trump administration needs to fix through transparency.
Lying to the Congress, lying to the public. I mean, they have a credibility problem.
Senator Cruz, he says he's shocked by the refusal of some high-level FBI officials to hand over additional files on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation requested by the Attorney General.
It is astonishing, and I don't have a good explanation for it. I've been calling for the Epstein files to be made public for a long time, and I'm glad that Pam Bondi has followed through on that.
More from townhall.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-497-1109. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-497-1109. 800-497-1109. That's 800-497-1109.
A planetary light show last night for those with the ability to see it. Here's correspondent Bernie Bennett.
These planetary hangouts happen when several planets appear to line up in the night sky at once. They're not in a straight line, but they're close together on one side of the sun. The astronomical link-up is fairly common and can happen at least every year depending on the number of planets. A parade of 4 or 5 planets visible to the naked eye happens every few years, according to NASA. This month, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter are visible to the naked eye. A faint Saturn and Mercury are close to the horizon, making them hard to spot. Bernie Bennett reporting.
Game maker Hasbro kicks off the North American International Toy Fair in New York by unveiling the new toy brand Nanomalls. That's where handheld tech play meets sensory play and self-expression. The mini electronic companions squeak, giggle, and even purr when you show them love by filling up their digital heart meter. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Doge cuts digging in at the National Weather Service.
Meteorologists that forecast local weather were among hundreds under the axe Thursday as Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency moved to shrink a federal workforce that President Donald Trump has called bloated and sloppy. Firings of probationary employees at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration appear to be happening in 2 rounds, one of 500 and one of 800.
That is correspondent Jennifer King, who says the job dismissals amount to nearly 10% of NOAA's workforce. At a rally in Detroit, one former federal worker complained about the way those job cuts are being handled.
They found an easy way to terminate people, and that was by doing it to people that were probationary employees.
And therefore not likely to receive any kind of compensation. Pope Francis has had coffee and read the papers after an alarming setback in his 2-week recovery from double pneumonia. The Vatican said doctors had to put him on a mechanical ventilation system yesterday. More details at townhall.com.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
The ever-increasing bleakness about where this country was headed has suddenly been replaced with the excitement and expectation of a society almost gone mad, perhaps saved at the last possible moment. It's Jeff Michaels and the Jeff Michaels Show on 1410 WRMN.
How you doing? Good afternoon. Welcome, one and all. The Jeff Michaels Show, 1410 WRMN, the talk of the Fox Valley. Great to have you along. Haven't been here in a couple of weeks. And when you do a show like this, which is once a week on the weekends for an hour, what do you talk about? Well, you're not going to talk about the same kind of thing you're hearing on all the news channels and in podcasts, because what else are they going to get from a jamoke like me? That said, of course, got a pretty big story unfolding as of yesterday, last night in Washington with Zelensky having a major confrontation with Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House yesterday. And all that's connected to that. I'm going to have a couple things to say about that in the second half hour, but not going to dive in deeply. Like I said, you got plenty of other outlets for that. So we take a little bit of a deeper look into the nuances of the stories that we're all thinking and talking about. But every story has all kinds of offshoots and, underpinnings and overviews and, things related to other stuff that you maybe didn't think about. That's what we're here to do. So I'm going to try and keep it a little bit more nuanced than that while still staying topical. And one of the things that first come to mind is the hard left-wing journalists, quote unquote, all those mostly TV anchors who call themselves journalists who were anything but, obviously we've exhausted it to death, who after all this time, all hitting the wall, all 100%, because of and as a direct reaction to of their collective and communal hate for Donald Trump and utilization of their bully pulpit to lead the charge thereof, all hitting the wall as a result of him still getting reelected in spite of it all. As time went on, their motivation to hide their bias became seemingly less and less apparent. And one of the first that started to go down sort of as a result of this shift change, which really didn't even start until it started to look like there was a chance that Donald Trump actually might win. The first one of that group that went down, and because it was so early, it was really more his own doing than a result of the coming of the end of the whole ball game for everybody. But the first one that started the final cascade was Don Lemon. The on-air anchors and pundits, mostly pundits who said they were anchors on cable news and network news, all of whom's every on-air being from the moment Donald Trump came down the escalator in 2015 was to destroy him at any cost. And they were all bound together thereof and about by blood. Around the time that Donald Trump was starting to take off in front of DeSantis and everybody else, and it quickly became apparent he was the guy, feels like you can kind of look back in hindsight and see back at the point where the mainstream media was at the very beginning of a little picking up of some humility, albeit distant, light, and not really accepted, really more forced. Don Lemon is probably the first one that fell as reality started to catch up with them All of which, of course, came to a head and or hit the fan on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Actually, about 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday morning, November 6th, 2024. A moment which will live in infamy. And then you got Jim Acosta, Chuck Todd, and now Joy Reid, which, of course, this week, it's been delicious. It's been everything that you would have imagined and more. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. Thank you. One thing I've been hearing, though, on all these podcasts, all these conservative podcasts I've listened to over the course of the week, and it's obviously tongue-in-cheek, but they say while they are enjoying every bit of the tears and she's continuing to deliver even on social media and in the most predictably delicious way. Or would that be deliciously predictable? They still just cannot get enough. And of course, she thinks it was based in racism. How could it not be? And by the way, interesting now that her and Tiffany Cross, the last two anchors on MSNBC to be fired, were also women of color. So, of course, Joy Reid has already come out on social media and all but said that she was fired because she's a woman of color. Of course, it had nothing to do with already frighteningly low ratings that had been dropping for a long time and then just fell off the cliff after the election. Nothing to do with that, of course, no. She also, later in the week, came out on social media. And one of them, she was crying, tears, blaming it on racism. Rachel Maddow came right back and just about said the same thing. We will see where that goes. Joy Reid, Tiffany Cross, same thing. If you were to take an AI app, put every MSNBC host, mix it up, give it all the same voice, you can't tell who it is, and then you pick out the worst, racist, disgusting statements made from amongst all the MSNBC hosts, it would still be Joy Reid's and Tiffany Cross's. Not even close. No, they were as racist and hateful as it gets. Just the fact that they lasted as long as they did is something that if you didn't, truly, if you didn't live through it, you wouldn't believe it was true. By the way, coming up after the break, in a little bit, we will have a greatest hits of Joy Reid. And trust me, there was a lot of great content to choose from. Very tough given the limited time we had for it. What we are witnessing, what I do believe, is the sudden and thankfully never could have been anticipated end of the era that basically revolved around victims and victimizers, oppressors and the oppressed. So I believe what we are currently witnessing is the end of an era with all kinds of ramifications that stopped and derailed a whole lot of wonderful things that are now getting put back on track in society from top to bottom. An era that I believe officially started 3 days before the 2008 presidential election, when Barack Obama said, in 3 days, we fundamentally changed the United States of America. And seems to be finally doing a societal reverse with the election of Donald Trump in 2024. But I've always thought that movies that come to mind like Blazing Saddles and Airplane, 1974 and I believe 1980, Airplane was released. I thought they truly demonstrated how serious we no longer were taking each other's race or creed or religion, to the point where we could even make fun of each other and laugh about it and then forget it. and not even have it occur to you to be offended. And the mass implosion of the mainstream media as a result of Trump 2.0 continues. And for the first time, certainly in my lifetime, the Washington Post may be about to actually live up to its slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness."
Jeff will be right back on 1410 WRMN. Jeff Michaels makes no bones about which way he tilts. As a proud, fair-thinking conservative, he wears his support for the new Republican Party on his shoulder. So much so that he'll think nothing of strutting through downtown Chicago wearing a MAGA hat. But just to be safe, he puts a Cubs head over it.
Although I did see a guy at O'Hare wearing a MAGA hat the other day. He was just walking through down by the baggage area. I didn't see anybody staring at him or starting with him. Did you happen to hear a couple days ago, Jeff Bezos, owner of, amongst other things, the Washington Post, wrote an email, it was an email to his staff. Also, I believe, put it out simultaneously on X, talking about a slight change of direction in terms of the opinion pages for his Washington Post. This is not a small little story. Let's not forget who we're talking about here. The Washington Post. Over all the years that the mainstream media has been getting further and further criticized by those with any kind of objectivity left, watching how they've lurched to the left. The Washington Post was always one of the staples of the mainstream media as it was defined and driven by the progressive movement. They were reporters pretending to be objective journalists doing their jobs as the Constitution calls for, when in fact, they, in all cases, were hard left and made no bones about it. The ironies obviously abound on the left, none of which being any less than the slogans that these newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times use. New York Times, all the news that's fit to print. Think of that and apply it to the years 2016, 17, 18, and Russia. Have they ever apologized? No. Have they ever published any of the out there to the point where you can't escape it proof that they had been publishing lies, blatant lies for 3 years about the President of the United States? Sort of, only in areas where they were forced to, but it was always below the fold. Just like the New York Times, they had a news department that was not very distinguishable from the opinion pages in terms of their level of bias and objectivity, or lack thereof. Most of the time, their news division showed not much more objectivity and or lack of bias than did their opinion page. Conservatives have never gotten a fair shake, certainly never in the opinion pages, and almost never, sometimes, but usually never, even in the news section. As is pretty much the same with the New York Times and many other papers around the country, but those two obviously being the two most influential, or as influential as newspapers can be in the year 2025. Conservatives have never gotten a fair shake. In fact, even that's a kind way to describe it. And of course, in recent years, it's been much worse. And Jeff Bezos knew what he was buying when he bought it. Personal liberty and free markets was the last thing he or they cared about, at least in terms of whatever was expressed in their newspaper. Democracy dies in darkness. And you think about how completely, blatantly dishonest they have been for a good 20 years to this degree. Much worse over the last 8. So I guess Jeff Bezos had a come-to-Jesus moment, or something like that. Well, we saw this happening pretty much right away, kicking in right after the election. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg both went right down to Mar-a-Lago and kissed the ring. I believe within about a week of the election. Bezos was immediately showing different stripes. And think about that to 2016. You couldn't get those guys. They probably wouldn't even, they wouldn't let you have any of their tech in your pocket or in the room, much less them be caught dead there. So call them whatever you want, depending on whatever your own point of view is. Jeff Bezos, in one fell swoop, basically made the Washington Post, for the first time in my adult life, I want to say, a real American newspaper. I had a Washington Post subscription at one time, but for a fairly short time, I want to say sometime in the last 10 years, I had a New York Times subscription. Have had one on and off, but more on for the last few years, mainly because, I don't know, I feel like I need to read, I have to read all sides. You got to you read the enemy. You can't be a boomerang consumer. Then I think you start to open yourself up to potential criticism on the other side. It might be tough to jump away from. I do think that you can't have a valid objective point to anything. And how can you, unless you make sure that you have tried to hear all sides of a story, rather than just those that seem to come from which you do as well. But I digress. Jeff Bezos wrote this email and also sent it out on X, and it pretty much says it all. I'm going to read it to you right now. I'm writing you to let you know about a change coming to our opinion pages. We're going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars: personal liberties and free markets. Just think about that for a second. The owner of the Washington Post saying that he wants his opinion pages to be in support of two pillars: personal liberties or freedom and free markets. Those are the last things that the Washington Post would want to ever glorify, especially the opinion pages. In fact, more often than not, they were the enemy. Anyway, it continues. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. So in other words, all he said was, anybody wants to write anything that's anti-freedom and or anti-free markets will no longer be published in the Washington Post opinion pages. No, you are not dreaming. He continues. There was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring to the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section that sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job. I'm of America and for America, and proud of it. Our country didn't get here by being typical. And a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. And he continues, and a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical. It minimizes coercion, and it's practical. It drives creativity, invention, and prosperity. I offered David Shipley. David Shipley, by the way, was the opinion editor. David Shipley, whom I greatly admire. Let me stop and clarify that is Jeff Bezos saying that, not me. I think David Shipley is a leftist POS. There was nobody who was more behind spreading the Russian collusion or the Hunter Biden laptop is BS than the editor of the opinion pages of the Washington Post until today, David Shipley. And it continues. So, of course, I offered him the chance to lead this new chapter. I suggested to him that if the answer wasn't hell yes, then it had to be no. After careful consideration, David decided to step away. And I can just imagine how much time he actually took for that careful consideration that he was granted. Anyway, this is a significant shift indeed. He concludes, it won't be easy, and it will require 100% commitment. I respect his decision. We'll be searching for a new opinion editor to own this new direction. I'm confident that free markets and personal liberties are right for America. I also believe these viewpoints are underserved in the current market of ideas and news opinion. You think? I'm excited for us together to fill that void. This is so significant that I cannot come up with words. Of course, that's not unusual for me, but right now I'm totally speechless. Just think about what's going on in terms of the change of the media landscape, mainly with the mainstream media, but the whole kit and caboodle. I mean, really, in the last 3 months since the election, this is yet just another domino to fall. And the backlash has been swift and just what you would expect from the left. No matter how plain and simple it is in front of their faces, they see everything backwards. The former editor of the Washington Post, Martin Barron, he was just disgusted with the new direction, which, as he said, was most different from his day in that they strived to allow all kinds of points of view, which in and of itself is just one that makes you laugh. Now they think all he wants to show is one point of view, all MAGA all the time. But of course, to them, all you got to do is agree with one thing, one policy, and you're MAGA. But the way these people, these seemingly otherwise intelligent people, maybe that's book smart intelligent, the absolute opposite way they see the world is astonishing. Case in point, former editor-in-chief of the Washington Post, Martin Barron.
I was just appalled. I couldn't believe that he was doing that. I mean, Jeff Bezos has always talked about having a variety of points of view on the op-ed page and welcoming that. The direction of the newspaper most recently has been to make sure that the coverage reflects, as they put it, all of America.
To make sure it reflects all of America that agrees with them. Any part of America that didn't agree with them, that was not reflected on their pages.
And this is runs totally counter to that. And so I was certainly disappointed, but really disgusted. For decades, the Post has prided itself on running a whole variety of opinions on its opinion pages. Of course, it had its editorials that reflected its overall point of view for the editorial board.
It reflected their overall point of view for the editorial board, but, of course there's a but I just lied to you. If it's not hard left all the time, the Washington Post, we don't want it. We mock it.
But then they welcomed all sorts of other opinions. But now what he signaled is that only one sort of opinion will be reflected on those pages. And that will be the opinion that he himself holds about economics, about personal liberties, what have you, and how he defines those terms. And look, that just totally runs counter to the history of so-called op-ed pages. The whole idea of those pages was that there would be a whole range of opinions and then people could make up their minds. But now he's saying that only one opinion will be allowed on those pages, and that will be his opinion. It never purported to speak for all of America, but it purported to offer all of America a voice on its pages. And it certainly did that. There was a wide range of opinion on the opinion pages of the Washington Post, online and print.
And by the way, most of these wacko left columnists aren't going anywhere, at least not yet. Not Philip Bump, not that nut, I forget her name, but just after 10/7 put out a tweet that said, now y'all know what colonization looks like. And remember, this is the very same week Joy Reid's program went bye-bye by the way of her being fired by MSNBC, immediately after which she, of course, blamed it on racism. A medley of her greatest hits is coming up.
This is Donald Trump. Jeff Michaels will be back shortly. I suggested him for Secretary of Common Sense, but too many skeletons. So tune in every Saturday for his wisdom on 1410 WRMN.
4Core Biz delivers a critical missing component in the marketplace. Our team of trained experts makes sure you get a full evaluation of your actual coring needs to ensure you're getting the optimum performance out of all of your core bits and machines. Because a cheap core bit is just that, Cheap. It costs less but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more, in fact. Give us a shot and we'll send you your bits before you even pay us a dime. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. Or call 888-831-9557. 4CoreBiz.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
If you're in charge of purchasing coring bits or diamond tooling for an engineering or construction firm, you're going to want to hear this. 4CoreBiz delivers a critical missing component in the marketplace. Our team of trained experts makes sure you get a full valuation of your actual coring needs to ensure you're getting the optimum performance out of all of your core bits and machines. Because a cheap core bit is just that, cheap. It costs less but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more, in fact. Give us a shot and we'll send you your bits before you even pay us a dime. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. or call 888-831-9557. 4CORE-BIZ.
Welcome back to the Jeff Michaels Show. Jeff was at one time in his life a Democrat, but you've heard the old saying, if you're not a liberal when you're in your 20s, you have no heart. But if you're not a conservative by the time you turn 40, you have no brain.
What if you're 60 and you're still not a conservative? I guess you've got no brain or heart. Really got no brain. No, I shouldn't say that. Because I do know many. Even 70. It's Jeff Michaels here. How you doing? Welcome aboard. Even though the story's kind of dying down already. You know, it was big news Monday, Tuesday, kind of teetered out a little bit Wednesday, Thursday. But yesterday's pretty much gone. And talking about the Joy Reid meltdown, firing and thereabouts. It's just another one of the many different areas where the cascading of implosion of the mainstream media is occurring in every way possible, in every direction you look, ever since the re-election of Donald J. Trump. And I have to say, it has far and away surpassed any expectations. We'll get to that in a few minutes, but just want to touch on the by far and away story of the day, the last 24 hours, obviously, and that would be Vladimir Zelensky at the White House with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and sure has blown up. And, of course, everybody's scooted to their normal side. And I'm not going to get too deep into it, like I said. I just want to say a couple things about yesterday and really one little thing or two things about the overall. It's very complicated, obviously. This is one of those things where it's tough. I know people who are just, they have such incredible blind faith and trust in his judgment on every level and on everything. I'm not going to say in but who are so they've got such faith in Donald Trump's judgment that they pretty much follow him blindly on everything. I don't think there's anybody short of God who gets such unwavering blind faith and trust. And, on this one, I'm not necessarily, I don't think I'm on his side. Not sure exactly where he's going with it. A couple things he has opened my eyes to that I have to say I agree with. But overall, I don't care who said, did what, how corrupt Ukraine has been, is and or has been, and I am fully aware that they have been and are still very corrupt. Still not part of the equation of Vladimir Putin just coming on in at his own will. Fully acknowledge that. Putin's the bad guy. Putin's the one who invaded Ukraine. Invaded Ukraine for one reason only, and nobody on the face of the earth doesn't know it, and that was to conquer and annex it into Russia as he continues to reassemble the Soviet Union. Not to go back to communism. You know, it's interesting. In Russia, communism is the enemy, in spite of the fact that what they have now is as close to a fascistic regime as actually exists in the world today. Do you happen to remember Vladimir Posner? He was on Nightline with Ted Koppel for many years. Whenever they did any shows covering relations with the Soviet Union and or the Cold War, which was always the number one omnipresent story during that time, he came on as the spokesperson for the Soviet Union on a lot of different American TV news shows, primarily news shows, but mainly on Nightline. He speaks completely American English. I think it was one of those stories where he was born in Russia. He's a Russian citizen. His family moved here to New York City. I think he lived from age like 5 to 18 or something. Then he went back to the Soviet Union and pretty much lived there ever since. I guess he's been a part of Russian media pretty much since the fall of the Soviet Union. He's very outspoken about being anti-communist. Interestingly enough, whenever he was on Nightline, he was obviously always defending the Soviet Union and their way of life, communism, etc., as you would expect him to. He always did it very eloquently. And he says he's not a Putin fan. It was fascinating, but to do it with such American English at the time, and he says there is opposition media in Russia. I'm not sure how that could be, because if you're an opposition politician or an overly vocal opposition citizen, I think things do not tend to work out so well. Anyway, Putin is the bad guy. Putin invaded a sovereign adjacent nation, unannounced, uninvited, just to conquer them. And for one reason, and one reason only, to reacquire and annex them, to come back and be part of Russia. If Trump thinks that a logical way to end the war is to have to give Putin any of the land that he took by force, doesn't matter if he was occupying it for the 10 years before that, or how many of them are Russian-speaking, or how many of them even want to become part of Russia. The Donbass area and around there. Crimea is not going back. He needs to get that out of his mind. It should go back. It's theirs. Should have been taken, but it's gone. And it's not worth anybody else. Certainly not enough of a sacrifice for anybody else, us or Western Europe or anybody else, to send troops in on behalf of Ukraine. If Trump were to make a deal like that, that's just giving a signal that, you can go ahead, even if they're backed by the United States, go ahead and invade, and you'll end up with something. What could be next? Maybe Israel. So it's complicated in terms of how Trump is going about it, talking to Putin first, and then talking to Zelensky, and we'll have to see how that plays out. But in terms of what happened yesterday, Zelensky basically ambushed Trump and J.D. Vance. That same scene where so many presidents have had this sort of welcome photo op, and that's exactly what it's for. The photo op before they get into the brass tacks, which is usually in another room without the cameras there. And that's when the fisticuffs happen. But he took them by surprise. And not only that, a bit of entitlement, you got to say. I mean, yes, they're the victim. They were attacked. They didn't deserve it, blah, 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 blah. But, he kind of came in as though, okay, well, $178 billion. I think he had to have a reality check just to realize that this is not Joe Biden he's dealing with anymore. So he cornered them with the cameras there. And basically, then Trump said, that's the way you want to do it, then that's how we'll do it. And that's what happened. And I can't really think of much that Trump said that I think was wrong. And I am not supporting the way he's been going about this so far. I know it's complicated, and sure there's a lot more to learn. And so far, I am not on Team Trump on this one. But I do think he's right to be knocking Zelensky back a little bit here, given that he came in with a bit of a entitlement attitude, I think, and still hasn't answered for the missing money. Stood up to a lot of things that most leaders would not have, starting with being able to evade the assassin squad that Putin sent out initially to take him out. And by the way, think about it, that alone, and I'm sure, by the way, that pissed Putin off. I mean, he is that insecure. Zelensky's basically got to step back and swallow his pride or swallow something, come back and be more focused on peace and security rather than revenge. And by the way, he needs to figure out and identify the whereabouts of that $72 billion out of the 178 or so that we've given them, not including weapons. This is all cash. I'm sure we've just seen the beginning of it. And it's another one of those things that you can't help but think, okay, what if Kamala had won? Would any of this be happening? Oh, my God. Putin didn't even take Biden's phone call for 2 years. Did you know that? Didn't even take his phone call. Now that is embarrassing. Our final tribute to Joy Reid, because I don't think you're going to hear much from her after this, is coming up around these.
Jeff Michaels will be right back at 1410 WRMN.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
If you're in charge of purchasing coring bits or die-win tooling for an engineering or construction firm, you're going to want to hear this. 4Core Biz delivers a critical missing component in the marketplace. Our team of trained experts makes sure you get a full valuation of your actual coring needs to ensure you're getting the optimum performance out of all of your core bits and machines. Because a cheap core bit is just that, cheap. It costs less but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more, in fact. Give us a shot and we'll send you your bits before you even pay us a dime. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. Or call 888-831-9557. 4Core Biz.
At the Jeff Michaels Show, it's all about logic and common sense. Take climate change. If a season produces more hurricanes than normal, it's climate change. But the other extreme, an 8 to 10 month drought in LA before the forest fires, that's climate change too. So that must mean the only kind of day that's not climate change must be 75 and sunny.
It only makes sense to me. It's Jeff Michaels, the Jeff Michaels Show, right here at 1410 WRMN, the voice of the Fox Valley. Talking about the mainstream media saying uncle at every junction, it seems. Hanging on for dear life. You look at some of these guys that are still there, like Jake Tapper and Anderson Cooper, and they just refuse to give up. Jim Acosta was so obsessed, they warned him. They tried to get him to tone down the anti-Trump rhetoric just a little bit. He just couldn't do it. Think about how he behaved during the press conferences, not just with President Trump, but with Kayleigh McEnany and Sean Spicer. He abused Sean Spicer. But when you think about how he talked to President Trump, the absolute disrespect, almost spitting on him, can you imagine him back there now? Wouldn't last a day. It's another prime example of how things have just fundamentally changed from 8 years ago. So this is the week we said goodbye to Joy Reid from MSNBC. They said goodbye to her, too. And so did everybody else. Of course, Stephen A. Smith weighed in. He's wading in all the time. And, of course, he took the sensible route. He said, honey, it was your ratings. For whatever reason, and he didn't really go into a lot of that, just it was your ratings. And they had plummeted even more. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. So we've got some greatest hits here of some of her rants and raves, most of them racist. Of course, we've talked about this all this week, and she was by far and away the most racist commentator, host, talking head on television. Black people can't be racist. Really? Well, I don't know what you call it, but it was pretty disgusting. Now, as you listen to these, I would just ask you to keep one thing in mind. Whenever she says the word white, in any context, white, substitute black. And when she says black, substitute white. And listen to that sort of in the back of your mind as you listen to all these different examples. And then think of anybody else, and I don't care who it is, anybody else saying that statement that she made, but just black instead of white, white instead of black. There is nobody that wouldn't have been fired immediately. But in her case, it went on for almost 5 years.
But in America, there's a thing about both white vigilantism and white tears, particularly male white tears. Really white tears in general, because that's what Karens are, right? They Karen out, and then as soon as they get caught, it's like Green Waterworks.
Ron DeSantis has been waging a full-scale war against the black past. It's illegal to make white people feel uncomfortable in Florida.
You remember this time, right? This was when the NAACP issued a travel warning for Florida.
You also have the restrictions in schools over what can be taught about race and gender for fear white children might feel bad when they find out that not all white people in history were heroes.
Do any of you guys trust Uncle Clarence? These Republicans are dangerous. They're dangerous to our national security because stoking that kind of soft white nationalism eventually leads to the hardcore. From the Tea Party on, they're voting on race. The idea that they can't get whatever job they want, a black person got it, therefore drive all the blacks out of the colleges.
Substitute white for black, black for white, and imagine Sean Hannity saying it. Every other word the same.
They're just voting specifically on racial animus at this stage. It isn't about economics.
They want to turn every state into their white Christian nationalist hell. It's DEFCON 1, y'all. Take action and stay woke.
We've laid out the stakes in this crucial election, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany.
We still don't know for sure whether Donald Trump was hit by a bullet.
For me, there is something wonderfully poetic. The first person to actually criminally prosecute Donald Trump is a black Harvard grad, and a black woman is doing that same exact thing in Georgia. Donald Trump is being held to account by the very multicultural, multiracial democracy that he's trying to dismantle. Go DEI. My DEIs are bringing it home. What he's telling his voters, his black Haitians are violent cannibals.
Violent cannibals. I think they just have about 50 words. Violent and cannibal is obviously in there. They close their eyes and they stick both hands into a bucket, pull two out, put them together, open their eyes, and there you go. In this case, violent and cannibal came out. Pull out the two words together, open their eyes, and there's the word they're going to use in their next rant. Haitians that were violent cannibals. Let's think about that for a second. I guess if you're a cannibal, by definition, there would be some violence involved. Why would somebody be a violent cannibal? I mean, I can't imagine anyone who is driven by cannibalism gets any additional charge out of how they, shall we say, captured their dinner. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Black people are the enemy. Black people are going to be responsible if and when I lose, and you are permitted through my language to do violence to them.
But I appreciate my haters as well, because hating is it's a type of fandom.
Careful about attacking people who have to move to save their own lives and safety, because you never know when it's your people that have to move, when it's your people who have to migrate, when it's your people who have to get on that road.
They're increasingly, from the Tea Party on, they're voting on race. They're voting on this idea of an invasion of brown people over the border. The idea that they can't get whatever job they want, a black person got it, therefore drive all the blacks out of the colleges. None of that matters when you believe that God has given you this country, that it is yours, and that everyone who is not a white conservative Christian is a fraudulent American.
Even Joy Reid, who talked like this on TV constantly and consistently, you know she's no dummy. I constantly ask myself, does this person really believe this? Did she really believe this stuff? It's hard to believe.
You're going to look real crazy being on the other side of that line, particularly as a person of color, but really as anyone who claims to have any connection to the culture.
Well, here's an alternative thought. Make your own dinner, MAGA. Make your own sandwiches. Wipe your own tears. Troll amongst yourselves with Elon and leave us alone. Book definition of fascism, where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany or Franco's Spain or Mussolini's Italy, but also white-ruled South Africa before Mandela and the black majority took control, or Vladimir Putin's Russia, Viktor Orban's Hungary, or Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela today.
I understand the whole thing about saying somebody whose name is Spanish with the Spanish accent to show him respect, so it's not Jose Cuervo, it's Jose Cuervo. So why did Joy Reid call him Nicolas Maduro in the context of saying that he was not a good person? In fact, she was trying to tie MAGA to him by insinuating he's a dictator.
That suppresses the rights of women and minorities, uses the military to execute the whims of a strongman dictator, and controls and suppresses the press, education, the arts, rewrites history to suit a favored and dominant racial class.
Who tries to rewrite history? Pulling down statues, changing the name of every school you can. It even sounds like it might have some kind of connection to someone who was a slave owner.
It really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed.
How could anyone not win with Queen Latifah's endorsement? And think of that. She never endorses anybody. And she endorsed Kamala? And Kamala didn't win? There has to be something wrong.
She had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift. She had the Swifties. She had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign, and I think that's still true. Use the word inflation are journalists and economists, right? So that is not part of the normal lexicon of the way people talk. So it's interesting that Republicans are doing something they don't normally do, right? Which is not use the common tongue, right? Not use just common English to sort of do on their campaigns like they're doing with crime.
Think about what she's saying there. Only politicians and economists use the word inflation. So they've taught the rest of those idiots what inflation means, but it's their definition. So they think Biden's causing all of it. And how stupid can they be? You could hear the desperation in there, and this is like a year ago.
But what they've done is they've taught people the word inflation, right? Yeah. Most people who would have never used that word ever in their lives are using it now because they've been taught it.
Because they're idiots. It's not their native tongue. So their mega lords cooked up a definition for it that they knew all those hillbilly boneheads out there would all suck right up. Somehow, some way, just when it started to feel like there really was a majority of people walking around out there who actually thought that way. Thankfully, they thought wrong.
That's it for the Jeff Michaels Show. Jeff will be back next week, same time, same station. In the meantime, keep it right on 1410 WRMN.
Looking for an affordable dentist close to home? Bender Dental Care in Elgin offers new patient specials from $29, including x-rays, a regular cleaning, and exam. Senior discounts, a no insurance discount plan, and care credit financing. Bender Dental Care is a full-service family dentist with an outstanding.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make. Not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne. Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling, boss, work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com. To sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
As the 2025 tax season unfolds, the Better Business Bureau is warning the public about the various schemes that con artists will employ in the coming weeks to steal your money, personal identity information, and peace of mind. According to the Internal Revenue Service, taxpayers lost $5.5 billion due to tax scams and fraud in 2023. This year, the tax filing deadline is the traditional April 15th. So here are some important tax time tips. Check out businesses before you hire them. The best way to avoid tax ID theft is to file your taxes as early as possible. Check out websites carefully and make sure you access the actual IRS website when filing your taxes electronically. Be wary of tax preparer offering fast refunds or large returns. If you get a written notice from the IRS about a duplicate tax return or any notice that additional taxes are owned, contact the IRS immediately. Don't give out your social security number unless you are 100% sure you are dealing with someone you trust. A message from the Better Business Bureau and your friends here at WRMN. Visit their website at bbb.org.